What led you guys to make Path of Exile, and did you guys think you would make it this far?
New interview.
So I actually was one of the founders straight out of university.
Okay.
I was friends with Chris, who he was basically my best
Garage
friend
to Blast, Chris Wilson.
And we kind of, I knew I wanted to be a game developer from the point I was like 10 years old, right? Like I was doing game development like as a hobby right from that point. So it really wasn't a question of like, was I going to be a game developer? It was a question of like, how is that going to happen? And Chris, he was actually the one who sort of suggested, look, what we need to be doing is making a sequel to Diablo 2. That was basically his
Diablo-like, yes?
his view on things. And I obviously love Diablo 2 as well.
Yeah.
But I wasn't like, at the time when he was suggesting this, I wasn't still a player of it. You know what I mean? Like I'd played it a huge amount earlier, but Chris
Legendary
was still deep in Diablo 2. And obviously loved the game. But he just made a really good case for the fact that, you know what, like, there hasn't been a game that got the whole formula right for a really long time. Like there was no evidence at the time that Blizzard was making it, right? Like we just had no idea.
Sound okay?
Yeah, there was like a 10-year lull or
yeah,
something, right?
Yeah, it was that because I mean that's the whole thing. But effectively, they hadn't announced anything. You know, like as far as we were concerned, it was just like here's just a game that was still selling. By the way, like people were still selling physical copies of Diablo 2.
Yep.
Like it might have been like 10 years later or something like that. There was still game was still selling like hotcakes. And it's like okay.
The game was crazy, dude.
Yeah. There were you and so you had a game and it's like okay, no one's made like a true successor to this thing. It's still selling in stores. Obviously, people, you know, there's still a huge amount of demand for this stuff. Why the hell, you know, like are we not the ones doing this? So yeah, I mean, basically we you know, we decided, hey, we'll just get started. And I was doing a lot of hobby game development. Chris had done a little bit of that, but you know, he was actually doing some security stuff. And we were just like, okay, like, well, let's just do it then. So yeah, we just started writing code and getting things done. And you know, we went a long way. And you know, I remember at the very beginning, because like we actually did like think, okay, well, what is the what would success look like? For doing this, like if we're going to do this, like what would we have to actually achieve? And the thing that we thought that we needed to achieve was effectively 10,000 concurrent players. That was the
10,000,
amount that we sort of worked out that if we had that, the amount of money that we would be making would be able to support the studio, and everything would be okay. So that was kind of our like what we were trying to do. So anything beyond that point, as far as we were concerned, was just gravy. You know what I mean? Like everything beyond that was great. So yeah, I mean, we pretty much achieved that like right from the start. Like as soon as we had our closed beta, like you know things were going well and the company just did really well. So yeah, it's been pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, as I said, like that was kind of our thing. Like we never really at the time sort of thought that we weren't thinking like we had to be the biggest game ever. We were just like we can be sustainable if we have 10,000 concurrent users. So that's the audience we need to attract. If we can do that, then
they're well beyond that now.
And so that was kind of our thinking. I think the sort of the grander scale is something that yeah, it wasn't really in our mind.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, Path of Exile has been a bit of a standout success, especially like with free-to-play games, ARPG specifically. I still think there's not a lot of competition out there. Even you guys saw an opportunity, and I mean, we've had a couple of games come out over the last few years, but nothing in the same vein. What do you guys attribute to the game's longevity and its success?
So when we started, I guess what we saw was there were kind of like 5 pillars to make a good action RPG. Like there's what and these are the things that we thought, okay, like there are people who have some of these, but there's no other game that has all of them except for Diablo 2. So the first one would be
Diablo 2 had them all, man, 25 years ago.
Well, I mean, in no particular order. You've got random level generation.
Yep.
For longevity, you just need to have it. You need to have it. I mean, you need to do it well. Because if you don't have that, I mean, look, things are just going to get boring very quickly. You've just played through the same thing 1,000 times. I mean, obviously, even with random level generation, that can still happen, but it takes a lot longer. The next thing is a secure online economy. So effectively, you have to have the ability to trade items, and it has to be secure in the sense that nobody can dupe them. There's no cheats. There's nothing like that. Like that's really
no dupes. This is like the low-key shots now.
Important for that long-term feeling because it makes the stuff that you find feel like it has value.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's very important for the long term. The next one is that you have to have a random item system. So, and what I mean by that, what I mean is like the item system has to have elements of chance, and it has to be that anything you kill could be the thing that could drop the next amazing thing that you need to find. So in practice, since we launched, we have also added more deterministic things as well, which I think do have a place. But you certainly need it needs to be that just killing any random monster could be the one that drops like the amazing item. Like you still need that feeling all the time. Otherwise, you like if you don't have that, then what happens is that you see you finish a grind, and then the next giant grind is like stretching out ahead of you. And if you don't think you're going to get any rewardingness until the point where you finish that, that's a good moment that you might choose to quit. So that's actually one of those things that is really important as well.
Yeah.
The next one is you need action combat. And at the time, the reason why what we were talking about there is as opposed to the kind of more MMO style combat that you had back then, which was like
Diablo 4 dupes every single season so far. Yeah, dude, man, it's going crazy there. D2 is goated.
Very just everything's on cooldown, like you have a million abilities, and it's just kind of like one thing after
like
another.
What Diablo 2 did, you also didn't have any cooldown on any spells. Like with D3 and then D4, like you always had cooldown. But the D2, actually, you could blast any spell, and just cast them as much as you want.
Sort of cooldown rotation, like sort of slower paced combat that you had from the MMOs at the time.
And D2 had a lot of dupes, yeah.
And was that all of them, or did I say 4? I can't quite remember now. Where was I up to? Did I miss one?
Maybe, I think so.
No, right. So there was the other one. The other one was a deep
You said the loot
system
and
of
the
character
action
customization.
combat and the trading.
Yeah. So a deep system of character customization. So effectively, you need enough depth in the way that you build your characters to make it so that you're willing to play through the same character. So not through the same character, through the game again, but with a different build, so that can still be interesting to you. And that was something that D2 didn't really have as much. But one thing D2 did have was the concept of the ladder reset, which is effectively like the fresh economic start.
That was really good.
Concept was ultra important because, and once again, if you're doing ladder resets, then you need to have the ability for your character to be different every time. There needs to be lots of...
Dude, you can really feel that he played a lot, man.
Build variety and things that you can do so that you feel like you're having a different experience each time as well. So those are kind of the 5 pillars that we had. And I think that really at this point, the one that I think a lot of companies still don't have, the ones that I think that companies still often don't do, one of them is they're really afraid to do full economic resets where there's absolutely zero progress that carries on between the leagues.
Blizzard is doing that,
so a lot of companies are doing seasonal content now, but the thing that after they do the first one that players will always say is, oh, we want you to have some way to skip the campaign, we want to have some way to to blah 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 keep, right? They're going to say that, right? But I think it's actually ultimately long term very harmful because it means that when you have a full economic reset,
if you have a great campaign and everything, I think it's fine, but I actually am pretty happy, even though Diablo 4 had a good campaign, to not have to do the campaign every time a new season launches. I remember how much people complained about having to farm the freaking renown again in Season 1, and there was so much backlash that they basically just deleted that necessity, right? Completely.
It means that new players can join your game and not feel like they're behind everyone. Like they're behind everyone in terms of knowledge, but they're not behind everyone in terms of physically speaking, everyone who starts a Path of Exile league is on the same playing field, apart from what they know about the game. So I think that's super important. So that's one that a lot of companies still aren't doing. But the other one as well that a lot of companies don't do is item trade with no binding of items, and so that really keeps the value. And a lot of companies are very afraid to do that. It's one of those things I think is ultra important. It leads to so many problems, and people look at the problems and they assume that those problems are worse than the benefit. And I think that's partly because the benefit is a little bit more intangible. It's harder to kind of appreciate the value that players feel. Because it's kind of, it doesn't even kind of matter initially, and it kind of it's like one of those longer term kind of concerns. But I think that is really valuable, and it's something that I wish more games would do.
I'm actually really happy you said something about that, because I think it's one of the things where I look at you guys. I also I play Warframe. That's one of my big games, right? And you guys are very similar in that with being able to trade loot and whatnot. So many games stay away from that. And I think it adds so much more value, not only to what the player finds in the game, but I don't really know how to put my finger on it exactly, but I think it actually does have something to do with those concurrent player numbers, and it's something that brings players back because they know, no matter what, when they're playing the game, that, there's there's really nothing keeping them from reaching the rest of the players that might be ahead of them.
Right.
So yeah, that's cool.
Hell yeah.
So where was I at? So you guys already have a successful game with PoE. You guys could have just visually updated it and continued to grow it. Why did you guys choose to make a second game making PoE 2? And also, why did you choose to support both?
So it's funny because we kind of creeped towards it in a strange way. Initially, the plan literally was, okay, we need to visually update Path of Exile 1. But there was a very specific thing that was that was the big problem at the time. And effectively what it is that the rigs for the for the player characters, that's like one of the first things that you'd need to make in a game, right? Because everything, like all the character animations and all the skills, but also all the armors need to be attached to them and all that stuff. Like all that stuff kind of goes on top of that. So once you've done that, it's something that you really can't change without redoing, everything related to characters. And we were like, okay, these rigs are from 2006, the people who made them at the time.
I mean, it just needs to feel smooth, right? Like, if it would have updated the game, it would still feel like a game that is like more than 10 years old now, right? So I think it's very good that they actually did make that decision, especially for like us as newer players, having like a complete like new environment, new system, everything is just, it's just the way, man. 2006, okay, like 15 years ago,
I'm
more
very
than 15.
inexperienced.
Yeah.
We didn't know what we were doing. We also, every player character had its own rig, which means that we were doing 7 times the amount of work to support everything that we should have needed to do. And just the overall, there were just so many problems with them. So like, okay, in order to make the graphics of PoE 1 better, we're going to have to change these rigs. So we make new rigs and we're like, okay, now we're going to have to re-rig all the armors. But if instead of re-rigging armors, like, surely we should visually update the armors instead of just re-rigging the old ones, right? Because like, obviously, it's like, well, we're doing much work anyway. We might as well just create new items because those will look better and everything will be better than that. And we have to make new animations for everything.
Oh, that's so good.
Because those will look.
The animations just look amazing.
I mean, effectively, we might as well be making new ones, right? That are cooler and better. Yeah. So effectively,
this is the first interview. There's another one that's coming at 11.
It started out there, and at some point we're like, okay, but like the graphics of the starting areas in PoE 1, we like the first act is like a particularly ugly. We really should like make a new act 1, so to make that look better as well. Because like by the time you've got these great looking characters, but then they're in old environments, like that looks bad. So we really should update that as well. So effectively, like we just kept on.
It's not on.
Like more and more things kind of like got added as like, and effectively
it just turned into a new game.
Yeah, so it did like that. And so when we even announced Path of Exile 2, we announced it as like, okay, we're going to have 2 campaigns, because at that point we decided to redo the whole campaign. We're going to have 2 campaigns, but it's going to have a shared end game, so that it's like effectively still the same game. And that was kind of what we announced initially in 2019, because at that point we were still in the mindset of like, we're effectively just, this is effectively just a giant expansion to Path of Exile that we're making here. And then even later than that, then at some point, the point when it really split into 2 games was the point when I started wanting to make some much more serious changes to gameplay feel and to balance and so on. I don't think those necessarily were like it came from a specific philosophy that differed from PoE 1 or anything. It was just that like, in order to make these skills feel good, I feel like I need to make these changes kind of thing. And at some point, we started getting a lot of like, especially from like QA, who are still mostly working on PoE 1, and like some of the designers who are working exclusively on PoE 1, we started to just get a lot of like, oh man, you can't really change this. Like it's changed, like, because, people are used to this and it won't be compatible with what people are doing. Like there was all sorts of, we just started to get a lot of like pushback on things where like, okay, it's going to break the game if you make this change. It's going to break the game if you make that change due to existing stuff, and like just various things like that. Just like lots of concern about that from inside the team. And so I started thinking about it, and I kind of just thought like, you know what, like at this point, we're effectively remaking everything. We might as well just go all the way and actually split the games apart from each other. And then as soon as we did that, it immediately was very freeing, because we could suddenly make a whole bunch of decisions that I guess we would have been, like.
Darth microtransactions watching the same video. Well, this just came out, guys, like an hour ago. So
that were hard to make just because there's a lot of pushback within the studio about things. And like those people, it's like, well, if it's a different game, it's like a whole different question, right? We don't have to worry about all the stuff from the past. We can make a lot of changes, and that's sort of how we ended up with that. But I mean, at the same time, there was also this idea that like we did need to make Path of Exile in order to really make Path of Exile grow to sort of a much larger audience. We really did have to like. There are a lot of people who've tried Path of Exile in the past who effectively, like
Me.
fell off it for
Who played PoE in the past, man?
whatever
I didn't
reason.
really
Maybe they didn't like the combat, or maybe it
like
was too
really
complex, or maybe they
played
didn't
it.
like this, that, or the other thing.
Not me.
6 years
like-
straight, I've tried the game
Yeah,
and,
sure.
and quit.
Yeah. So it's effectively by putting a line in the sand and saying, okay, we're making a sequel now. It effectively means all those people who tried it before and maybe didn't like it are like, okay, well maybe I'll give this another shot now, because you were saying that you have made a substantially different game here, which obviously we have. So it's a time for then all of those people who tried the game in the past to come back and give it another shot.
We got the big pack.
I think that is another important element of making a sequel like that.
10K
I was
hours
just
on the
saying that's
casual.
kind of how we ended up where we are.
Oh, okay, well that's good. All right. So on that, actually, because
I think you'll be able to be a good PoE streamer. Thank you, Omar. I mean, like, you can really see when Jonathan is talking, like, the passion, man. And he's been there all the way, guys, from Garage to what they are right now. Yeah. See, I just got this pack here, boys. And it was $69 for shipping. This is what we just got. $549. But it's the big pack, man. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to play. Good pack. RIP $550 though. Why it's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be nice.
we're going to get into some PoE 2 questions here now, but from my perspective, I got some time playing the game. I'm a big ARPG fan. I grew up playing Diablo 2. I had a cracked version on my mom's computer. She could barely pull me off of it any chance she got. But from my
cracks.
perspective, this game feels like a true evolution in the genre. It's the pacing, the combat, the dodge mechanics. What were you guys trying to accomplish with this? Because it does feel like an evolution. It doesn't play like any other ARPG I've played before.
So it really was an effort
Hey,
to
Anthony,
make
let's go. Buy
that
two.
combat feel just like just much better. And I think one of the
Half a
things
thousand.
whenever we launch a Path of Exile 1 expansion, it's always very interesting to see what people say outside of the Path of Exile community. Like obviously the Path of Exile community gets all hyped about whatever the next big thing is, but it's very interesting to see other communities because
It's basically another Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure like majority of the gaming industry, how toxic they are gonna hate on it. The way they did with Baldur's Gate, right? Like, you can't just expect us to make the games like Baldur's Gate 3, you know? Like, I don't know why it's like such a toxic environment there as well. Hey, John, what's up? Deep into PoE, yeah. Yeah, this is gonna take many hours though. 5,000 coins, dude. Yep. We're logging in, man. Here it is, 5,000 coins.
what you see there is what people usually the top comment will be like, oh, I tried this, but the combat feels so dated and bad and all that sort of stuff, right? Effectively, like,
And that's why it's good that they made a new game.
it's interesting to see what it is that people who don't play PoE dislike about PoE, because that's a very interesting thing to think, okay, this is the stuff that we can potentially improve in order to get it better. And like, I love action games, like I'm just a big action game player. So I just wanted to make something that to me felt like a decent action game. Like I want to kind of be able to have the best of both worlds. I want to be able to feel like an action RPG as far as like all the stats and like, interesting stuff like along the traditional like looter type game.
Build diversity,
but I
all
also
that.
want but I also want you to be able to approach it like an action game, where you've got mechanics that you can dodge, that you can understand, like you can see everything's got wind up, so you can see like what's going to hit you. You can learn mechanics of bosses, like you can effectively. I think if your character is weaker, you can overcome some degree of that in PoE 2 with play skill. But then at the same time, if you don't have as much play skill, you also can overcome some of that by getting more stats and doing more grinding. So ideally, we can kind of get the best of both of those worlds. But
Hell
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, it really just comes down to I'm an action game fan. I want us to be good on the level of an action game.
Yeah, so actually, this lines up perfectly with this. So
Yeah, so which class are you gonna play, Dronix? Like for me, it's between, and it's very hard to decide which starting class you're gonna do in Path of Exile because so little is known. But I'm looking to do either warrior or monk. Monk is looking good, somewhat similar to the Spiritborn, and then the warrior is like kind of like your big hitting, like big DPS guy, but very very slow. It's called Exile-like now. He's using Diablo-like. I think so. Frosty is doing that in his video too. Which monk? Yeah, hard to decide. Well, I think for a complete new player, range class might be better though. But yeah.
One of the things that I noticed actually getting hands-on time with the game was that every encounter that I got into, regardless of whatever character I played or how far I got into the game or how much gear I got or skills or whatever it might be, every single encounter felt meaningful. And it was in a way, and I was talking to some of the other creators at the event, and I said that this doesn't feel like a second monitor game anymore. Because like Path of Exile, Diablo, these are games I got YouTube up on the second monitor, I'm watching something else, and it demanded my attention at every given moment. Otherwise, I very easily could lose, even though it was fighting something that otherwise I could probably overpower. Oddly, it reminds me of Elden Ring in a lot of ways, because it's just that engaging. How did you guys manage to create that kind of feel? Was that the intention? And what kind of impact do you guys think that's going to have on the gameplay overall?
Ooh, nice question.
So we really do want to make sure that, especially the first time you play through the campaign, that the combat isn't... And I mean, I think that the word around here that often says we don't want the combat to feel trivialized. Like, we want it actually, yeah, like, as you said, we want it to feel meaningful.
The craziest thing for me is, as well, with this combat being meaningful, is that you don't have, like, different difficulties, man. Everybody, if you're a complete beginner or you're like a speedrunner, you're all playing on the same difficulty. Like, you can't just play on easy mode or something. Like, it just doesn't work. So, man, it's gonna be tough, guys. People are gonna be pissed. Newer players, until they, like, you know, understand the game, they're gonna die a lot. I'm gonna die a lot.
This has been a really big tension point in development a lot of the time.
I'll probably feed like crazy.
I guess there's several reasons for that. So one of them is that if you're not expecting that as a player, that is like a very big different game feel.
Just get good,
you know, like it's a huge deal, right? So like that's one of those things I feel like it's really important that people understand is that like that like you're gonna have to concentrate on the bosses. Like the bosses shouldn't be you just walk up and kill them in 5 seconds. You need to like observe the mechanics,
one-shot
them, and like understand them, and like like it might take you a couple of deaths before you kill a boss.
There you go.
Like that kind of thing. And I think
we're gonna be feeding.
Like I think. From a designer's perspective as well, you kind of want, like, you put all this effort into designing a boss. Like, you don't want a player to just walk in and be like, oh, yeah, I just killed it in 2 seconds. Like, nothing you did mattered. You know what I mean? Like, so on that level, we just want the combat to feel like it matters.
There's so many
But at the same time, you do need a feeling of progression through the game, and you do need to make sure that at some point...
I will one-shot them. I'll get one-shot.
Much more powerful than the content. Now, I think the difference is with PoE 2 versus 1 is that the point where you reach that is a bit later than it was in PoE 1. And the other thing as well is that people have so much knowledge of PoE 1 at this point that they can reach that trivialization point very, very quickly right from the start of the game. Like obviously we've added like lots of content over the years and all sorts of stuff like that. So it's kind of gotten to the point now where PoE 1 combat really just doesn't kind of like matter very much overall, unfortunately. So yeah, we were trying to get back to a situation where the combat wasn't trivialized. But then once again, there's a lot of tension, right? Like as we are doing testing on closed betas and so on, you definitely get a cohort of people who are like, oh, effectively, ultimately they're finding the game too hard. Right?
18 hours later, you think they're finding the game too hard. Dude, I was watching... So when I had the playtest at Gamescom, guys, I was playing and I was watching, like, there was like a journalist as well, like next to me at the booth, and he was playing the game. And man, like he was stuck at the same boss for like over half an hour. And this was like literally... I think the second boss that there is. And dude, so many people will just give up, man. Like, really. Like, game journalist, man, holy moly. Like, it's gonna be tough, dude. It's not casual friendly. Not super casual friendly. Like, you gotta have some dedication to, like, beat those guys. Yeah, devour them filtered.
Right, for their level of concentration that they want to put into it.
It was fucking crazy.
So we really have to, like, do a fine line here. And so ideally what we can achieve is that if you are finding something too hard, you can go and grind. You can get a level of power from what you're from the stuff. That you look around the world, get more stuff, and sort of come back. And that's like a thing that you can do. But ideally, we're in a situation where the amount of that you do kind of depends on how hard you're finding the content. So ideally, you kind of like
Not a gamer, not that gamer.
do side content to the point where you reach the level of difficulty with the combat that you feel like you need to reach before you're feeling comfortable.
I got
And
you. Okay.
it was actually a realization that we had relatively recently, because there was actually an interesting thing. You mentioned Elden Ring. There's actually an interesting thing I noticed with Elden Ring, which is that if I'm playing Elden
Dude,
Ring,
some of those bosses, they feel like similar to the level of Elden Ring. I mean, from what at least I've been seeing. Like, it's a lot more Souls-like in that part as well, right?
and I try to kill a boss, and I can't kill it. Then what I do is I just go and do some random side content until I feel powerful enough to come back. And that was something that Path of Exile 2 players in the closed betas were not doing. And I was kind of like, Jesus Christ, it's a fly.
He's getting attacked.
That was something that Path of Exile 2 players in the closed betas weren't doing. And I was kind of, well, why is this? Like, why is it that people just slam their face against a boss again and again and again in PoE 2, where in a game like Elden Ring, you'd go off and you'd and you would go do something else. And the thing that I realized is that in Elden Ring, you have a map that invites you to to the idea that there's other stuff out there that you could find, and that there's all sorts of stuff on there. You kind of realize, there's other stuff I could be doing if I'm not enjoying this. And Path of Exile 2 initially, the map didn't really kind of bring across any of that. So recently, what we decided to do is make sure that on the map there's icons for all of the side content and little extra things that we've put around the area, so that when you open that map you kind of feel like, oh, there's so much stuff here that I could be doing. And so then it kind of just reminds you of the fact that if you're having trouble with a boss, you're like, okay, well, you know what? I'm just going to go off and do something else. And if you do that, you will get meaningful upgrades, because we've also made sure that all of that content has interesting, fixed drops, or just little things that they can do that will give you a meaningful upgrade that will potentially make you stronger to allow you to defeat that boss. So that was something that we, it's not an obvious connection between how come people are finding bosses frustrating to being, oh, we need to improve the map. But that ended up, I sort of realized that why is it different between these different games? And I think that was very important. So adding that has actually improved the experience, I think, quite a lot.
Yeah. You get.
What? Just go away.
Dude, he's getting attacked.
Open the box and is going to reveal if he is going to design a new unique or divination card for PoE 2.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You get.
Actually,
Look at the fly. Yeah, thanks for the support. Yeah, he's designing a new unique. Look at this. Dude, the camera is so good. It's catching it. Do you see it?
improved the experience, I think, quite a lot.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Dude, he almost flew in his mouth.
Just go away.
Okay. Oh, man.
Dude, he almost
It's
swallowed
actually-
it. Extra
so
protein,
crazy You
boys.
say that about the map, because the wild thing is, I was thinking about it while I was actually playing the game, because I had gotten to a boss that absolutely handled me, and then part of me was sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, I can beat this by skill, right? Like I can just pay attention, learn the mechanics, dodge all the mechanics, and do my best not to get hit, and beat the boss that way. And then I opened the map and I saw there was like a bunch of mini bosses that I hadn't even touched yet. And I was like, well, let's go ahead and go around here. I'll probably get some skill gems or some uncut, support gems off of them, be able to build something out, maybe find some better equipment or whatever, and then come back a little bit later. I did that, sure enough, got better support gems, got better higher end skill gems and some better equipment, came back, handled the boss. It was still tough. I'm not going to say like I didn't have to try anymore. I still had to try. But it felt a little bit more measured because I was actually dealing enough damage to take it down within a realistic amount of time, right? And
well, I'm really glad to hear that worked, because that was my thesis for how we were going to fix this problem.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad to hear that worked. But the other thing as well is Jesus Christ, go away!
Somebody get a fly swatter.
You like smelling here or something?
Yeah,
Like, what's going on?
I don't know. When was the last time you left the office, man?
You're like Elon, man, like sleeping in the office grinding, dude. He's gonna make sure those servers run stable, boys.
Okay. So anyway, what was I saying? So the other thing as well though is it really did force us to create a lot more of that side content throughout the game as well, and I think that really helped, because having all those like kind of little interesting encounters has just made the game feel so much more alive. Like there's just there was tons of cases where we did things like we would so it's funny because we've got all these bosses in the game, there's like tons of them everywhere, but then we also have things that I guess like they're still sort of bosses. I think if you look at a lot of games, you would still consider them to be bosses. But effectively, they're like hard-coded rare monsters that have specific abilities. And a lot of the time, what we've done is we've taken things from like later in the game and moved them earlier to use them as like a boss in that sort of area, things like that. So, for example, I don't know if in the forest you found that witch in the witch's hut.
Yes.
Was that a thing you found?
Yeah,
you did.
yeah.
All right.
That's where
So
I got some
that-
like leveled up potions or
Extreme
flasks.
yeah,
from that.
exactly. So that witch actually comes from Act 5. That was just one of the regular monsters from Act 5. We took it down. We added this like frost breath ability.
Yeah.
And then added a little bit of stuff around, like, you walk in and there's the cauldron and then she disappears and goes behind you and like, a few things like that. And it's like really quickly we were able to create a little encounter like that. And if you're in Act 1, a random Act 5 regular monster feels like a boss to you.
Yeah.
So that's like just like a nice way to just add little bits of kind of like we've kind of done little things like that all over
It
the
really
place. Just
does.
like
Like you're fighting like a random elite that randomly spawns, and it's almost like a boss fight, basically. Like it's tough.
touches that add
really tough.
that just make the game world feel a lot more alive and allow us to drop specific items. So yeah, that one, once again, that one's designed to specifically give you potions. But actually, there's another interesting one with that one, which is that I don't know if you found in the previous area there was a little camp with some zombies that drops a skill gem. You might have missed it.
Yeah. No, I got it.
Okay, so basically, so if you miss that one, then the reward that you would have gotten from that one will also drop from the witch in the next area.
Oh, okay. All right.
So effectively, what this means is kind of like a catch-up account where we can effectively say, okay, there's all this random optional stuff around. But if you miss some of it, then we can forward some of those drops on to a later point, so that we can still sort of make sure that at the beginning you sort of have a reasonable. Like we want to try. What we're trying to do there is we're trying to make sure that the bottom of the people who are the most unlucky, effectively, still have a reasonable experience. So that's the kind of thing that we can do to. There's like little tricks like that we can do to make that more interesting.
That's incredibly smart, and it worked. So there you go. I'm happy your plan worked there. So actually, along with like missing content and stuff like that, I am the quintessential new player for Path of Exile. I've tried the game like 6 times over the last 6 years. I fell off every single time. It wasn't until Settlers of Kalgur that finally got me, mostly because I could respec using gold.
Hey-oh.
Right.
That's really what it was. I couldn't tell you how many times I had bricked a character just because I couldn't figure out how to build. I get like to the end of the campaign or near the end of the campaign and just get smashed. You guys have made a lot of changes that have made the game far more accessible. It's obvious that you're trying to aim this towards newer players. How do you guys manage to balance something that is going to be good for new players while still keeping the game the same for those hardcore players that they've come to love for Path of Exile?
Yeah, so it really comes down to trying to remove what's called incidental complexity. So effectively, you have what you might call necessary complexity, which is effectively in order to get the depth that you want, there's a certain amount of complexity you need to be able to make the system work at all. But then also you have incidental complexity, which is effectively things that are complicated where simplifying them doesn't change the depth of the system at all. And a great example of that is the way that skill gems work, where previously skill gems were on items. It meant that every time you upgraded an item, you had to worry about your skill gems. That didn't change anything about the options that you had for how to combine skill gems or anything like that. So effectively, I would class that as incidental complexity because it's something that made the game more complicated, but it didn't change anything about what you could actually achieve in the system in terms of like how you what the ultimate way that the combos you can do, anything about how you build your character. All it did was just get in the way. So effectively, what we're trying to do is just remove all that stuff that's getting in the way, that's not making the game deeper, while keeping all the stuff that is necessary to make the game interesting and have interesting depth. So if we can do that, then I think that we will have something which new players are going to find a lot more friendly. So like the skill system being a great example. I mean, things like making respecs easier in gold and stuff like that. Like that stuff all really helps. There's just a lot of these things, and really, like what we were doing before. Some of that stuff just wasn't really necessary. It was not improving the game to do it that way. So the answer there is effectively, I believe that you can have it both ways, but at the same time, like I never want to make a decision that's going to make the game less deep. And it's very interesting because obviously that can be something that
he's logging in, man.
Can mean different things to different people. So here's an interesting one that was like a one recently that we changed, which was that we changed from 5 flasks down to from having 5 flask slots that you could do whatever you wanted with, to having just a life slot and a mana plus slot.
No vampire piano.
And
Getting
you
rid of
could
the
look at
piano
that.
keys.
Yeah, exactly. So you could look
Yeah.
at that. Obviously, we're trying to solve a real problem because that one actually came out of the fact that whenever I was actually watching new players play, the thing that they would screw up the most was using flasks. Like they would press the wrong button, they'd do one that was empty. There was all sorts of stuff that they'd be doing.
Yeah, I did change the mic again. I hope you like it better like this. It was very close to my mouth. I thought it was better, but apparently not.
That just wasn't that was causing them to die.
Back to the original.
And I was like,
setting.
at the same time, you've also got the whole flask piano thing, which is like, you know.
But I can still go like this. ASMR.
Not great. And but the thing is, when we first said, okay, well, what if we just had one mana and one life slot?
It was better when it was closer. Well, I don't know. I'm getting so many different feedback from this. I mean, I can still go close. But yeah, this is more relaxed. It's also not blocking my view that much.
The first reaction to that is, oh, you're simplifying the game, you're dumbing it down, this kind of thing. Like, this is something that we have to be worried about. So then it's like, okay, well, how can we have a system where we can bring back some of the interesting build choices that you felt like you had before, while not bringing back all of the annoying garbage that people had to do and like all the stuff that was making new players fail.
The physical actually having to use the potions part.
Yeah, exactly. So that's when we thought about, okay, well, what do people really want the variability of their flasks to be able to achieve? And the answer is they want solutions to things like getting frozen and like, fire, like burning and this kind of stuff. They generally using those flask slots for things that aren't even life and mana. So then we're like, okay, so we're going to add this new system called charms, and they automatically trigger, and they still give you some interesting build choices, but they don't require the physical dexterity of having to, of having to hit all these different buttons all the time and knowing which one to press. And so like that's another great example of like, okay, we can do something which is like we've got a way to keep the depth, but we've also got a way to simplify things down and make things easier. And along the way, I actually think it actually improved some things about build choices too, because a flask with
Piano flask.
the mods on flasks are much more important to think about choosing between when you've only got one flask of each type. Like if you've got 5 flasks, then the mods kind of fade into irrelevance because it's like, well, who cares? I'll just make it blue, and whatever mods I get, I don't really care. And like, sure, maybe there's a couple that people seek, like instant healing and that kind of thing. But now when it's like you've got one life flask, it's like, okay, you really care about what mods those are, and like there are different choices now.
I
About,
think
like,
it's
what
like
am I
really good to
prioritizing
simplify
here,
this.
about what I want in that flask. So I think that actually improved depth in some ways as well. So that's just kind of a long rant about a very specific system there to give you a kind of example. But effectively, that's the kind of design process we go through when we're thinking about like how can we improve things for new users without actually breaking any, like removing any depth for high-end players while still having all these build choices that are going to matter in the long term.
So I think that's really smart because the thing is that looking at the charm system for the potions specifically is that you guys not only simplified it, but then you actually ended up creating more depth in a system simultaneously. So not only did you make it more accessible for a newer player, but also now more seasoned players have to balance, okay, well, I'm going to be doing this. I want to make sure that I have fire resist, or I want to make sure that I have frost resist, or whatever it is, and I have to fill whatever gaps with my build that I have. Well, that's how I'm going to, use my charms. Now they're hunting for charms, or they have charms that are filling up their stash tabs and whatnot.
This was a big problem in Diablo 2. You guys remember, like the charms were an amazing system, but they were really, really annoying in terms of like they're taking like all your inventory slots, and you were playing just Tetris of the inventory, and then you didn't have enough space to put anything. If you had like your 9 skillers, your 10, 20 life, 5 all-res, your Annihilus, your Hellfire torches, and then your Canized Cube, and there was just no more space. So the way they do it here, like having a dedicated charm slots or inventory, and this is the way that Path of Project Diablo 2 did it as well, having basically a dedicated charm inventory. Massive W.
And I think that's really smart. That's smart. I like that a lot. So as another one of my like new player things is that when I always came back in to try Path of Exile again, obviously every single time it was around a new league mechanic. And this last time that I got through, the Sellers of Kalgur was very easy to kind of get used to. It's something similar you've seen in a lot of other games and whatnot, so it was pretty familiar to me. But when I actually finally got to the end game for the first time, got to maps and everything like that, I was yet again lost, and my only solution was like 2 or 3 hour guides from Zizrain or somebody like that, right? And I'm like,
Zizrain, there he is, man. Let's go.
It's not really what I wanted to do. I try to play games as blind as I can, and I was wondering, when it comes to the end game, do you guys have any plans to maybe nudge new players into the direction of maybe endgame solutions that are best for them? Or
Right.
are there ways for players to be able to discover that?
So I think that the end game, just the core system in PoE 2 is a bit more understandable and discoverable. And the way you can kind of see, so we've got the map that sort of shows you what you can find, and so it really feels like you get more of a sense of discovery, and you kind of slowly get introduced to the different mechanics. Like you're going to start finding those sort of extra league mechanics. Like you're going to see them on the map before you get to them. You're going to be like, oh, what's this? You go there, you try it out, this kind of thing. Like you're not just going to randomly run into like 10 different weird mechanics that you've never heard of, like right from the get-go. So effectively that allows us to kind of more slowly introduce those things. And all of those things, I think, have a much more considered ramp about how you get into them and how they go forward. We can effectively make sure that there's tutorialization for them at the point where you encounter them for the first time. There's just a lot more that we can do around that. So I think the system itself is just a bit more amenable to making that ramp into the in-game a little bit easier. But ultimately the end game is where the complexity does start to ramp up a little bit. Like that is something that is definitely just going to be the case. That's where you start to because like especially as we add more and more content to it, that's where you're going to start to get all of these things sort of coming in. But as I said, there's a bit more of a consideration to just like how the ramp up works, like I think. The other thing as well is that if you just want to concentrate on one mechanic as well, that's something that you can do very easily in PoE 2. You can do that in PoE 1 as well. Yeah. But like the way that you do that, I think, is a little bit more obvious in PoE 2 as well, with the way we've got the tablets and the towers and stuff like that. Like I think that the notion of like, okay, I'm gonna just do breaches and I'm gonna like try and seek this out. I think that's a bit more obvious too. So
yeah, the riddles are great. Like every content creator is like trying to solve this like cubes and stuff. It's not that easy, man. PoE 2 hype, dude. Low IQ person, 60 IQ person trying to figure out a cube riddle.
And then also the progression systems for all of them with the different trees. That kind of also, I think, just splits the complexity out from it, into separate areas. So you don't have to like worry too much about the ones that you're not doing right now. So I think that sort of helps as well. So I'm hoping that will improve things. But I must say that the end game is where we've had the least amount of closed beta testing stuff done.
Ooh,
it's only recently
the end game,
that
boys.
we've able to get people testing that at all, and so that means that we've got the least information about how new players react to that. That I think is going to be something that we'll find out more as we go into early access. Honestly, like it's a sort of it's very hard to get people in like a 1 week beta test to be able to get all the way to end game and like engage with that. And the people who get there are going to be most hardcore users anyway. So
he's not even like thinking that people who are not like really like hardcore players are not even gonna reach the end game, dude. Like man, I was watching the Ascendancy trial, and this looks like another great filter, where people might not even get to unlock their class mechanic really.
That'll be very interesting to see how new users react to that endgame system.
Yeah, for the endgame.
I think the sword's gonna be crazy on Reddit, man. Like people gonna be fuming. They're gonna like run to the boss and then they will die and then they have to redo the entire thing, dude. Oh my god, man.
Stuff, at least what I saw from like the presentations and whatnot. I'll immediately say I think the map system in general is like light years ahead of what it is for PoE 1. It's so much more like easy to read and understand and see what's going on than it is in Path of Exile 1. And especially like the more like simplified skill tree for the maps as well. I think that helps out quite a lot. So Path of Exile seasons have always seen a lot of players come back. It seems that it's always an actual event, momentous occasion. There's a ton of people that file in. You got a bunch of people streaming it on Twitch. What do you guys think is the key to maintaining that long-term engagement that you guys see with Path of Exile?
So I think there's a few elements. So one of them is the thing that I already mentioned before about the full economic reset being really important. But the next one is that our just general view on maintaining a game, and I think this is something that the industry is more generally coming towards now, but only in the more recent years, is coming to the understanding that you don't want to keep players around forever. You want to give players a good experience that they're going to enjoy for, like a few weeks, a month, maybe 6 weeks, something like that. Like some amount of time that's like bounded. And then you're happy to see them go to play other things, not in the knowledge that they're going to come back again later. Like you don't have to hang on to players forever, and I think that mindset is something we've had for quite a long time, and it's something that just I think just much better for the long term. Like there was a period when the MMOs were big where it's like everyone was trying to like hang on to players for the longest amount of time. They were all subscription models, so it was like the interest was keeping people around forever, and
I think we
it
all
takes a
played
while
WoW.
for that kind of it takes a while for that mindset to kind of go away, and it's sort of very interesting to see as well that and this is kind of a weird maybe a weird connection, but in the mobile world for some reason I feel like they still treat players very much this way, that it's all about they want to try and keep players forever. And as I said, I think that it's kind of something that is ultimately self-defeating, because players will just burn out. Like you really would much rather give them a satisfying experience than like, okay, you know what, I'm done with this, but I'm going to come back again later. So I mean, that's like one really important thing I think for sure.
So do you guys think that your monetization has something to do with that? Because like you guys have a very like player first approach to your monetization. You guys are, I mean, especially in the like free to play realm, you guys are, a rare breed to say the least. How much of an impact do you think that has on it?
I mean, I definitely think that comes a lot to sort of player trust, like by not being aggressive with monetization, by making sure that we, everyone.
No pay to win, boys. This is a big one because almost every other free to play game, they are compensating the free to play model by having you be able to purchase like insane amounts of power or like extra XP, extra boost, like blah, 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 blah. PoE has none of this. The only thing that gets you a little bit of an advantage are extra stash tabs, but you can get unlimited amount of stash tab. And if you're a beginning player, you don't need any tabs anyways because you already have some. Only if you're gonna go like all the way into the end game, like playing for, let's say 100 hours or more, then you will need some extra stash tabs. But I mean, at that point, you're getting 100 hours plus out of a free-to-play game. I think it's fine, like, supporting it with like $10 or $20.
What we do feels fair. I think that it just means that players
Can't
trust
buy
us and
items
they're
from
much more
DGG.
likely to spend money.
You can only, obviously, some people buy items with RMT, but they are very active in banning for that kind of behavior. And obviously, this is not in the best interest of the game. It's not in the best interest of you, and you're gonna get your account banned. They are very, very active with this kind of stuff. They care a lot about the economy. I don't have the experience, right? But from what I hear, there's no way a duplication exploit is gonna run around for like half a year. They're gonna fix it very fast.
Just on the idea that I'm supporting the game that I'm enjoying playing.
They really care about the integrity of the economy and the healthiness of the economy and stuff like that.
Yeah, look, I'm sure there are things that we can
Not
do
gonna have it flooded with some Chinese dupes, man.
that would like juice our
I mean,
money.
it might happen, but if it happens, they're gonna be like very active and like sweep and ban the accounts engaging with this. And I mean, Blizzard does this as well. They definitely ban a lot of people, but it just feels like with either the way the game is like coded on the baseline that there's so many of these dupes. I don't really know the technical reason why, but it takes them really long to detect and ban and get rid of the dupes.
Monetization significantly beyond what we're doing now, but we wouldn't enjoy doing those things, and I think that ultimately be self-defeating. It's much better to just do what we do. And honestly, like monetization is something that like it's not our first thought when we're coming to design things. Like our first thought is about designing the game, and then monetization really is like, okay, like obviously we want to make some cool stuff there, but it's like really the first thing is like first make a good game, and then if the game is good enough, the hope
You're
is
gonna
that
make me
players will
cry.
then want to support you. The hope is that players will want to support you in what you're doing. So I mean that's kind of always been our view on it. And it's funny, even at the start. So we started the game in 2006, like working on it, and at that time free to play was really not a thing in the Western world. And the reason why we chose that is because we kind of thought, well, we're not some big studio, we're just some random dudes in New Zealand, like if we
Just gamers making video games. Let's go.
I don't think we can even get people to buy our game, and like how would we even distribute it, and like all this stuff. Like we were like we couldn't even do this. So free to play felt like a way for us to be able to actually get an audience. But then the only examples that we had were all of the pay to win things that were going on in Asia at the time.
Here you go. Pay to win duping in Asia at the time. Let's hear it.
So we were like, well, obviously
At the
nobody
time.
in the yeah, we were like,
It's still going on, let's be real, but it's not to a degree where it's like crazy fast spread. You
no,
can never like fully get rid of RMT. It just doesn't work, guys. It's like this is just how humanity works, sadly, but that's how it is.
nobody in the West would ever accept anything that was pay to win. Clearly,
Yeah.
right? That's clearly not okay. It's kind of what we were thinking about at the time. So we were like, well, so obviously we need to do all of this cosmetic stuff that we do. So that was kind of like our thinking back then. And it's funny because it turned out that actually Western gamers will accept pay to win in a lot of cases. There are like a bunch of pay to win games that are successful in the West after all.
Yeah.
But,
God damn
our
it,
thesis-
man.
Our whole thesis at the time was like, nobody
We gotta push back, boys. How is there so many successful pay-to-win games in the West?
accept this. I mean, we wouldn't accept it, right? As players, like that's what we were thinking. So therefore, that was the monetization model that we picked. Yeah, that was our thinking.
I think that in a lot of ways that the player first approach, not going the pay to win approach and things like that you've seen with many other games, well, there have been some successful ones that are out there. I think especially recently, I'm not going to name any names or anything like that, but there's a lot of live service games that have come out that did lean on those pay to win systems, or they were a little bit too aggressive with their monetization. Maybe it's they monetize too many things, maybe they price things too high or whatever it might be. Especially when there's games that are like parallels of each other, right? You'll have two games that are basically like the same thing, but one is, way more expensive to play than the other one. I think that it builds a lot of customer loyalty more than anything else. And how do you think that loyalty like really plays into like the longevity of your game? Because I said, I've seen a lot of these games basically come out and then fizzle out really quickly because of their monetization.
I mean, it absolutely does factor into it. Like, no doubt that it does. But I mean, you still at the end of the day have to make a good product, right? Like the gameplay itself is king. Yeah. And I would say that the main thing you don't want is the monetization to be getting in the way of that. And monetization really can do that because the moment that you monetize something, the game designers are influenced by the existence of that thing. Like if you're selling a certain thing, like even if you don't even realize that you're doing it, you're going to be making game design decisions around making it so that people actually buy that.
I think battle passes are probably the best example of that, where they like they're curbing all of the gameplay around how you progress a battle pass and things like that.
Right. So that's why you've got to be so careful what you decide to monetize, because it will affect what you do with other things. And I think that's almost inevitable to an extent that
That's great.
It's like it is so dangerous to do that stuff because it just affects you so much. And I actually think there's a thing that in my mind is connected by the
economy is the lifespan of your game. Jonathan knows this very well. Oh yeah, and they not only say this stuff, at least from the experience that was shared with me, like from Path of Exile 1, right? Like they're not saying this and not like having any actions follow. They're actually breathing and doing this basically every day for the past 10 years, right? Plus years,
the
10
way
plus.
here that it's not technically the same thing, but you know how a lot of live service games will have like play this weekend and get double drops, and play this weekend and get 2 times experience, and this kind of like stuff like that. Like that stuff, I think, really undermines the integrity of the game very significantly in the long term. Like that stuff, like sure, that weekend a bunch of people will turn up, but then I feel like then you're like, when you don't have that, now you're much less likely to play. And so then you get into this death spiral of like, okay, well, the only time people turn up is when you start turning on double experience weekends. And so it's like, now that's what the game is. And it's like, you've kind of compromised the whole thing. So
Shots
like,
fired,
even just
man.
that like stuff, that's not even really to do with monetization even. It's just like another thing where it's like it's an outside element outside of the gameplay.
You're using marketing to push gameplay.
Yeah, that shouldn't be there. And I really hate that stuff. And like, I mean, you like, people will all the time suggest this kind of stuff, right? Like, and you get this with like third-party publishers as well, where it's like you'll be publishing in a market and they're like, oh, we want to be able to run an event where blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, we just will not do it. Like, in the long term, it just breaks things. Like, and they'll say, look, when we do it in this game, we get so much more players. And it's like, well, yeah, you do that weekend. But, like, it's just not good in the long term. So we never do that stuff. And, I think that it's another one of those things that in the long term, I think is much better for the health of the game.
I think that like generosity is always a good thing to have in games, and maybe it's not like double XP weekends or anything like that, because obviously I wholeheartedly agree with you that it it has a negative impact more than a positive impact in a lot of cases. I brought up like Warframe like earlier. Every single day you log into Warframe, there's a reward that you get, no matter I think how long you play the game, and sometimes that reward could be like a 75% off of the
they're all shooting
currency for the
shots,
game
man.
or something like that. So players always feel rewarded for logging in all the time. So
Logging in,
like,
boys.
I think there's different ways to go about it, but yeah, for sure, that's it's definitely not the way. One thing that I definitely wanted to make sure to bring up as well is I'll be real, the carrying over all microtransactions from PoE 1 to PoE 2 is unheard of.
W.
It is most companies would probably see this as an opportunity to be able to double dip, to be able to have their existing audience pay for all new things all over again, start over fresh,
Dude.
in an entirely different microtransaction ecosystem. What was your guys' motivation to what a lot of companies would probably look at as throw away all that money?
So I think there's like 3 or maybe even 4 sort of things going on here. So one of them is having started from a position of this is an expansion to Path of Exile 1 certainly was part of the part of the initial sort of thinking there. But the other thing as well is that okay, so let's think about sequels to live service games that have existed. Now, every time that people have done sequels to live service games, and there's not like that many of them.
No.
A lot of the time, the sequels end up doing worse than the original game, and you have to go back a little bit for some of these. But effectively, it's not always the case that the sequels do better. But what had been the case before for all the sequels to live service games?
Yeah, and I get it's gonna be like I could imagine it was tough for Jonathan, also pushing back on some of the probably ideas that Tencent wanted to do or even enforce on GGG or on the game. Obviously, I don't know this. This is just speculation. But with the way that Tencent has pay-to-win working in other games. Yeah, but this was not from the start, right? There's definitely... Well, I could just imagine that it was not an easy, fighting the corporate in this way. They have full autonomy. Okay, yeah, but they negotiated this probably in a good way. But this only applies to the Western version, right? The Chinese version, I mean, I don't know this, but I hear there is a bit of pay-to-win elements. Yeah, PoE in China is different. They have waifus, they have pets that can pick stuff, and I wouldn't say super hard pay-to-win, but definitely some pay-to-win elements.
Was that the original game effectively took a backseat.
We need the waifus in the West.
And no longer received any development, and
Waifus log in.
Was dead. And we're like, well, why do that, right? Why do that when we have something that there is an audience for that people love?
You're playing it today, right?
So I'm like, right. So I'm like, okay, well, in order, when you're a game designer, you think a lot in terms of incentives, right? It's okay, because just as a general mindset as a game designer, you're like, okay, because every time you design anything.
Tencent mostly bought GGG to release their version of Path of Exile in China. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, there's definitely going to be a big Chinese market for that kind of stuff.
You're like, okay, what are the incentives to the player? I'm also thinking about what are the incentives
Waifu
that we as a company will have.
That's right,
depending
Maria.
on how we structure this. So I'm like, okay, if we make sure that the microtransactions span across both games, that means that as a company, we will have an incentive to make sure that Path of Exile 1 continues to receive content, because we will still be getting monetization from that. Because the feeling that players will have is that PoE 1 is still getting, because PoE 1 will still be getting monetization because of the fact that all that stuff goes back as well as forwards. That means that we'll always be incentivized to support it. So effectively, I wanted to build into what the company's what the company is doing, a way to incentivize us to do the right thing here. And so that's part of the reason why we did it that way. But there's one other point as well I want to make, which is that when you do run a live service game, you kind of realize that the stuff, the stuff that's selling is the new stuff. And I don't think that reselling a bunch of stuff from the past to everyone again is necessarily even going to make that much money anyway. It's sure, there's stash tabs and stuff, and that would have been a short-term injection of cash probably if we'd done that. But really, in the long term, there's 2 things that are going to give us more money. One of them is getting new players. And those new players won't have paid us any money before, so they've got nothing to carry over. And the second thing is, keeping people interested in playing the game over and over again through all the different leagues, and thus, buying supporter packs through each of those times as well. and people having all their old stuff carry over really doesn't matter for those things, right? Like if our goal is long-term success of PoE 2 and 1, then it really, we can make this, and I don't think it should really hurt us at all in the long term. So I think just like for several reasons, it was the right move to do, and obviously players, are very happy about it as well.
I think
it
so
makes
too.
the people who played the game before feel valued, and we're not just going to throw this stuff in the garbage whenever we decide to do something new, which I think is very important. There's that feeling of like we actually care about all that stuff that we sold you before. So I think that all of that stuff combined really does just make for, to me, a no-brainer decision. So this wasn't a difficult decision at all. It was something that was very obvious to us right from the point when we decided to make PoE 2, and so I guess that's the sort of our thinking behind it.
Yeah, no, I think it's great. My stash tabs, thank you, by the way. But it's just it's an interesting direction to take. But I wholeheartedly agree with you that it seems like a no-brainer decision to just go ahead and transfer things between the two, because I think in a lot of cases for like the existing PoE audience, you're going to have people that are going to play both.
For sure,
right? Like they're going to go back and forth between the two of them, and they're going to spend money on both of them. Sure. And again, I think this kind of goes back into this like conversation of like, when you treat players like that, when you make things so accessible, when you don't make a situation where it looks like you're just trying to take money from them at every given turn, I think it builds a relationship in which they don't feel like they need to spend money. They feel like they want to. Like they want.
Dude, what he just said, 100%, guys. Listen to this again.
A situation where it looks like you're just trying to take money from them at every given turn. I think it builds a relationship in which they don't feel like they need to spend money. They feel like they want to. Like they want to support you. And I think,
dude, yeah, exactly, man. I don't feel like I need to spend money, but I feel like I want to, because that's fucking great, dude. Like, if it's gonna like stay real to this, like with what they're saying, and they have this, historical like track record of doing just that, I don't even mind, Yeah, I mean, you don't have to spend 480, you don't have to go as crazy as I did here. Like the 30 is fine, and then see if you like the game first. Like maybe, go for the $30 pack. And you can always upgrade, so you don't lose anything. Like, let's say you go for the $30 pack, and you decide you want to upgrade and get the hoodie or whatever later. You're going to get the difference between the $30 pack and whatever the hoodie pack is, and you just have to pay the difference, and then you update your current early access, basically, right? So you don't have to, like, go crazy from the beginning. See if you like the game with the $30 pack, and you can always upgrade later.
I think that's something that's really important. This ties into like a conversation. This is more of like a philosophical thing on my part, but over the last couple of years, I've noticed that there's been a trend lately where I think that a lot of companies are trying to either strike a balance or try to trend in the direction of like younger audiences and different. People like to say the mythical modern audience or something like that, and one of the things that I've noticed is that like great games just seem to land well, right? Like Elden Ring is a game that's played by ages probably 13 to like, I don't know, probably folks in their 70s have played Elden Ring. Like it really does cover that massive group of people. And I think that in a lot of cases, the industry is kind of losing sight of how like older players are not aging out of video games like they would in other industries.
They're just gonna keep coming, man. Those like gamer dads or like all the audience that grew up with the likes of Diablo 2, man. They probably still play because they just grew up with it and they really love it.
So like they feel like they have to target their games towards something else. And I noticed like the first thing that caught me off guard was when I logged into Path of Exile, and the first thing that happens is all of the other characters get hung. So it's like it's not a game that immediately wants to treat you like a child. Like it has its tone, it knows what its universe is and what its themes are. How do you think you strike that middle ground, or do you think it's necessary to strike a middle ground with an audience?
Well, at the end of the day, what we're doing is making a game that we enjoy, right? Like we're making
Yeah.
a game that we think is cool. And I think the danger really comes when you try to make a game for an audience that you're not part of. Like I think that's where you start to make things that appeal to nobody. Because you probably the people you're trying to make a game for that aren't you feel patronized by whatever it is you're doing.
There's a lot of examples of that.
Yeah, and you don't, and also you don't, once again, you just don't know what it is they want. Like the only person that I know, like the person I know the most what they want is myself, right?
Yeah.
Like I know exactly what I'm looking for in a game, and so and also like a lot of the people on the team as well, like like. The people on the development team really need to like what it is they're making. So, as I said, we're making a game for ourselves primarily,
Hardcore
and
veteran,
I think if we do that,
really?
that we will find an audience of people who are like us, who enjoy this kind of thing.
I'll check this
And
after the
yeah, we
interview.
do enjoy like darker themes and like doing like fun stuff. Like just honestly, it's just really fun.
Gotta go to the bathroom
do
for a
this.
sec.
The most fun
Very
that our
interesting.
artists have are when they're
More shots, dude. You go
like
in
making
once like that.
things that are more extreme. Like you probably, I guess you probably didn't. Oh no, we did. We show you in that presentation the Black Chambers that has all the crazy body horror stuff, and it's like they had so much fun. Just like, oh yeah, what do we get this guy? Just like pull his intestines around a crate, like around a gear train, like like stuff like that. They're just like and like slicing the guy in half vertically.
The minute I saw like the cheese grater machine, I was like, thank God.
So it's like there's a smile on the artist's face when they're designing stuff like that. So it's like and if they're enjoying it, then the players will enjoy it. So like I think that's really what it comes down to. Just target yourself, like make stuff that you think is cool, and then so long as there's enough other people like you out there, then you'll get a big audience.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. These are we're into the bonus round here. Here we go. Path of Exile. Oh, this is a really good one. So obviously, long-standing game. There's a lot of narrative and story elements from Path of Exile 1, a lot of world building that's very pivotal to this game. It's picking up off of the events of Path of Exile, obviously. How do you guys approach storytelling and in a way to keep players invested, but also, with Path of Exile 2 coming out, how are you guys going to, onboard those new players that maybe won't go play Path of Exile 1?
So as a starting point, like you really can play through PoE 2 and understand the story without knowing anything about PoE 1. Like it is the same world. There are going to be some characters who repeat, that kind of thing. Like if you played PoE 1, there's a lot of stuff there for you. But we do have to make sure that the story is kind of feels engaging to someone who just didn't experience it before. I think one of the things that's really interesting with storytelling in an action RPG is that you have to be really careful not to be overbearing. Like there are cases where
This is frost.
we expect people to play through the game lots of times, right? And so like if you have a lot of like so the quintessential thing that a lot of games do, most games do, is they'll detach the camera from the play, from the play position, and they'll like do things like you talk to an NPC and it comes down and you've got stuff like that, right? And I think for a game that you play through one time, that stuff is very effective and works well, and it does help with engagement in the story, and like that's a good thing. But the moment that you do that, when you've got a campaign that you want people to be able to like run through quickly, just taking the camera away from where it is and putting it somewhere else immediately makes it feel like a chore to engage with all of those NPCs and everything. Like in PoE 1, if you want to, you can burn through like all of that story and quest stuff like very, very easily. And so we're kind of trying to make sure that in PoE 2, like we had this sort of difficult challenge of like, we want people to care about the story more than they did in PoE 1, but we also don't want to have that feeling.
There's another interview in 50. Isn't it in 1 hour and 50 minutes from Try?
Like, oh,
I thought it's 1 hour later than that.
Like made the campaign this annoying process to have to go through. I think that is something that some of the games have run into, and so then they start to think, oh, we need ways to skip it, and like it drives all of that stuff, right? Like we want to try and do both. So I think that what we've really tried to do is to add more of that story stuff
5
through
EST.
the campaign in ways that are both not annoying but do sort of allow you to experience stuff without having to stop your gameplay. So you've got things like as you're walking through areas, like sometimes
he froze
that you can click on that like will play as you as you run through and stuff like that.
It's in
we've
2
also
hours.
made the like more I guess, like animated story moments that you sort of get to experience without actually having to stop running around. You know, like you've got things like boss intros and things like that. Like you get a moment to like tell a bit of a story as the bosses coming out. You know, with a few lines of dialogue that can really, you know, like make like sell the idea. Without kind of getting in your way. So I guess that's the sort of main thing. And I think one of the games that inspires me the most, and strangely enough in this regard, is Half-Life, where they always made sure to never break the character's ability to like, you've got one perspective through the entire game, right?
Yeah.
Like there's never a moment where, like, you know, like where you have a cutscene or you fade out and fade in and do something else. Like, and I agree with that thing wholeheartedly. Like the moment you do that, you feel like you lose control and you feel like it's a game telling you something rather than you playing something. So I actually am a big believer in like keeping the character's perspective the entire time. So that being said, we do have a few things. You know, there's an intro cinematic that you guys got to see.
It was very good.
Yeah.
He designed it, man. Wait, shall we watch the intro cinematic again, guys? Oh my god, man. You know what he's talking about, yes? The intro cinematic. But wait, let's see.
That was a lot of fun to create, by the way.
Dude, what? I don't believe this is a coincidence. Listen to what he says and then we'll watch it. What?
A few things. You know, there's an intro cinematic that you guys got to see.
It was very good.
That was a lot of fun to create, by the way. And there's even a couple more things like that.
That was a lot of fun to create, guys. Do you know this intro? Like, dude, the voice lines, man. Okay, look, this is the scene that he made. Obviously, there is a little bit of overlapping, but the voice acting and the video, apart from these little images, are the same.
Why are you here?
There's no way, man.
Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
The player base isn't ready, boys.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have on
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
December 6th. Wait, there's a full version?
Sir, just what are we facing here?
There's no way.
A relic of the old world.
This was designed by Jonathan Rogers himself. I mean, obviously, these images are edited, so it's slightly tampered with. He had a lot of fun creating it.
Ready your
He
men,
just
Captain.
said.
You can only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do
D4, last chance.
not attack.
Wait, this me? Slightly, yeah.
You heard the whispers. What do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman. Shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Sullen!
Wait a sec. What is this? unfinished, no Mephisto, Diablo when, Bale when, D-Force last chance, still no endgame, bad itemization, tier sets when, bug, Spiritborn 99999. Oh my god, dude.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain?
Oh my god.
It's here.
How can it fit so
Rain,
well?
send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, blade up!
Come on. I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a man.
No,
That's not.
it's not.
Spiritborn damage.
Run!
Bro. Here we go.
Captain! Captain!
Captain.
Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
How does it feel so?
Here.
What is it?
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built.
How?
Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
D4 blasters become exiles. How does it fit so well? Ten more days, boys. Yeah, I'm one of those. Here's the video. I'll link it. Dude. Thumbs up. Bro, what the hell? That's crazy too. Yeah, we have like what, 2 more? This one you guys may have seen. Wait, it's not this one. Oh, I don't have the OG one. Ah, there's so many always. Rob splitting apart. Man, these are hitting too good. I think this one again too. This is new Path of Exile trailer, my friends. It just dropped yesterday. not Lost Ark. Smash. Bro. What is this fart? Oh god, man, like, oh. Here's the one. He made a new one. This is aimed towards me from Nevermind. Armin.
Let's read some news.
Oh my god.
Oh, fuck this.
I guess I'll watch my favorite streamer play some Diablo 4. You can always count on Rob.
Oh, wait, come on.
www.uporn. Damn muscle memory.
What the fuck?
What's that, brother? Brother, what's that?
You'll always be with me.
Hey, what the
And
fuck,
you'll
guys?
always be my brother.
We'll enjoy both games, man. Come on. And I'm gonna get copyright strike for this, man. What the fuck? Dude. Bro. Frosty LaRue. Yeah. I have that one ready. I uploaded it. We watched it yesterday. I mean, you want to see it again, guys? Did many of you not see it?
This is Frosty LaRue. Path of Exile 2, the Diablo.
You want to watch this again, boys, or what? This is Frosty LaRue. Alright, let's finish the interview. I think we were almost done, and then we'll watch that one. I don't even remember, like... There's like 10 more minutes here. Let's watch Frosty after. And then there's another interview. Yeah. Do you see this tweet? Yeah, Targeted Trial is gonna be the guy. Hidden... Wait, what? A lot of, like, what is this on the shirt? Subo never misses. Yeah, Targeted Trial. We also have one from Lily. Dude, there's so many. Hawk is also going in, man. It just never stops now, man. Yeah, it never stops now. Yeah, okay, let's watch the Frosty thing. But I already watched this, so I'm gonna let this. And I'll be right back then. This is gonna be the one. And then there's a new interview, boys. Here. This is from Frosty LaRue. You know you'd love it.
This is Frosty LaRue. Path of...
Dude, this is the best, man. This is the best. We'll put the chat. I don't even know, like, there's gonna be so many things where people move, but yeah. See it.
Like ARPG.
This is one of the strongest announcements I've ever seen in the history of ARPGs.
This is insane.
Holy crap, this is gonna be incredible.
This is old school RuneScape.
You gotta play it.
I'm excited.
This is perfect.
Diablo 4 is cooked.
See, this is what Diablo 4 should have been.
Like, Diablo 4 is bad, Diablo 4 is dead.
I'm gonna quit Diablo 4.
That this beta has more depth to it than Diablo.
Dude, that's all out of context. What? Man, he like Woody and me. What?
4 is cooked.
See, this is what Diablo 4 should have been.
Like, Diablo 4 is bad, Diablo 4 is dead.
I'm gonna quit Diablo 4.
That this beta has
What
more
the
depth
fuck?
to it than Diablo 4 does after the expansion. Like, this is fucking
We can't say anything anymore, man.
insane.
Welcome back, you freaking traitors. You probably clicked on this
Look at
video
the
to hear
background.
about Path of Exile 2. And that absolutely disgusts me. Anyway, in this video, I'll be going over all the major
Okay.
issues with Path of Exile 2,
We gotta keep
followed
it
by
fair.
a recent tweet by the Diablo 4 Giga Chad himself, Rod Diablo-like Ferguson, as well as many other well-known Diablo 4 superfans' thoughts and plans in regards to Path.
there Megan Fox?
Path of Exile 2.
Oh boy.
Alright, let's jump in and get to the major problems with this game.
Unfortunately, Path of Exile 2 will not be available on Mac OS at the start of early access, but we're keen to have this platform. Okay, so Mac gamers once again are taking an L.
Well,
the Mac gamers, boys.
That sums up all the major problems with PoE 2. Sucks to be you, Mac gamers. Anyway, on to bigger news. Let's
Is a Big Mac a gamer? What's a Mac gamer?
Recap the tweet heard by literally billions of people around the world.
Look at Rod Ferguson's tweet. Is this the Diablo-like thing? Is this that bullshit about that? Let me see if I can find it.
He has the video with Logan Paul trolling that BBC reporter.
Where's Rod Ferguson? There it is. Let me double check.
So, a couple of days ago, when the PoE 2 stream ended, literally, X is blowing up, people are posting like crazy, holy crap, this is gonna be incredible. Rod Ferguson,
the general manager of all of Diablo, decided to go on Twitter and absolutely cook himself with this unhinged take.
Oh my goodness. Hogs got the video. Path of Exile 2 reveal was so epic it's themed Rod Ferguson. All right, what is
the
it?
genre of ARPG is starting to mean a lot of different things. Much like Souls-like and roguelike, I wonder if we could normalize Diablo-like for ARPGs that follow the Diablo formula.
I absolutely cannot believe that this is real. Out of all the badass stuff that was
Hawk is never holding anything back, man.
showcased, after all the in-game, after all the Atlas rework, dual skill trees, and weapons that you can dual wield in one hand, all the 6 classes, and all this badass shit that they showed us yesterday, the Path of Exile 2 early access live stream. This right here was my favorite. That shit triggered Rod Ferguson so bad that he had to go make a tweet.
Rod Ferguson is scared. He is threatened, though he's lashing out. Grinding Gear Games has made something tremendous with Path of Exile 2. It has Blizzard shivering, and the game isn't even out yet.
No wonder Rod was making tweets. No, this isn't an ARP.
I said this before, guys. Again, I think, both games will continue to exist. No one's gonna die. No game's gonna die. And I don't know, why people keep adding more gasoline to the fire.
Gee, it's just like Diablo. Yeah, sure,
I mean, at this point, yeah, the memes are funny, but
bruh, you ain't even follow the Diablo.
I don't even know why they're all hating on each other, man. Just leave it be. Yeah, that was just unnecessary, man. I mean, I have a post about it. I'm going to link that below. What are my thoughts? I made a full video about it. What are my thoughts on this entire situation? But let's just have fun and play some video games. And the more video games that we can enjoy there are on the market, the better it is for us, the customer. Simple as that.
You ain't even got a goddamn Diablo in your game. So
but the timing was extremely bad.
Just please go sit down and get out of here.
Now, maybe
Diablo is not in Diablo 4. Yeah, I heard that a couple times before. I'm pretty sure some expansion will bring Diablo into Diablo 4.
Getting mad.
Bruh, you ain't even follow the Diablo you ain't even got a goddamn Diablo in your game. So just please go sit down and get out of here.
Now, maybe he's scared, maybe he's a little nervous, but the last thing you want to do is come across as petty. And that's how this looks.
I think it's very unprofessional. If I was the VP of a game company, I wouldn't be throwing shade. That's a very passive-aggressive way to throw shade at GGG.
Yeah, no need to throw the blows, man.
This is such bad form. It is absolutely terrible. The timing on it, everything about it just looks really, really bad. It comes across as jealous.
Well, hold up. You guys are the...
Man, he could have just said something like, hey, congratulations to the Path of Exile team. Game's looking fantastic. Let's go. We have new content coming and blah, blah, blah. Whatever, right?
It comes across as jealous.
Well, hold up. You guys...
give credit where credit is due at some point.
are the ones sounding jealous. Do you even know how freaking cool the term Diablo-like sounds? Look, I can completely see what Rod is talking about here, and the term Diablo-like is already spreading like wildfire.
He was rubbing it in.
For example, when a game you are super hyped for launches and it's completely not what you expected, that's Diablo-like. When a company removes a key feature, like a charger for a phone, then sells that key feature back to you later on, that's Diablo-like. When a game has a skill tree system with no meaningful options, that's Diablo-like. When you are at a self-checkout, but you are asked to tip for doing the job the company you are tipping should be doing, well, that's Diablo-like. And lastly, when a game you took off for work for has a massive delay on launch that lasts for hours or even days, yeah, you guessed it right, that's...
Okay, the delay is not comparable to Error 37. Yes, the delay wasn't great, but it was like 6 hours. Error 37, we should ask Oogie, Francis, about it. Error 37 was a whole different beast in D3.
It's Diablo-like.
And I was actually very surprised, like, the servers of the game, they were super smooth. Like, when... I didn't expect, when Diablo 4 first launched, I expected the servers to go down to their knees, like pretty much immediately with like the amount of people that were playing. But the servers were actually pretty steady. Like they definitely like the launch was very smooth. And I really hope that, this is going to be the same smooth sailing for Path of Exile here come December 6th.
So you should probably give Rod a little slack here. He knows what he is doing and is completely not jealous at all about PoE 2. In fact, PoE 2 should be thanking Diablo, not the other way around, right?
The thing is that, and Grinding Gear Games would be the first people to say this, that they owe a lot to Diablo 3. Because Diablo...
They said this many times, in fact. We were just watching the history of GGG, and they said it many times. Like, we copied many features from Diablo 2, but they didn't only copy, they kept cooking. They kept cooking with those features. Like, there's many great examples. Like, they just kept going, And it was great. Like, for example, the switching of the skills. Not only does it switch your skills, like in D2, it also switches like half of your skill tree, which adds more character depth and more combination possibilities.
Diablo 3 being dog shit on release, dude, when the PoE closed beta came out, every single person in the general chat was talking about how shitty Diablo 3 was. And you know what's so fucking funny? Is when this game comes out.
Oh yeah, here, look at this. This is how it should have been. Thanks for linking this. We're excited. Like here, this is a tweet from Path of Exile. This is like a couple years ago, 2021. We're excited for the future of action RPGs and can't wait to see what the Blizzard team has been working on for the upcoming Diablo reveal. Sending the best wishes. Something like this. If Rod just said something along those lines, and you see here, there's Adam Fletcher, community manager for Diablo here replying. Man, like that's how it's done. Because they just had a killer day. Path of Exile, GGG, they've been working for years and years for this. There you go. Could have been that, and then this fire, like in the community, this was burning, like Diablo versus Path of Exile. This was burning for years and years and years. And this Rod tweet certainly pulled some more gasoline on that,
Every single person in the general chat is going to be talking about how shitty Diablo 4 is.
Okay. Let's check in on some real loyal Diablo 4 superfans, who I am sure are going to stick with D4 instead of this Diablo-like PoE 2.
There was already like many clips at the intro, man. Keep in mind, guys, you can clip some stuff a little out of context, maybe. for entertainment purposes, of course.
Hey folks, this is Riker, and this week saw the most hype live stream the ARPG world has ever seen. The announcement of Diablo 4 season of The Witch Doctor, basically. No, obviously it was Path of Exile too.
I'm a star.
I didn't even see this video. Oh my god, man.
Live stream the ARPG world has ever
the best ever
seen. The announcement of Diablo 4 season of The Witch Doctor, basically. No, obviously it was Path of Exile too.
I'm a starving man. I'm starving for Path of Exile 2 content, so I'm going to rewatch the same live stream for 15 days in a row until this game's out, okay?
That's basically what we're doing, my friends. I think I watched that thing. Like, it was 1.5 hours live stream, followed by a 2.5 hour Q&A. I think the live stream thing, portion of it, like we've dissected it. I think we've watched it more than 5 times already, man. That's chat. Yep. DM's so relatable. Once again.
In my opinion, this is one of the strongest announcements I've ever seen in the history of ARPGs.
I think I can kind of get away with less time spent from now on in Diablo 4 and more time invested into PoE 2. I'm going to be blasting this game at the very least until Season 7 launches, and then probably go right back into PoE 2.
Holy shit. Okay, all right, Rob, please tell me you didn't drink the Kool-Aid too.
I'm really excited to jump into PoE come December 6th.
Okay, I give up. Let's at least try and figure out why this is happening.
Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying there isn't enough in-game content.
Again, guys, I'm going to be playing both games, but there is a lot of content to get into in Path of Exile, and I like it. Oh, wait, I missed that. What did you say?
This is happening.
Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying there isn't enough in-game content.
Nah, that's never happened. I've personally, I've never seen that happen in an ARPG. I don't know what he's talking about.
It's not complicated and it's not intimidating at all, which is why Diablo 4 sold so well. Almost no barrier to entry. They're great for casual players. The problem is it...
And I think it's going to continue to sell well, Diablo 4, that is. Like, there's a big casual, like, player audience. You guys always meme and call it the gamer dads, you know. Hard day at work, guy, girl, whatever, comes home, sits down on the couch, turns on the PlayStation, turns on the Xbox. He doesn't care what the current Twitch drama is. He doesn't care about anything on YouTube. He doesn't even use the browser, you know, like there's no Chrome, no Firefox, no whatever. He has jobs, he has kids, he has wives to take care of. He sits down on that couch, pops open like a beer or whatever, and like he just like turns on a video game, plays for an hour, and then like he goes to bed. He doesn't mind, you know, like, and that guy, like, I don't think he's gonna play Path of Exile, but that's fine. I think Path of Exile is definitely staying like still while becoming much more accessible for newer players, which is great. They're still sticking like true to their like core identity, you know, which is like the game has a ton of depth as far as I experienced it so far.
It lacks an endgame almost.
It's not like a simple game, you know. It's not a simple game, and I don't think it's trying to be a simple game.
Entirely.
I'm really excited to jump into PoE. The biggest reason for me by far is probably the crazy endgame that they have. This focus on the endgame is just absolutely crazy and fresh and new to me, because coming from... It's a bit new to me. I mean, it's true, like Diablo is really focused on the new player experience, like the campaign, the story, the early game of Diablo is, I feel like, what's always the most focused on. Like they focus on this a lot, and this obviously attracts like a lot of people, right? But the end game, it always falls short because they go for the start. They go for the beginning, for the and I think both is super important. Both is very important.
Did he just say the focus on in-game is crazy and fresh and new to me? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, before. After a certain amount of time, there is not that much to do in.
I'm sorry, I have to laugh.
There truly is nothing to do.
Holy
My
shit,
Rex.
dude. Dude, back to back, saying the same thing. I love how the reaction is the same from literally everyone.
Well, I guess that's not literally true, but there aren't really any great rewards for doing that. I don't have any super awesome mounts. I don't have any titles. My character isn't glowing. I can't link you an item that is so rare and so godly that you wouldn't be able to find it yourself from all the hours that I put into it.
That's a good take from
The
Rex.
rewards are just not there.
Man, it gets worse. Nothing to do, no reason to do the things there are to do, and no rewards for doing them.
I mean, there is stuff to do, but you know, it's not really like some long-term progression working towards a higher goal. Stuff like that.
Okay, guys, I think it's inevitable. I also need to try this game out, and for exactly the reason you may think, to bring to light why PoE 2 is a vastly inferior game to the masterpiece we call Diablo 4. But for real, guys, I will be making a lot more videos on PoE 2, and you probably should be trying this game out yourself. It looks awesome. Please subscribe.
Diablo 4, oh yeah, I swear.
Do the song.
I love it more than I can bear. But in the shadows I
Listen to the lyrics.
confess. Path of Exile is my
What's
true
that?
unrest.
Sounds like the
Can you
default
guys
bed
imagine
radio.
the Frosty LaRue video we're going to be getting about all the Diablo 4 players like watching Path of Exile? I can see the title of the video already.
Man, the M's a genius for this, dude. Like, that guy's killing it. That guy's killing it like crazy on YouTube. Where's my Barbarian song, guys? Yeah, here, check out the video. Frosty LaRue, man. 4,000 in
That's
1
it,
hour.
boys.
Let's go, man. Yeah, that was a great video.
That guy's
Old
cooked.
school RuneScape. Log in, my friends. Yep.
He
Great
cooked big
video.
time.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, I have this opinion piece like about these like hate stuff. I'm gonna link that below. I think no point in like adding more fire and like more hate. Like just enjoy
What that guy says.
which game you want to play, and you can also play multiple games.
How
if
many
you
more
like.
Robs do we need on
That's
screen?
certainly what I'm gonna do, but I can't wait to get into all the things Path of Exile. I mean,
Yep.
I'm already getting into them right now.
Hell yeah.
And I'm having a great time, and it's in many cases been a pretty eye-opening
Which one's live?
experience. That you only really truly
guy.
know or can compare this stuff like if you actually invest like a lot of time into those games. And I just started the journey. So I think
It's been a journey, boys. Yeah, this is the video here. Check it out, man. And also the one from Frosty LaRue. I also have this post about like what I think about this whole like drama thing right on my channel here. Oh, I'm getting a bit nervous. You'll do great, man. Okay, he's doing... You'll do great. You'll do great. Can't wait for more details. Let's go. Yeah, he's having another interview, guys, with Jonathan Rogers. Yeah, even more details. Let's go. La 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 la. Where do I have my take on this? We have another video there as well. Finished interview. There's a message at the end. Yeah, we'll check that after. There's like a couple other things I want to check first. So I have these like a broad discussion here about the ARPG full fight swing. I think there's also another video here from Dreamcore about it. I don't know exactly what he says, but like I was reacting to his video and he uploaded another one here. Is that all? Bro. This is the passive tree. It's easy. Elon is logging in, boys.
10 days to go until PoE 2's
10 days, boys!
launch, and we continue onwards with some of the most interesting nodes on the PoE 2 passive tree. I was able to capture some of these during my playtime at the PoE 2 event in LA.
Juicy!
And today it's the Dexterity Intelligence aligned area of the tree, where the monk starts.
Ooh.
Getting straight into it with some mana leech
We're having some holy, my
Firstly,
friends. Cheers.
Siphon, which is located very close to the monk start.
You want to check some...
Siphon.
If you want to check some sugar-free... Oh, why does it write X? If you want to check some sugar-free drinks, my friends, 10% off with my code ROB. They have energy, they have iced teas, all the good stuff. This is going to keep us going for 40 hours on PoE launch come December 6th. Cheers. It's not a tree, it's a forest. That's right, my man, it's a forest. We're having lemon. This is how they look, man. Super cool. Let's go. Free shipping? Yes. I think certain order size you get free shipping. In Europe is very cheap. It's a little more expensive to ship in the US. But at a certain order size, it's I mean you get 10% off with my code. Where the fuck do I have the... I put it somewhere. No, it's lost. I'll find it.
It makes you recover 2% of mana on kill and increases the amount of mana leech by 25%. There's also Manifold Method, which is found closer to the edge of the tree. This one grants 50% increased amount of mana leeched and increases your chance to inflict ailments against rares and...
So mana leech, Monk also has a way to make the mana leech pretty much instant. So that's going to be pretty wild.
Uniques. Now, I wanted to highlight these two nodes because they're going to be incredibly
It's not $69 shipping, no.
Powerful with the Acolyte of Chayula Monk Ascendancy, which makes Mana Leech instant and has a node which will recover Energy Shield based on Mana Leeched. So, these two notables will massively improve the amount of mana you'll leech per hit.
So, you're going to have a great survivability though, right? Isn't there something that makes mana your life?
Which will in turn lead to a lot more instant recovery for both mana and energy shield if you have both Ravenous Doubts and Consuming Questions. The 2% mana recovery on kill is also very powerful if you're intending to use Mind Over Matter, as this form of recovery and the mana leech with Ravenous Doubts are both instant, which bypasses the less recovery rate downside on MOM. Next up, Briny Carapace. 60% increased stun threshold for each time you've been stunned recently. This node is going to be a really nice defensive measure to have to help prevent your character from being chain stunned. Stun threshold is based on maximum life, but there are several notables around the intelligence area of the tree which help to improve the stun threshold for energy shield or hybrid builds. And I think this node will be really nice to have early on in progression before you find a better solution to stun. Okay, here's a couple of poison nodes. Building Toxins found on the edge of the tree, which grants an extra poison stack, but reduces poison duration by 25%.
This guy's cooking on Monk.
And Escalating Toxins, which is right next door, providing 10% increased poison duration per poison inflicted recently, up to 100%. Now, in the context of PoE 1, Escalating Toxins is obviously ridiculously strong, but for how PoE 2 is changing poisons, it's not nearly as good. In a mapping setting, you should be able to reach the maximum duration on the node quite often as long as you're inflicting poisons on monsters fast enough, but that may not be all that useful. Where it matters more is on single target, where you'll need to not only be inflicting poisons quickly, but to benefit the most from the increased duration, you'll want to be able to inflict as many poisons as possible, and we currently don't have all of the information for how many stacks one may be able to achieve to be able to judge just how good this node might be. I believe we've seen 3 or 4 sources of additional poison stacks, which all have their own downsides, while the Pathfinder can double that total at the cost of a less duration modifier. This one is going to be a wait and see for me. Next we have Slippery Ice. This is a cool one. 25% reduced effect of chill on you, unaffected by chill while dodge rolling. So we know that dodge rolling will cover the same amount of distance across the full duration of the roll that would have been covered by walking normally, but this node will allow your dodge roll to be much more effective while chilled, not only for moving, but also for getting out of the way of dangerous AoEs where walking out of them would otherwise be slower due to the chill. Inner Faith is located close to the outer edge, 20% increased evasion rating, 20% increased maximum ES, and 25% reduced effective curses on you. This is just a really solid node to be picked up on any character scaling energy shield and evasion, as it just grants a bunch of useful stats. Dark Entries is another node located on the outer edge, and again, I don't have too much to say about this one other than it just being a really good node. +1 to the level of all Chaos skills. The 4 small nodes leading up to it may make this one a favourable anoint for builds that want it. The Eternal Youth keystone is changed from PoE 1 and it finds itself on the opposite side of the passive tree. It still makes Energy Shield Recharge apply to life instead, but also makes Recovery from your Life Flask apply to Energy Shield instead. Now, one interesting thing I'm noticing on the passive tree for PoE 2 is that options for Energy Shield Recovery are extremely limited compared to PoE 1. For example, in the version of PoE 2 I played in LA, there was no Ghost Reaver keystone on the tree, and I didn't see any nodes for Energy Shield Leech. And I think this is very deliberate, as there's a lot more nodes to invest in to scale Energy Shield Recharge instead. However, Eternal Youth provides an alternative for ES recovery using your Life Flask, as there's a decent amount of notables in the area that grant Life Flask charges over time, and some that grant a chance to not spend any Flask charges too. Next is another keystone, Resonance, which makes you gain a certain type of charge instead of another. Power instead of Frenzy, Frenzy instead of Endurance, and Endurance instead of Power. This one will enable some builds to be able to use or boost the use of skills that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to do before, and keep in mind that charges in PoE 2 do not have any inherent bonuses like they do in PoE 1. Wild Storm is another very strong notable located towards the outer edge of the tree.
So, like, what does it mean maximum? I mean, more is a multiplier, right? But, like, is there a difference between maximum and just lightning damage? Like, just top end. Okay, yeah, but on average... Yeah, okay. You have, like, from to. But it's still basically, like, just a full multiplier, right? Yeah, let's say you have 100 to 100 lightning damage. You will end up with 100 to 150. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay.
15% more maximum lightning damage.
It's like in Diablo 2, exactly. Like, if you ever played like a lightning sorcerer or like a Javazon, like you have like, I don't know, like 1 to like 10,000 damage for your lightning. So usually like the average should be like 5,000, you know?
Since lightning damage modifiers typically have low minimum and high maximum damage ranges, this one is great to boost that maximum damage range even further and improve the average damage roll. Okay, check out this notable, Spaghettification.
I mean, it's really a lot Diablo 2-like. Like, really a lot. There's a ton of stuff.
This one is crazy. 3% move speed, 29% increased chaos damage, minus 13% chaos resistance, 23% reduced light radius, and 7% increased attributes. This is just a really strong node for any chaos damage build. The light radius modifier is going to be somewhat annoying, and you'll need to overcome the chaos resistance downside too, but the rest of the stats gained are just incredibly useful on pretty much any build utilizing chaos damage. I expect to see this one getting picked up a lot. Alright, the best nodes are saved till last, and there's 4 of them. Let's start with Energize, located on the outer edge of the tree. 35% chance for trigger skills to refund half of energy spent. So the energy mechanic is a system tied to some trigger-based metagems which reserve spirit, and these gems will gain energy whenever a condition is met. For example, Cast on Shock gains energy upon shocking an enemy. Once enough energy is reached, the socketed spell is triggered and energy is fully depleted. But this node will provide a chance to retain some of that energy so that the next trigger goes off sooner. The value of this notable goes up massively the more energy gems you're using. One with the Storm is a quarterstaff notable found on the outer edge of the tree, which makes quarterstaff skills which consume power charges count as consuming an additional charge.
Quarterstaff skills that consume power charges count consuming an additional power charge. Okay, so you consume one, but you get the benefit of both.
Flicker.
This would be very good for Flicker Strike, yeah. Because Flicker Strike is changed where it always consumes a power charge now. Rather than like, so you can't like fully spam it. But how much DPS increase would you get like this?
Strike, anyone? Okay,
Yeah.
lastly, these...
So, like, he doesn't say, but like, how much total damage increase would this roughly be, guys? Because I don't really know like what a power charge, how it affects Flicker Strike. Well, that could be pretty good, yes?
Additional charge. Flicker Strike, anyone? Okay,
Longer.
lastly, these...
POB it, yeah, soon.
Nodes. Yes, the Trickster is back in PoE 2, well, not as an Ascendancy, but in spirit. Spectral Ward grants +1 to maximum ES per 12 evasion on your equipped body armor, while Subterfuge Mask grants +2 evasion per 1 maximum ES on your equipped helmet. We currently have no idea about the scaling we're going to have access to on endgame bases. For example, how much armor or evasion
No, Flicker Strike is in game.
or ES will they provide at the top end, and how high can any local modifiers scale up to? Regardless, I expect to see a lot of monk builds taking these nodes. And
Okay, +1 maximum energy shield per 12 evasion rating. +2 evasion rating per 1 max energy shield on equipped helm.
regardless, I expect to see a lot of monk builds taking these nodes. And that's it. Some of the interesting nodes in the int dex portion of the tree. If you've liked this video and you want to see more of other parts of the tree, make sure to subscribe, as I'll be putting out more videos like this in the time between now and launch.
Dude, yeah, here's the video, boys. Great video. Dream Core logging in, man. Here, leave a like. Man, nice. Yeah, it's a great breakdown. Man, it's already empty, dude. That's like so delicious, guys. Check out Holy if you like some sugar-free, delicious drink and support the channel at the same time. Plus 10% off with my code ROB, or use code ROB5 for $5 or euros off. Let's go. No, the targetive try is in 1 hour, guys. It's not now. It's in 1 hour. The stream just starts in an hour, like right now. You gotta have to wait a sec, man. Look. Like, he's gonna say hi and everything. Let's watch this one before. I have it open here, guys. I have it open. We'll see when he says something.
All right.
So what is the best build in Path of Exile? People recommended this. This, apparently, Lily is the queen of Path of Exile. Let's see what he has to say here.
If anybody is telling you what the best builds are right now, or any kind of concrete information that they'd say is basically fact,
Who is coping? Who is coping?
ignore them. It's
They're
ridiculous. We know we don't know anything. Do you understand that? Get that in your head. Stop looking at builds.
Why is she so white?
You look at ideas.
Pepper
but
white.
If anybody's presenting things as the best or whatever, you should. They're clowns, and you should ignore them.
Best
They're
build.
not looking out for
Tier
good
list.
builds.
Best build.
They're looking out for good builds for their ad revenue on YouTube.
That's right.
Anyways.
They sure do.
Wrong thing.
I mean, again, I said this on Zizaren's post. Because Zizaren made a post exactly about this. And I, as a new player, I have my reply here. Like, I really like, so this is his post. I really appreciate, you know, the veterans of Path of Exile. Because I'm essentially like a full beginner. And I really appreciate the veterans putting out their thoughts, their like speculation, like their best guess, essentially, on what a good build might be. Like, I really appreciate that. But I definitely agree, like, making like a full like tier list, everything, like, yeah. That's not possible if you don't even know the skills and the passives. However, I really like these videos where people say, you know, this might be my league starter or whatever. Like, this is how I'm going to start Path of Exile. I think it might be pretty strong because of this and that combination. And I really learn a lot from that. So, I mean, even if somebody would make a tier list, I'd probably watch it, you know, like, because, like, if the person is very knowledgeable, like, his or her best guess would be way better than what I can come up with, because, like, I'm just a beginner, or like you, many of you probably too, right?
So here we got. I have 2 MS Paint builds I cooked up. I mean, they're pretty simple.
She's cooking MS Paint builds, man.
Simple. They're like, and they probably won't even work. Well, this one I definitely don't think is going to be good. On paper, and what we have so far, it looks really strong, knowing nothing. So it's the 1 HP meme dream build. You can finally do Chaos, Inoculation, Eldritch Battery, and you have 1 HP, and it's fine, because Mind Over Matter in PoE 2 makes all damage taken from mana before life. And now you get this less mana recovery, but then you also get Mana Leech instant here from Chayula Monkman. Along with this one, which Mana Leech effects also recover Energy Shield, which seems really OP. You just dump everything on mana. It's huge, right? Problem is, Leech, I'm not feeling good about Leech. Leech is probably going to be not great. It just seems way too powerful. There's no way Leech is as good as it seems. Like, looking at it from a PoE 1 perspective, it looks insane, but I don't know. There's got to be something...
Dude, I remember like 2 days ago, you made me read the 47-page Leech mechanic manifesto of Path of Exile 1. Like, we went down a big rabbit hole trying to understand how Leech works. But like, nobody knows, basically. There was like a master thesis on this. Somebody posted like the full like PhD like recovery discoveries. But man, freaking Leech, dude. What the fuck?
Kind of bait with Leech here. And then here is the build I'm actually probably going to go, that I think has more of a chance of working, is Cluster Grenade Witch Hunter. Now, it's not only going to use Cluster Grenade, it's also going to use like other crossbow skills, but Cluster Grenade, the main one for damage, mechanically wise, it looks really insane. You know, anything that like splits off and explodes a million times in a little AoE is usually pretty insane. So I think it'll be good. I mean, like I said, I have no idea, but
Cluster Grenades.
Predicting it'll be good. I'm not going to give you any substantial information, concrete things. It's just an idea. So Witch Hunter Ascendancy looks very strong. It has a lot of damage stuff. It has some explodey. Got this first hit chunks enemy, and it makes it so you do 1 to 30% of the enemy's HP on your first hit against them. Has some other stuff too, but those are the main 2 I'm looking at right now. Don't really know yet. $900 in my room. Okay. And then got some projectile stuff here. As it's an AoE tag and a proj tag. So these will work with it. And it'll...
Wait, she retweeted it? Okay, like, this is a video from DS Lily. I didn't even see this, man. Much better comparison. Hydrogen bomb versus coffin baby. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? I see. Is it live? Is it live?
Split off and make...
Oh my, I was 1 minute late. Oh.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be...
Anyone who would like to react live, go for it. I would be lying if I said I was not nervous.
What did you say?
Steel Mage, yeah, you are fine to leech the live stream. I do not care, Steel. Anyone who would like to react live, go for it.
Well, that's cool.
I would be lying if I said
he's gonna interview Jonathan.
Okay, the last time I talked to Jonathan live was March of this year, and it was after a Path of Exile 2 delay. So I didn't feel the weight of the world potentially on my shoulders, right?
Do you watch this?
Because the game wasn't coming out for quite some
He's great,
time.
man.
We had no idea on the exact date. It could be a year from now. This time, I don't know if you can see it on my screen. Like, what shot of my screen? This side? Right here? Right here? Do you guys see this? You see what that says?
9
That says
days.
9 days, 21 hours, 55 minutes, and 25 seconds until the game comes out. Oh my. Please mute my follows. Oh, yes. Let me mute my follows, guys. You're right.
Legit streamer,
Omega
man.
Cyber's helping me out. I didn't realize I'd get so many followers. Thanks for all the follows, you guys. Don't worry. During the interview with Jonathan, there will be no alerts. There will be no outside forces. This time, though, I will be watching chat. I am far more confident in myself than last time, so I think I can watch chat.
We get
right?
through
Okay, well, those
everything.
aren't muted. Patty FX, thanks for the prime, dude.
Okay, like it's gonna start soon. Let's finish this.
More
We will watch it when Jonathan's
explosions. They've shown this in a teaser, but the real question is, will this? Okay, so they have less projectile damage on them, right? But what I'm wondering is do the smaller grenades that explode scale off of projectile damage? Because if they don't, this is definitely be really good. Then there's no way it's not good. If that doesn't work, if the proj damage doesn't scale it, because then you're not getting this negative damage. But it probably does. But there's stuff in PoE 1 like Lightning Strike, which does a melee hit and then projectile. And the projectile damage doesn't scale the melee hit
So cluster grenades is basically like launching and then splitting into many small grenades in a small AoE, doing big damage.
Lightning Strike. So if that works, it should be. I think it'll be insane. Obviously,
Well, she's just been realistic with this, guys. Like a lot of people are just like full coping on a lot of this stuff. Yeah, he's gonna turn it off. Yeah. He already said so. They're gonna turn it off. Or he's gonna turn it off. It's gonna be good. You can believe her.
No, but
she knows.
Predicting.
She blasting.
Then use like Conk Effect on bosses and stuff. It might also have the effect with AoE, where if you can scale AoE to be smaller, it'll hit more in the same area. Then I just got some passive skills around the tree that looks pretty good. Like grenade stuff. I mean, it's pretty obvious stuff. Some cooldown reduction in AoE. You know, this life leech stuff is pending on if leech is actually good or not. If it's like I said, if it's bad.
So do you guys know like if all these people are gonna play hardcore? Like Lily, like Ben, I know like all the guys who play hardcore. I think they always play hardcore when I watch like Quinn.
Probably not gonna take too much of that. But yeah, got some max life as armor, you know, get some defense because Witch Hunter has pretty much no defense on the Ascendancy.
Yeah.
But damage wise, it looks very good. And then I think there's like a crossbow base type.
Ben says softcore, okay.
You can get that gives you like an extra grenade or something. So you'd probably use that. And beyond this, I know no details.
Server issues.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
I could see that, yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's fun. Queen wanted to sub softcore, but his chat Pepper laugh. Yeah. I mean, I could totally see that. I mean, obviously his chat wants him to go hardcore because his chat wants to see him die in game multiple times, probably in Act 1. Yes, they probably want to see him die in Act 1. That's how it's gonna go. I mean, for sure. That's a Quinn chat. First guy to ever die in hardcore, Quinn69. That's a good achievement to get. He will have Rip 10 in his title day 1. You get more out of your time if you actually learn the mechanics of Path of Exile 2 in Path of Exile 1. You think that? Because I think a lot of stuff is different. I don't know, man. We might go in and try. I don't know why it like takes so long to load. What the fuck is this? For some reason, it takes forever to load something. PO1 is good. Yeah, we could try maybe. Like next days, maybe tomorrow. Yeah, but it's gonna be a different game, guys. Like, there's like so much different stuff. You got 4 mirrors in a row. You, dude. Dude, I practically had to get this pack, guys. Come on. Not to like shame anybody, but what packs did you guys end up getting? Like, what packs did you end up getting? $160, $30, $100, $100, $100, $300. Hell yeah, man. We'll get the big one, $480. Yeah, I mean, you can always get the $30 basic, and then just you know, update later. That's totally fine, right? Like, you don't have to go like super crazy with it. Yeah, supporting, like, they said it in the interview. Actually, let's rush the rest. We still have a bit of time. I didn't see the end of it.
Later on the campaign as well.
Very cool.
Which we'll be doing. So yeah, I think that the story stuff is.
It's like, you know, I got a feeling like I want to support them. It's not like I have to buy it or something. It's like you actively want to support GGG and Grinding Gear games. You know, with their passionate game and with, you know, the way they handle things.
A lot better in PoE2 than it was in PoE1, but we still, as I said, have to maintain that idea of like, don't get in the way, don't be annoying, don't like, if you know what you're doing, don't make you have to do annoying steps. Like, actually, here's another random.
This interview just dropped like 3 hours ago.
Example about this kind of stuff, where like,
yeah, vote with
there's
your
this idea in where we have to consider both what the character knows, but also what the player knows. So in our storyline, unlike a lot of games, if you know as a player where something is before someone has told you about it, then we will allow you to go and do that quest before you know about the quest and that kind of stuff. And like, we're generally pretty consistent with the idea that like that you don't have to just talk to an NPC just to find something out that the player already knew. Like, that's really important. Like,
okay,
you don't just,
yeah.
like, you know, like if you can always, like, you have to go to an NPC if you have to like turn in a quest item because they need to, like, you know, make something for you or do something like that. But if you already know exactly how something works, there is no requirement for you to talk to an NPC just to find that out. And once again, I think that's a bit unusual as far as games go, because most story games kind of like the character has to know about something before you're allowed to do it. Whereas in a lot of cases, but here it's like, it's very important to us that if you know what the campaign is and you've done the storyline a million times, you just go straight there, you just do the thing, and it's very, you know, there's nothing in your way.
Are there instances in which you could actually go and like take down like a boss that might be a part of a quest before the quest is actually taken?
Yeah, absolutely. That happens all the time. So we do in some cases have blockages and things that, like, but when we do that, it's like, it's because, oh, there's some key you have to get from something and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So there are blockages along the way that are mandatory, but generally speaking, you know, you can ignore the NPCs for everything except having to turn in quest items, and then you'll still be able to complete everything just fine.
That's cool.
And go through everything just fine.
Yeah. I like that, because like the idea is, this kind of goes back to one of our earlier discussions, but it's the idea of earning the ability to trivialize the game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, and that's something that players like, who knew? Players like to earn things in games, including skill and reputation and items and whatnot. But like, I think that there's something really special in that, where
for these more experienced players, once you've run through the campaign a couple of times, now all of a sudden, I don't need to talk to these people. I can go grab this. I can go kill this. I can do this. I can come back and then take the quest and turn everything in and then go back to do what I was doing.
Sure.
That's very cool. I like that a lot. So just in general with PoE, you guys have PoE 2, you guys have done a lot of new things. You guys have added a lot of new things. How much freedom do you guys give your team to experiment with new ideas, and how do you guys decide what features are making it into these games?
So it is honestly a mix, but I guess one of the things I like to do as a manager generally is that if someone suggests something and I've got an idea as well, then if those things are of equal weight, like if I don't have a reason particularly to prioritize one or the other, I'll always go with what the team wants to do over what I would prefer to do. I think that's just important because it means that the team just feels a lot more ownership over what the game is, and they feel like that their ideas are actually getting in, and they feel like what they come up with kind of gets into the final product. So like it's interesting being a game director because you've kind of got this mix of tyranny, but also democracy in terms of like you obviously have to make sure that the game is going in the direction. Like I'm not going to do anything in the game that is something that I wouldn't like, but at the same time, if I'm ambivalent towards something, but another team member is really passionate about it, then it's absolutely something that I think that they should be allowed to do because it'll make them much happier. And I think also the passion of the person making the product goes through a lot in the final result. So I always want to err on that side. But the main thing, of course, that I'm here to say is like, but if I am like, no, I don't like this, I really have to just be tyrannical and say, this can't go in the game because I don't. I really have to, on some level, have some kind of cohesion around the whole vision of the thing. Yeah. You really don't want it to turn into some kind of design by committee product either. So it is a bit of a tough balance, but ultimately, I would hope that the team feels like ideas they come up with have a good shot to go in. And generally speaking, I'm fairly fine with whatever ideas they come up with going. And so long as there's something that I don't think is making the game worse, I'm like, go right ahead. Yeah. You can. Let's go with that. Let's do this crazy boss. Let's do whatever crazy. I'm
super excited for real.
Yeah, I like that, especially with the boss design and stuff like that. I think that like when I was playing the build of PoE 2 that I was playing, like the boss design is something. It's wild how much you guys have evolved it since your last game, or just in general, just for the genre. It's just so cool. Sure. Which actually it brings me to one final question that I have, and this is something that was kind of brought up when we were at the event. I just want to say that I appreciate the genius of this. But the idea that you guys are going to be releasing the first 3 acts and then you are going straight into the end game because you guys want to make sure that in early access, the end game is what is getting played. The end game is what's being tested. What's the motivation behind that? I feel like obviously part of it is somewhat a no-brainer because PoE is its end game in a lot of cases. These games are their end game in a lot of cases. But what are you guys looking to accomplish for it? And what was the what was the mindset making such a intelligent decision?
So it's funny because you say it's a no-brainer, but it surprisingly took us a while to realize that that's what we needed to do. And strangely enough, it actually happened. We changed direction completely to this when we were when we did the announcement for Settlers of Calgar. And so what happened was, we obviously had a bunch of in-game plans, and we had a design for what the in-game would be, but we did the Settlers of Calgar announcement, and that announcement was really huge. And
it's so good.
On the same day as that announcement occurred, there was also a Diablo 4 announcement where they announced, I think it was a class they were announcing, and
Spiritborn.
Everyone was saying, like, Blizzard's making this expansion and it costs like $60 or whatever it costs. And I
remember that. I watched both.
The amount of and the content they're making is like not even as large as this random PoE 1 expansion that's coming out. You know what I mean? Like there was all this sort of stuff like that. When I saw that, I'm like, okay, well, so first of all, like making a class is actually like a way larger amount of work.
Oh, it's a lot of work.
Than making.
Okay, he's so humble, man. Let's go.
Calgar was like honestly, when you actually compare the two in terms of the amount of work that goes into it, one of them is a lot easier. But then I was talking to Mark about this, and Mark was like, well, yeah, but so maybe they should be making more of the type of content like what we're making. And I was like, well, you're not wrong about that. Like, okay, just because something takes more work doesn't necessarily mean that like that's the right thing to be doing.
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, hang on, are we making the same mistake with PoE 2? Like, we were barreling forward thinking like we have to finish this campaign before we can work on all this endgame stuff. And then I was like, well, hang on, like, why are we making all this content that's really hard to make when we could be making content that's honestly easier to make, and probably the players will get a lot more satisfaction out of it. Like, there'll be a lot more actual gameplay that comes. It's like because like when you're making a game like ours, it's like you've got this phase where you make you have to make a bunch of art, you have to make a bunch of animation and like all this sort of stuff, and then there's the phase where like you get to like do a bunch of remixes and reuse and like all that stuff, and like an in game typically is where all that sort of stuff happens. And like that stuff is honestly easier to do than making it in the first place. And yet the amount of actual value that a player gets out of that is like in a lot of ways higher.
Much higher.
So we effectively were just like, you know what? Like why are we not just stopping? Like, we need to just drop everything. We were like towards the end of making to finishing Act 4. And we were like, you know what? Let's just drop everything that we're doing. We'd already done a pass through the game, by the way, so like a lot of that stuff.
So the eye opener was also like in some way what Diablo 4 did. That's interesting.
But like we were like doing the polish work on Act 4. But like, let's just drop everything and just
because now they just have the 3 acts, and Act 4, 5, and 6 are going to be polished, and they're going to come later in the early access.
Entirely in game now. Like, let's take what we've been doing with in-game and like now we're going to put the whole company on it. We're going to stop completely working on all of the campaign stuff that we're doing, and we're just going to focus entirely on in-game and make that as big as we possibly can. Because, yeah, the players will get a lot more out of that. And like honestly, like a 3-act campaign for a new player, it's already a huge game. Like, sure, we're making a game that's, that's 50 hours long, but having a 25-hour long game is also still a big campaign, right? Like, and yet, yeah. And the other thing as well about this is that if we have a bad end game when we get to early access, then we kind of have to say to people, hey, trust us, guys. There's a good end game coming. You guys don't really. I mean, we'll tell you kind of what it is, but like you guys have to just sort of trust us what it is, right? But if we have a great end game and then the campaign's 3 acts short, well, it's like you know exactly what another 3 acts is going to be like because you just played the first 3, right? So it's like you know exactly what to expect when we add that later. But we get to impress you with an end game before that point. So yeah, that really was what it came down to. But yeah, it was not really that long ago when we came to do that. And I think that was a really important decision because we effectively, and the other fun thing about it, by the way, is that now like making the end game for PoE 2 is like going back to the like making PoE 1 leagues again, except with the resources of the whole company all in one thing. So it's like making 7 leagues concurrently, which is kind of a crazy thing. But
the end game is gonna be so cool.
So yeah, it's been a lot of fun to work on that stuff, and it's pretty cool. So yeah, it's funny because in retrospect, it's like obviously this is the right move, right? Like obviously this is better.
Yeah.
But it did take a little while, and it took that moment of like, well, what the hell are we doing here, to actually realize that we had to change direction like that.
Yeah, because I mean, like from my perspective, when I'm looking at it, it's like, well, story content. It's not like it's not worthwhile, or the work that your folks have been doing on it isn't worthwhile. There's a lot of value in it, but the vast majority of that value will be extracted within the first couple months of the game releasing, and then done. Whereas like Endgame is the reason why people keep coming back to the game over and over and over
again. But also a lot of the value that we get from making that stuff is that we then get to use it to remix it to make it an endgame. And so like the endgame maps that we were showing, like all of them look like unique areas, but all of them are just like done by just like we've got so many assets through the campaign of the game that we can take and then turn into maps. Like when people are making new maps, it really only takes a few days to turn around a new one, because like in-game maps I'm talking about, because in terms of the environment, I mean, because they just take a bunch of existing stuff and they're putting it back together. And it's like you'd be surprised how different you can make areas feel than campaign areas by changing remixing a few different tile sets together, doing some changing the color of things, changing the lighting settings and all that sort of stuff. And suddenly you've got an area.
Don't have to reinvent the wheel every time.
Feel like anything else you've done, and then you make a few specific bespoke tiles to kind of make to add like a specific theme to the area, and then you've got a new map. And it's like we can do that stuff so quickly, and it really makes the end game feel gigantic. There's just all sorts of shit in there that there's so many maps and like interesting things to find, and And the last benefit is that for a lot of developers, when you're making content quickly, you just feel so much more productive, and it's so much more fun to actually get stuff working. Like it's the slow grind that kind of wears on you over the years, but the whole just like, oh man, we're just like making maps left and right. We're like turning out all these systems. Like it just feels great to do. So
yeah, I would imagine, especially because like I mean you got to think. I mean you already do think, but with you guys been working on Path of Exile 1 for so long, it's like going back to the regular grind when you're just going to make the endgame content, right? It's like, oh, we were already doing this. So that's cool. That's cool, man. I'm looking forward to it. I know a lot of people are looking forward to it. I think that it's going to be a very special game. You guys have put a lot of love in, a lot of care, and it even as an early build that I've gotten my hands on, it feels transformative in ways that I haven't been able to express properly in words yet, but believe me, I will.
I'm really glad to hear that. That's great to hear.
Is there anything that you would like to say about Path of Exile 2, or anything you'd like to say to the audience for the end of this? Give it a second.
So obviously it's a scary going into a launch, right? Because you don't know how people are going to react. But like I think that I'm really happy with the work the team have done on the game. Like it's just so I think it's a good game. And I'm just really looking forward to seeing how people react to it. Like I just want to see were we crazy this whole time what we were making, or did we actually do we have the right idea? Like all the changes we've made, all the things we've done. Like I just want to see does it actually, are players actually going to love it? And I'm hoping they do.
Yeah, I think they will. I think they will. Well, man, thank you for joining me today. I can't wait for the release of the game. I'm sure everybody else can't either. I'll be covering it, that's for sure. There'll be more content that's coming on
Let's go.
But thank you for joining me today, man.
Thank you very much. It was nice chatting.
Let's go. Yeah, here guys, this is the video from Legendary Drops. Dude, I've subscribed to so many people these past days. That's crazy, man. Mashup, what is this? I don't know about the music on these ones.
If you've lost faith in humanity, and this is your villain origin story, if you've lost faith in humanity, clap your hands.
No, what the fuck? Clap, clap. Namen zusammen. NXplore, how's it going, man? Welcome in. The algorithm changed so much. Let's go. I can't play the music, Herbs. It's copy fucking right. Turn back, it's not over. Well, you can click the link, it's in the chat. It's like, yeah, if I would not be streaming on YouTube, like Twitch can just mute it, but YouTube just copyrights the entire video. Thanks. Anti-fun scenario. Can't wait. Yo guys, I just posted the boss fight, man. This one is... I just love these boss fights, dude. I think we already have Monk. It's not worth watching. I don't know. Let's see the targeted trial. See live on Twitch. Okay, it's starting in 30 minutes, boys.
The sun exile. The true.
Dude, this guy's going in, man. This guy's going in. T14 boss fight. Yeah, where are we at the Act 1 boss fight? Or there was also some footage. I'm probably gonna check that tomorrow.
Here are 29 things you might be doing.
Was it from Havoc? I think there was, he had some big Monk footage. Rain of Arrows, Deadeye. Here, couch co-op. Maybe not for, oh, I already have this. 4 hours of Monk. That's wild. I think I bookmarked a few more. The Lily one we watched. There's Witch gameplay.
Damage of the maximum life means that you can basically slot this into like any build, and overall, actually, I found some very.
It's not really much.
Everything around it, which is pretty interesting, right? And then you also have Despair, which is.
Okay, this is already like, we already saw that. It's from my end with Jonathan. Yeah, that's great. Hey, Luke the Dust, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs, my friend. That's much appreciated. I mean, this boss fight is already fantastic. No shot Steam Deck can ruin this. Are you gonna interview Jonathan? Not yet. It's gonna be Talkative Try who's gonna interview him today. He has like a whole schedule, man, going. Everything regular, yeah. Let's go. Have you ever seen old Uber bosses? We've seen... Okay, guys, let me show you. I think it's from Ben, right? Ben underscore. Wait, it was not even this. Was it the gauntlet fight? Which one was it? This is a boss fight in PoE 1.
Be utterly annihilated.
Look how much HP that guy has.
Disintegration. Cleansing. Annihilation.
Annihilation. Ben. Giga chat.
Can't see the ground.
Yeah, sure, that's me playing. No, that's Ben.
What is this? The fires of 1,000 suns. Pointless.
But this is like ultra mode, right? Like gauntlet, juiced.
But I am not alone. Pointless. How pathetic.
Like you have to dodge all that shit, man. Look at this. Yo, bro, what? How are you supposed to dodge that? Looks easy.
Annihilation. Disintegration. Cleansing. Incineration. Rain of stars. Annihilation. Disintegration. Cleansing. Be utterly annihilated. Annihilation. Incineration.
I somehow decent my shapers.
Dude. Like, how do you even do this, man? So this guy he has to tank, right? If he goes away, the Minotaur, like he has to be at least somewhat tanking him. Because he can take like a few of those.
Disintegration. Cleansing. Annihilation. Incineration. Itself.
Sorg insta-dead. Which character is this?
Annihilation. Disintegration. Cleansing. Fury of the cosmos. The fires of thousands.
Trickster ES stacking. Yeah, but so Monk for PoE2, Monk ES stacking with mana, instant leech. Looks pretty decent.
Fury of the cosmos.
Bro, how is he even doing this?
Annihilation. Disintegration.
Is 17,000 a lot?
Incineration.
Oh, this is solo self-found. He can't be mirror team.
Annihilation.
This is complete solo self-found, dude.
Why resist? Disintegration. Cleansing.
He's not trading, and this is hardcore.
Annihilation. Incineration.
I mean, it's also Ben, but Ben's just a god.
Annihilation.
Trickster. Ben's not human.
Cleansing.
This is the boss fight that we can expect, boys.
Annihilation. The fires of a thousand suns. Fury of the cosmos.
Dude, like the way he's dodging those things with the teleport. What the fuck?
Fury of the cosmos.
He can just log out in the middle of the fight?
I go next.
Wait, can he keep going? What? The fight continues? Yo, that's like cheating. Well, that's just how it works. But man, I guess it's hard enough. And in PoE2, it's not gonna work like this, right? Yeah, in PoE2, this is fixed. This is like, I mean, you know, it's not a real fight. I mean, obviously, it's crazy hard anyways. But yeah, it's gonna reset. Like, this is what I would have expected, that his health bar goes back to full. I mean, this is probably almost impossible to do anyway. Yeah, you have to do it all over again. Well, that's the way it should be, though. But yeah, damn, that's crazy.
Incineration.
Oh my god, man.
Disintegration. Cleansing. Annihilation. Fury of the cosmos. The fires of a thousand suns. Creation itself. Fury of the cosmos.
Fury of the Cosmos.
Creation itself.
What a fight, man. How are you supposed to beat this as a normal player? Like, so how many people can beat this boss in the game? Or have beaten it?
Incineration. Disintegration. Cleansing.
2 people have beaten this ever? And it's gonna be even harder in PoE2 maybe, like if you can't log out.
Annihilation.
This is what we can expect, boys.
Incineration.
And even Giga Ben is fighting this for like 10 minutes.
Last portal.
Disintegration.
But this is his last chance.
Gonna wait until there's a little more space in the bottom right. Isn't it insta ball phase?
What are you things on the ground, like mines or what?
Disintegration. Cleansing.
Pretty instantly he's getting this Like, look at this. Like, he knew that he's gonna make that, right? Look at this.
Disintegration.
Suck. Oh yeah, you actually you see those things chopping up.
Be utterly annihilated.
Bro, what the fuck?
Log in.
He's a god gamer.
Disintegration, cleansing, annihilation.
Bro, what the fuck?
You are nothing.
Code
Thank
to
you.
the bosses will be static. The gauntlet is modded. So that's why is +5 project and other Uber bosses spamming skills all the time. The baseline Uber is going to be easier in PoE 2.
But yeah, you can still go higher difficulty.
Disintegration, cleansing.
You see why you roll for.
Annihilation. Be utterly annihilated. Incineration.
Thanks for the feedback.
Disintegration, cleansing, annihilation.
Dude.
Be utterly annihilated.
Look at what the fuck is going on the screen, man.
Suns. Fury of the cosmos.
And he gonna beat that guy, right?
Creation itself.
Bro, what a fucking fight, dude.
Annihilation. Be utterly annihilated. Incineration.
Dude, the voice lines are so sick. The voice lines, man, like Craigasm all the time. Like, what the fuck?
Cleansing. Annihilation.
Be
That's a
utterly
lot harder than I thought it was
annihilated.
gonna be.
He did it! There's still a freaking beam.
It felt like there were more grates than normal. Imagine trying to do that fight on a character that
Look at the stash space, man. Fuck.
can't take Super Beam though. Like,
Here's the next boss. Bro, how are you supposed to dodge that beam? Look how fast it is.
Rain of stars. Riding pass.
bro, there is so much degen. Or not degen, but those cold things.
Yeah, 2 seconds into that.
Creation itself. Riding mass.
What's this shield thing that he has?
Consuming.
Be gone! So this voice line. Arctic armor. Frost shield. Stop the time? He has a timer. 6 minutes. 7 minutes kill.
Be utterly annihilated. Riding mass. Creation itself. Succumb.
There's a timer here as well. Yo, this boss looks like almost harder than the first one even.
Fury of the cosmos.
Dude, there's like 10 different mechanics like stacked on top of each other.
Creation itself. Writhing mass. Inescapable doom.
We gotta go bathroom before the interview. 1 sec. This is from Ben.
Himself. Consume.
Be gone!
You writing mass. Perish. Be utterly annihilated. Perish. Writing mass. Rain of stars. Inescapable doom.
Energize the spheres!
Utterly annihilated.
Why does that last so long? Fuck. I was out of that for like a full second before it went away.
Writing mass. Perish. Pointless.
Energize the spheres!
You are nothing. Writing mass.
Dude, he's still fighting a minute later. Like how?
Writing mass. You are nothing.
Dude. How many, like,
Rain of stars.
how many hours does it take him to get to this stage?
Energize the spheres!
Weeks?
Consume.
50 to 100 hours. I mean, that's quite a lot for a casual player already. Like, if you're just expecting
that
this
shit
from
well,
a
man.
casual, like, what the fuck? So for a casual player like Ben, playing 100 would be like 500 hours.
Writing mass.
Dude, dodging that beam seems like so crazy.
Energize the spheres!
Bro, what the fuck?
Rain of stars. Writing mass. You are nothing.
Annihilation.
Writing mass. Pointless.
Dude. Wait, he did it or? No, he went out.
Rain of stars. Writing mass.
Thought he went out. He called. Okay. Ah, he called. Okay. I was like about to say, what happened to the SHP bar? So it's 5% on bosses, yes? Yeah. 10 in PoE 1, 5% in PoE 2. Okay. Serious? This one even crazier?
40% haste.
This is another Uber boss.
You really think this would work?
Alright.
Yeah, look at the video.
Don't do anything hasty.
Destroy.
Who are we cheering for? Give me Hunter Conqueror 3 times in a row, please.
How boring and small.
A warrior or monk? I haven't decided yet. It's not a stupid question at all. It's very hard to decide.
Take it. You finally caught my attention.
This is Cirrus, Awakener of Worlds. What the fuck is even going on, man? Dude, what the fuck? We almost died.
Be utterly annihilated.
Bro. This dude's gaming. God, man, people are gonna be so mad, man, about some parts of this game. I could see like completely new players. They're gonna be stuck in Act 1.
Storm is doing different behavior in this fight. I'm pretty sure. Normally,
dude, like complete new player, man, they're gonna be stuck in Act 1.
The Storm is
like hard stuck Act 1.
Cyrus, like it's not allowed to come past him. It feels like it's doing whatever it wants right now.
They will rage. The Reddit fume is gonna be crazy, dude.
Be utterly annihilated.
Just need a moment.
You are nothing.
You think Monk will be even harder than Warrior? Would you agree with like best class for a beginner would be like a spellcaster ranged? Because you can always like kite around, like play very defensively, very slow. Because the problem with melee, if you're playing melee, like in order to deal damage, you have to basically expose yourself, right? No? Tanky will be easier. Melee with shield. But is a totem gonna be that? Is the totem on Titan gonna do that much damage? You think? Because I mean, it's so hard for me to decide between. I mean, I'm not gonna play ranged. I'm gonna play monk or warrior. But it's very hard to decide. Yeah, warrior is so slow for me, man. Warrior first, monk second. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I want to play like all the classes eventually. I have to really think about it, guys. I mean, I'll let you know, but like there's going to be another 10 days to decide. So I'll keep looking at information. We haven't decided yet. Dude, how much do you have to dodge? Yes.
I shall free you.
I shall free you by killing you.
It could be that the Storm has different behavior in this fight, or it could be that I'm just losing track of Cyrus, and like he's teleporting away when I'm attacking like the ad, and I just don't notice that he's no longer there. Because the way that behavior normally works is if Cyrus is in between you and the Storm cannot pass Cyrus. So you always have a safe spot to attack from. So maybe that doesn't get fucked, but it doesn't feel like that right now.
You are nothing.
But it could just be player error. I'm not sure yet. Either way, I just need to be careful about it. Thankfully, I'm a trickster. I can tank the Storm. Britannia again? Fuck off.
What the
please
fuck,
just
man?
don't give me a Baron a single time, please. Also, there's an invisible wall right here you can't go around.
You are nothing. Fury Alpha obliteration.
Dude.
Be utterly annihilated.
The boss not even on the screen,
I
dude.
don't
He
want
has
to
to
fight
dodge.
until it's not near that little wall.
How long is his face?
Creation itself. You are nothing.
The others found strength in their projections. They became reliant.
He's coming back now. Dude, how does he know that these things are coming?
You're wishing a roll, Baron.
Oh, what the fuck is this? Fine, man. So the voice tells him, okay, what now?
Wait, is Cyrus? Where is he? This is fake Cyrus, right? That's fake Cyrus.
What's even going on?
Fury Alpha Cosmos. Release your soul. Why resist?
That is crazy. God Gamer, Swoley, thanks for the prime. This is Trickster. He won't be a variable in PoE 2. Not yet, anyway.
Strap in, guys. It's gonna be a long one. Is there a cap on the amount of times you can leave this fight? Like, eventually, will there just be no spaces of storms, or do storms stack? I have no idea.
Itself. Glorious flames.
They forced despawn after the cap. Why do you know that?
Be utterly annihilated. Rain of stars. Why resist?
Okay, so Rain of Stars, there comes the rain. Like that. So he's basically like calling out his attacks.
Well, it's not, storms don't spawn when you fight the boss for a long time. Storms spawn when you leave the arena and make him go back to the sky in the first few phases. Once you're in the last phase, there's no more storms.
Itself. Why resist?
Yeah, they're anime characters. They're basically calling out their combinations. Like Gomo Gomo no.
Be utterly annihilated. Pointless. Fury Alpha Cosmos.
Alright, no Baron.
Monkey D. Luffy.
Oh yeah, the storm is 100% going straight through Cyrus. 100%.
Bro,
Very,
what the
very
fuck
careful
is
on
this
melee.
fight, man? This is impossible.
Oh, that's so fucked up.
So there's only 2 people in the world that even did this fight. And that's fucking hardcore. Like, you die, your character is gone. It's even harder than it looks. I mean, it looks pretty damn hard already.
It's so fucked up.
Yeah, we watched the interview when like, once it's live, we're gonna go there. I already have it open. Thank you.
Put up a fight. Easy prey. Pointless. Fury Alpha. You are nothing. Be utterly annihilated. Be utterly annihilated.
No.
Fight. Rain of
be utterly annihilated. Incineration.
Be utterly annihilated.
Dude, this fight. This is gonna be a half-hour fight. What the fuck?
Hunter?
Jesus. This is half-hour sweaty hands.
I'm better. Hold still.
Dude, this is crazy. My Maven fight is after this one.
Rain of stars. Put out a fight. Pointless.
Should be starting in a minute, guys. Interview in 1 minute.
Alright, one phase left. Hopefully there's not some crazy thing in last phase. Like, I only have one Cyrus invite. If I break this, I have to go farm maps again. All 4 conquerors at once. No fucking way. There's no way. You can just type things. It'll make sense.
This is absolutely cooked.
Also, the floor of my arena is so scuffed. I need to make sure I fight Cyrus far left in last phase so I can see the ground.
Video mode off. Okay. Exiles, do you see Jonathan Rogers?
It's starting. It's starting. We're gonna keep watching this video from Ben
Question
later.
number 2. Do you hear Jonathan Rogers? Jonathan, can you do a sound check, please?
We're in the new studio today, so you know, that's pretty nice. Very nice.
Okay, interview is starting, guys. This is
Perfect.
on
Is
Try's
he a good
channel.
Audio level, everyone, or a little louder.
A little louder, yeah, a little louder.
We were good.
Try's great, man. Here, check him out, guys. I'm giving him a
Perfect
shout
levels,
out.
Jonathan.
Nice.
Okay, man. Like I said a second ago, you are 9 days out from Path of Exile 2 launch.
Log in,
Everyone
boys.
I'm
There he
talking to
is.
Is excited. It doesn't matter if they've been playing Path of Exile 1 for years. It doesn't matter if they literally haven't played video games ever.
Dude, this
I
guy's
showed
great,
them
man. I love
just
this
a
guy. What the
snippet
fuck?
from the trailer, and they are ready to log in.
He's such passion.
On December 6th. So my first question: what's the secret sauce? How are you guys doing this? How is Grinding Your Games making non-gamers ready to log into a hardcore ARPG?
I think we just have a like when we're presenting our content, we always do it in a way where we're thinking about, you know, like how are people going to react to it? Like, you know, we just, and the other thing as well is that we're not afraid to put information in our videos. Like, I think a lot of people are kind of like, you know, hey, you know, tone it back a little bit, you know, like people don't need so much information, this kind of stuff. But personally, I'm kind of a fan of just like, you know, let's just put everything out there. And if you do that, I think people get excited. So, you know, I guess that's my philosophy about it anyway. And I think people do resonate with that. If you show them just, you know, show them what you got cooking and show them gameplay, show them, you know, how they be able to, how they're able to use all the tools you give them. And I think they'll be excited.
Definitely. And I hate to bring it up, but it wasn't an interview that dropped today with Legendary Drops. How just during the Settlers of Kalgur reveal, you all pivoted to focus entirely on Endgame. How is your company that agile? Because I work at a company of about 70 people.
Right.
We are not agile at all. What are your processes like internally as developers? Like, how can you move on
That's
a
a
dime
good
and
question.
just go in?
I mean, I guess it's just about not being afraid to do it, right? I mean, certainly it causes some consternation, right? I mean, nobody likes being like jerked around from one task to the other, that kind of thing. But I think it is important because it just gives us the ability to really make sure we're reacting to what we think is important. And so, yeah, I mean, you know, like, I don't know.
This speaks a lot for live game.
We just have
If
to
they can do this in the
make
live
those kinds of
game,
decisions and just tell people, you know, this is really what we have to do. Like when you realize that you're not doing the right thing, you really have to jump on. You know, you can't just sort of say, oh, well, you know, we just keep going to doing the wrong thing just because there's so much inertia, right? Like you have to actually try to turn the ship around. And so, you know, yeah, that's what we did.
Awesome. All right, Jonathan, I have the interview broken down into various different categories here. I wanted to start with questions about new players in particular and just people logging into the game, playing it for the first time and their experiences. So I wanted to start with the fact that in Path of Exile 1, it's renowned for not many people making it even to Brutus. I mean, I know it's a free-to-play game. A lot of people try it out, but even when it was paid, I'm sure a lot of people bounced early on. So I'm curious, first 5 minutes of Path of Exile 2, do you think that onboarding experience is solid and you're going to really wrap people in and get them progressing further into the game?
I'm pretty sure it is. And I think that, like, if you're talking about literally the first 5 minutes, then I think that what will really just get you in is the fact that just the feeling of combat is much better. And that's really the thing you're going to appreciate from the first moment that you start playing. The other thing as well is we have a lot of, not necessarily, I mean, in the first 5 minutes, you're going to come upon your first boss, right? And that will be a much more engaging experience than Hillock was, you know what I mean? Like, the first boss is significantly better. But even just after that, right? Even the first 15 minutes, there's like other bosses really close. You're sort of getting into that experience of having the more interesting combat and more interesting things going on just sort of right away. And you know, it's funny. I had a friend over at my place who was playing the game the other day. And there was a word I thought was really interesting that he used for this. He's like, "Oh, you're so generous with the content," and I was kind of like, it's kind of an interesting way to look at it. Is like, you know, like you know, he's kind of like, you're giving people what they want so quickly. It's kind of like, you know, I find that's a kind of an interesting way to look at it. But you know, yeah, I mean, basically, we just want people to have a good time. And you know, even in the from the very beginning, like before we even made Path of Exile 1, like when we founded the company, one of the things that I had as my metric is like, what's the time to first zombie? You know what I mean? Like, when's the first moment you can actually kill something? You know, like you just kill like a basic enemy. And I kind of want to make that sure that that's as minimal as possible. And that's why we kind of make sure that we start the game the way we do, with like action immediately and that kind of stuff. So, you know, that's kind of just a philosophy we've always had.
Definitely. Getting people right into the action is important, and lots of people, especially viewers of my channel, are completely new Path of Exile players. They've never played an ARPG, they never
Most
played
people
Path
here
of
as well,
Exile 1.
I would say.
And they are wondering, in Jonathan's eyes, what is the busted build? What is the archetype they should log in and play on December 6th if they want to get into the action?
Come on, say
I'm
something.
not going to use you for clickbait videos, Jonathan. I'm just wondering, from your view, I know you said people really like the monk that had a high satisfaction score, but is it the most powerful?
Not necessarily. I mean, I honestly don't know that I should be recommending builds particularly. I mean, I've said a few times, I think that, like, I think the mercenary could be a very good new player-friendly class, both because you're further away from the action and just because of that, like, instant response of everything. Like, you know, if you're going to pick something like the warrior or something like that, you're going to have to worry about the fact that, you know, you have to commit to attacks and this kind of stuff. Whereas with something like the mercenary, because it's so fast from the point where you, like, you know, attack and the point you recover, and also because you're further back, I think that could be a very good choice for new players. But honestly, like, any class can work. Like, any class can be the one that you work in. Look, the main reason why we have classes in the first place, like, because I mean, we could be a game that just has like zero, you know, introductory stuff. Like, we already let you choose between all and mix and match all the different skills and weapons and things like that.
Even passives.
So the reason why we have classes at all is because people really want like a stereotype to latch onto when they start the game, to think about like, okay, how am I going to build my character, right? So you show them some things like, you know, like here's a ranger and here's a sorceress and so on. And then when they see that, they immediately get an idea in their head about what kind of thing it is that they might want to do. So I think that when it comes to that, like, you're best off just picking like what excites you, right? Like what is the thing that just makes you feel like, oh yeah, I could see how I'm going to play this, right? And so you do that, and then I think you'll have a good time.
I baited you into that answer. That's exactly what we wanted to hear, man. Whatever you're going to have the most fun with. And I'm curious on character selection. I know it was talked about in the past that ascendancies might appear on that screen. Are they still not there, and you find out about them in the trials?
Yeah, they're still not there. Look, that screen is certainly something that needs some UI attention. We just haven't had time to work on it more. There's so many things I would still improve even now. But I mean, look, that's what the early access is for, right? There's going to be tons of time to improve on that stuff. But yeah, for the beginning, it's just like, you know, pick what you think sounds like it would be cool, right? And we do have a few like little videos of skills and things like that on that screen, which like show, you know, and like it kind of gives like, so it gives kind of 3 main points for each class of like, here's the kind of things you can expect from that class. And there's a little video for each one as well. So we've got a little bit of information there, but we don't have like, full-on ascendancy classes and everything there. I think there's room for that sort of stuff, but not at the moment.
Okay, awesome. Now I want to move on to testing and what new players, completely new players to ARPGs, found the most challenging in Path of Exile 2. I've heard that Path of Exile 1 players were just shocked by the difficulty of the combat and right. And newer players were kind of fine with it. What did they find challenging, though? Because I know you did a lot of first user testing, and I found that very interesting because you're going to get a lot of first users on December 6th. What did they find hard?
So definitely the things they were finding the most challenging was the character customization and itemization stuff, right? Like that's where they're kind of, potentially finding that they, so, I mean, we asked quite a lot of questions about like, what do you feel like you're skilled at and that kind of stuff. Like, try to sort of get a gauge for like, how people rate their own skills in different areas. And it was certainly like understanding itemization that was the part that people found the hardest. So we've actually done quite a few things to improve in that area, I think, since then. I mean, like, it's just kind of subtle stuff, but just over time, we've just been, carefully massaging towards a situation where, it's easier to find the stuff that you need to find. It's, there's more help, there's more guidance. There's also things like, the socketing system being, I think, a lot easier than the crafting bench system that we had and things like that. So there's things like that, I think, that will help a lot. So that's kind of the stuff that I think new players find the hardest. And then I think that's really just because, I mean, like there's a lot of stats, there's a lot of things kind of coming at you, we just have to make sure that we're not overwhelming you too much with that stuff. And of course, there's the giant passive tree, which always gives people a bit of a scare. That's really the stuff that I would say that new players find the hardest.
Okay.
That makes sense, I guess.
Now, during the betas, I know that there were a few closed beta tests. People were freaking out when they first got those NDA invites and everything. Between those tests, what were the largest changes, and did you really change a lot about the game after the tests themselves? Because I know, like, when we went to LA, you took a ton of feedback and made a huge number of changes just between March and June. Did that happen again with all the beta tests this year?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of it really comes down to difficulty, but the thing with difficulty is that people know the game is too hard, but they don't know why it's too hard, and the reasons can be hugely varied between like, oh, it's just this one boss ability to like, oh, the entire way you're scaling spell damage is incorrect, or random stuff like that. So there's all sorts of things, and it's always just, can we tease out what exactly it is that people are running into that's the most, that's the reason for the thing they're finding hard. So I think there was a variety of changes. So one of them was like, the map change where, you can see what's out there so you know what to find. A lot of it was down to, more specific item drops around the place. Then there were things like the flask change. So the flask change was pretty big, I think, because that one really was like people dying to because they were fumbling their flasks. But it took quite a while to identify that was like an issue. Like we knew that we kind of knew that we weren't happy with flasks, but we hadn't. I don't think I'd really appreciated
I'm glad they changed
the
the
degree
flasks.
to which a new player really did struggle with them. So that's another one of those things. But I mean, look, it's all over the place, and it's like the devil's in the details, really. Because even something like just the exact specifics of the passive tree, even for a new player, even if they're not like going deep on it, like it can actually be worse for new players because a new player will pick something that's weak without realizing it, and so you need to make sure that everything on there is reasonable. So there's quite a lot, sort of like as I said, it really all comes down to those details that make sure that the game is feeling right. And I think that without doing a lot of those tests, it would have been very hard to appreciate some of those problems because you just don't, when you're playing yourself, there's actually like a tendency where you'll always pick the stuff you kind of know is good subconsciously. So I actually have like a thing when I'm playing now where often I'm like, okay, I'm going to pick what I want and then I'm going to do the opposite of that. Like in order to kind of force myself down the kind of like the not golden path of like, what if you were what if I picked the worst choice every time for like, like, how can I make sure that that's like not too terrible? That's kind of another thing you kind of have to make sure that you're doing as well.
Definitely. I have two follow-ups from that question. First, and I don't want you to commit to a release cadence or anything, but once we go into early access, do you see the team making large balance changes pretty quickly? Kind of like Path of Exile 1. I'm notorious for going into the freaking ancient history of PoE1 and seeing that when it first released, weekly updates, going in, making huge balance changes, wild swings back and forth, passive tree resets every like 11 days and the like. Do you see that happening with early access given how much larger scale it seems it's going to be? Or is it going to be more stretched out, maybe a month, 2 months, 3 months?
Well, so I think that there's going to be a couple of different things depending on what type of thing we're talking about here. So for balance changes, I have absolutely no doubt that in that first week we're going to be just doing a storm of crazy things, just because like there'll be, I mean, look, there's going to be cases where like people just haven't tested bosses with certain builds and things like that, right? Like, especially in the end game, which has had, less testing, obviously, than the start of the game. So there's going to just be things where it's like someone will be like, oh, this boss is just impossible with minions. And like, someone probably did test it with minions at some point to make sure the AI is good, but there probably wasn't like a really, like, is this actually easy enough? Like that kind of stuff. Like you'll get changes like that, and I'm sure there'll just be cases where, we need to make those kinds of changes.
It's gonna be Wild West.
And the other thing that's going to be, I'm sure, is just lots of like, someone finds something that's just like not just busted in a normal way things are allowed to be busted, but like busted in a completely ridiculous way that just can't be allowed to stand. I'm sure that will happen, and so long as we can fix that stuff fast enough, I think that we may have to do a few things like that, but ideally we don't, but we'll see how that goes. So I'm sure on the first week there'll just be lots of that stuff. But if you're talking about like larger content inclusions, like if we're talking about like new classes and like more sort of content type things, I suspect that we'll probably batch those up into like a larger cycle. Probably like, I mean, we were thinking like 2 months. It might end up being 3. Like I'm not entirely certain. But we'll kind of like work that out when we go there. The funny thing is like, so like months ago we had plans for what we wanted to do immediately after release, but as you get closer to release, like everything just falls apart, and you kind of have to be like, okay, after release we'll just have to take stock and see where we are, because no contact survives. No plan survives contact with the enemy, as they say. So we'll just have to sort of reassess and see what's going on at that point. But effectively, we'll probably do larger updates, just because I think. In order to actually get good testing for something, you have to get enough players back to actually test it substantially. And people certainly are much more willing to come back for a larger update than they are for a smaller one. So I think that's kind of important. We actually noticed in PoE 1 when we were doing the weekly updates that we didn't really see like a lot of people come back for them. Like the people who were playing were really happy, but the people who weren't playing it wasn't rising to the level of them actually coming back. So I think it's better to make sure that if you've got a new update for even in early access, you want to make sure there's enough to kind of sustain it. But of course, that doesn't mean that we're not going to fix all the random small issues that anything that that wouldn't be an attractive thing for someone to come back for. You might as well just put it in immediately, because that's just that bug fixes and just little balance changes, because it's not like a big deal anyway. So you might as well just throw it in there.
Definitely. Now, I have to ask, because I have been yearning ever since I saw it at ExileCon 2023. The Druid, the bear form. Yeah. Is that the reasons the Druid is delayed? Because it's got crazy animation problems with WASD, or is it just the final bit of polish on the third form?
No, it's not that. It's just literally that we had to pick something. We had to pick when we were slimming down for early access a little bit, because as I said, we're going to have 8. When we're slimming down, we're like, look, unfortunately, the Druid is going to have to be on the chopping block for now.
The Druid, man.
And it was really sad, but we just had to pick our battles. And I have no doubt that that'll be one of the next ones that comes out. And and the reason ultimately is that making a new form for the Druid just is a lot of work. One of the forms wasn't done. We looked at the amount of work it would take to get the Druid over the line, and we're just like, look, if we can not have that, especially because when it comes to the stuff, it's like if you're talking about adding like a new animal form, that's like work that could go into like making a new boss fight or something like that. Because it's the same kind of it's the animation team. Ultimately, you have to do like a bunch of work to do that stuff. Rigging or just all that stuff has to happen. So it isn't just the sort of skills pipeline, as we might call it, that has to be worrying about that. It's also the the kind of the animation team who work on that stuff. So when we look at that, it's just like, look, if we cut this, it's going to add more content elsewhere, versus if we cut this other class where it wouldn't really so much. So that's kind of how those decisions get made.
Right. That makes total sense. Now I have 2 very quick ascendancy questions for you, and then we'll move into classes themselves. First, last time we spoke, when we spoke in March, I tried to get some ascendancy details out of you, and you said you were working on a broken sorceress ascendancy. You didn't know if it was going to make it into the game. Did it make it into the game, or are we not seeing
so that was the chronomancer, the time stop and everything. Like I just
the broken sock
build. The moment you tell me we can, the moment we're like, oh, we want to be able to stop time, it's like immediately, that's how do you make
Powerful.
that not OP? It's it was absolutely that. It's very fun to use. It's just really cool.
Awesome. Glad to hear it made it into the game. And then the other
the
ascendancy
socks
question,
are logging in, man.
Can you change ascendancies in PoE 2?
So you actually can't right now.
Question.
I think I did another interview recently where I thought that we could.
Can't change
but
ascendancies.
I believe that you can't at the moment. There's probably more discussion to have about that. I do know that certainly.
So you got to make a new character.
Keen to be that a locked choice. We'll talk about that more. We'll see how that goes. But at the moment you can't, and so that'll be how it goes into early access anyway.
Okay, so for the foreseeable future, once you pick an ascendancy,
not necessarily. We'll as I said, we'll talk about this more, but
Okay.
but in the moment at least, you can't change them.
Okay, sounds great. Now classes, just broad questions about the classes from me. So you've talked about the monk having the highest satisfaction score for everyone who's tested. Which class has the lowest satisfaction score, and what are you doing to perhaps bring it up, if anything?
So the one thing to say is that the difference between these is not like super high, but the lowest one on that survey that we were referring to was actually the sorceress, funnily enough.
Really?
And I think that the reason for it is just because in the skill set, there's not like quite as much combo stuff as what some of the other classes have, and so we actually, after that point, we did work a bit on that and try to sort of improve, make a few more of those things sort of work together a little bit. But I think there's a little bit more work to do.
Sorceress.
I think that what I've heard some people say about the sorceress is it's a little bit more in the PoE 1 direction of like there's less kind of like less cross element combinations than what some of the other classes have. So therefore, like if you do pick that class, like there will probably be more situations where it's like there's less, like you're probably going to use less skills overall than other classes, or rather, it's not so much that you will use that, but like you won't be forced into as much using more variety. So I think that's something we can still improve by just adding more synergies between the elements. But that's at least my understanding of probably why I think that's the case. But as I said, we've already made some changes since the point when we did that survey. So I think that it already is, like somewhat improved already by that. But yeah, that was the thing. But I mean, as I said, we're talking like 0.1 of a like if you out of 5 stars, it's like 0.1 of a star lower than the others, and like when you sort of dig into it, it's like yeah. But I mean, as I said, I think that's at least my reason for for why I think the sorcerer was like that. But yeah, that's kind of I mean, as I said, we can always.
Chronomancer is broken, guys. He said it.
Awesome. Just wanted to hear. I thought it would be a curious question.
Yeah.
Now, this one, I don't know if you can answer it or not, but everyone knows there's a monk in Path of Exile 2. Monks use quarterstaffs. Monks use their fists a little bit with finishers and, mobility skills. Are there any unarmed combat support options? Is the default attack supportable with your fist? Can you make something busted with it? What is that a thing in PoE 2 right now? Or
So I believe that default attack is supportable. I'm like 99% certain of that, but I have to admit, I haven't actually seen that user interface myself because I haven't made an unarmed build. There is a plan for a bunch of unarmed build support, but it actually did get cut for early access for the time being. So unfortunately, I can say that Facebreakers will not make it in to early access, but we do have a plan for it. There is like a whole thing that's going to support that with other stuff. Now, one of the reasons for that actually is that it would require making unarmed versions of a ton of skills, like animations. There's actually it ended up being cut just for that reason alone. Like it was just a bunch of animation work that we ended up not having time for. And effectively, you're talking about a bunch of animation work that's just to support that one unique, because like that unique really is like kind of the key to being able to make unarmed damage like actually decent. There were a couple of other things as well that were sort of intended for unarmed things.
Dude,
but,
so complex.
We're not going to do it for now. But it'll come in the future. We'll get to the point where you can do that.
Okay. Is Facebreakers still a pair of gloves in PoE 2?
Yeah, it is.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. This is a fun one just for you, Jonathan. What is your favorite skill to use in Path of Exile 2 right now? I know you're a mercenary fan. You're playing through as the mercenary right now. Is it on the merc or something else?
That is really tricky. Look, I mean, if we're talking about the merc, then my favorite thing is definitely the ice wall that shot. What's it called? I can't remember even the name of it, but it's the one that fires a shot and then makes like 2 diagonal ice walls that come out, and then following up with the fragmentation rounds to explode them. Like I just love that combo. It just feels really satisfying to me. But it's like obviously like every class there's interesting stuff. Like on the monk, it's probably the bell. Like I just love that bell. There's so many little things about its design, and it's just a fun skill. Like I love that kind of thing. So those are definitely up there for 2 of my favorites. But I mean there's always new stuff. There's lots of cool things, right? That's just the kind of stuff that I like to do.
The bell is incredible, and you guys even snuck a showcase of it with a crossbow rapid shot into the.
Yes.
That was so good.
just a hint to the idea that there might be some pretty interesting ways that you can do some pretty cool stuff.
Oh, definitely. All right, rapid fire question here. Can we use the weapon swap system passive skills to allocate keystones, or can they only allocate notables and travel nodes?
So you can't do keystones, but I actually do have some interesting stuff to talk about with this because we were originally going to allow that. But then So the skill that actually originally was like that completely broke this, that we realized like this was going to be like not okay, was Necromantic Aegis, funnily enough. Which now, for anyone who doesn't, who hasn't played PoE 1, effectively what this does is it makes it so the stats from your shield are transferred onto your minions. But when you've got weapon swap involved, where like like if you can turn that on and off, it causes. The specific details of this are kind of complicated, but it caused a lot of chaos in like how the stat system worked and like how the minions would have to work and like the snapshotting of this and like just a whole lot of details around that.
So much snapshotting.
And then at some point while we were discussing that, because we kind of were like, okay, how are we going to even implement this? It was like a whole thing. Then we're like, well, hang on, like, is it even okay for other keystones anyway? Like, when you really come right down to it, like, is chaos inoculation really okay if you can turn it on and off? Like, it's kind of supposed to be this like massive downside, and like if you can just like, you know, like it's kind of like we're kind of thinking maybe it wasn't okay, and then we sort of made the decision, you know what, maybe keystones should actually be not swappable like that, just because of the type of. I think that might be a balance problem too far even for us, like even as far as we're willing to like accept a lot of these kinds of problems. Like I think that might even be a bridge too far even for us. So yeah, we decided not to allow it, and that's what we're going with for now anyway.
Yeah, you knew people were already theory crafting ways to like get the perfect keystones on their side. Oh yeah, definitely.
Right.
That's good. Another rapid fire. If you know off the top of your head, how many passive points are there in total? Because people are already looking at the tree and trying to path through it.
Sure.
Now.
I believe it's 122 is the final count, and once you get all of the optional skill books and stuff like that.
Okay, awesome.
122
Another
passive
rapid fire.
points.
This is a spicy one though. Are you able to do a one button respec if you have enough gold, or if you pay a premium, or is it one node at a time?
You will have to do one node at a time. And like the thing is, I mean, yeah, I guess I can see why people would want that. But generally speaking, that's not the kind of behavior we're really encouraging, right? Like we want you to actually be changing your build from one to the other. So yeah, there's just a one node at a time. I mean, look, it won't take you too long, right? You can click 100 times even if you're level 100. Like it's not too bad.
I know it won't. I get it. I totally get it. Another one. So we've seen this key term overflow a few times, and some people are wondering how it works. Could you explain how it works?
Yeah, so anytime you've got something that says overflow, it means that you're able to overcap that resource by up to double. So effectively, overflow just means, yeah, like if it's leech, or if it's like, you know, any other kind of thing that gives you back life, or for example, or mana or shield or whatever it is, it basically just means, yeah, you can get back up to double of that resource.
Okay, awesome. That makes sense even to me, and I'm pretty simple-minded about these mechanical sort of things.
I didn't understand it.
All right, another rapid fire. Can you use skills granted by ascendancies in meta gems, like Cast on Shock?
No, you can't. So when you get one of those ascendancy skills, they effectively just appear in your skill screen. Like they're not a gem; they're just kind of like there and locked in by that. So because you can't take them out and put them somewhere else, you can't put them in a meta gem.
Okay. And then meta gems, can you use multiple of the same meta gem? I know you can't repeat supports, but can you have 2 cast on ignites in your build?
You absolutely can. You absolutely can. But of course, you'll have to pay the spirit cost for both of them. So you know that's how that's balanced, and that's why it's fine.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, you guys released a teaser yesterday. I'm not sure if you saw a scepter minion ascendance, or not ascendance.
Yeah.
Oh, the second scepter that looked like a mirror tier item, which was just awesome to see. All right, now we're going to move on from classes, and we're going to talk a little bit about combat. So when I played Path of Exile 2, the Raven fight and the Executioner fight hard locked me for combined about 4 hours. What right now do you think is the hardest boss fight in Path of Exile 2's campaign? Not the end game, but the campaign itself. And do you think it potentially is going to hard lock a lot of players if they're stubborn? They get that Elden Ring mindset where they're just like, I'm just going in over and over. I'm not stopping until it hits 0.
Well, so we've definitely tried to like improve the issues that we had with that in Act 1. But what I would say is that the further you go into the game, the less kind of like of the feedback we've been able to address overall, just because, you know, if there's less of it, right? Like as you go further. And so effectively what that means is that I have no doubt that if there's a boss that's going to hardlock people, it's almost certainly going to be in Act 3, I would say, something like that. But I mean, on the same time, like ideally the hardest bosses are later in the game. Like that's kind of what you want in some sense.
Yeah,
like, I mean, look, some of those fights are pretty hard. I don't know that there's one that I'd point to as like this is the hard one. Really, I mean, as I said, we kind of try to make sure that they're all kind of a relatively even keel, or rather slowly increasing as you kind of go through. So yeah, my hope would be that the Act 3 end boss is one that people will find the hardest, and then ideally the second time through it's even harder again. So, but we'll see how it goes. And as I said, as you now know, right, like if you go around the rest of the areas, you'll find other stuff, you'll find more items and so on, and that'll definitely help you. And if you come back, you'll definitely do a lot better.
Question on bosses in regular versus cruel. Do they have new abilities in cruel, or are they the same, just a little buffed with damage points?
So usually they don't have like completely new abilities, although I think that in some cases there might be a little bit of that. Usually what it is, it's kind of tweaking the parameters or the AI or the radii and like things like that, just like things about them. And it makes skills feel dangerous in new ways quite a lot of the time, just
That's
because
cool. That's super cool.
A skill can feel very differently just by changing where it is you go. So the same is true in maps as well, where once again you've got we have to make sure that some of these bosses that were balanced for people who are level 10 or something are now able to feel like they're challenges in the end game. So effectively we have to do something about them. We can't just leave them as they are. There has to be tweaks. And so yeah, a lot of those changes effectively just get made to make and they make the bosses feel quite different. The other thing as well that you have in Cruel is that there are just monster types that have been shifted around and things like that. Like so the combat in areas can feel a little different as well. In some cases. So there's just little fun details like that can vary things up and just vary the experience up a little bit.
Awesome. Now, one more combat monster-related question, and it's revisiting a favorite topic of the Path of Exile community: rare monster modifiers. We haven't seen a lot of that in Path of Exile 2 in the past little while. We've seen some of it in the playthroughs. Is that philosophy the same as in Path of Exile 1, or are we expecting to see 3, 4 mod rare monsters? And how do you keep the monster's identity when you add a whole bunch of modifiers to it? Because all these monsters, they're unique fights in of themselves, right? So how do you keep that clean?
There's actually been quite a lot of specific work on rare monsters that I don't think we've talked about to anyone yet, actually, and it's probably quite interesting. So the first thing I would say about is I realized a while ago that it's actually like not every monster type makes sense as a rare. Like if you just have a rare zombie, it's just kind of like, it's not a good fight. So we actually decided, hey, you know what? We're going to pick monsters that are going to be ones that can be rare. And bear in mind, many of them can. And then what we'll also do is if there are monsters that that don't work well as rares, maybe there's mechanic changes we can do for rare versions of that monster that could improve that. So then what we started to do is we're like, oh, you know what we're going to do? We're actually going to split out the monster types for monsters and then the rare version of that monster. And then we're actually going to do specific balance for the rares of those monsters. And that actually matters as well because there are mods that can go on certain monster types that like just completely blow out the life to unreasonable levels and things like that. Like there are actually cases where now that we've actually got the ability to do specific balance for a rare of a given monster type, we can actually tune that difficulty to make that much better. And so they'll get extra, they'll actually get extra abilities in some cases because they're rare. Like I mean, as a random example, there are like
they are going to be very deadly.
Monster, the quill in the first area. So after the zombie, you've got the quill crab, which is these little things that shoot little spikes.
I hate those.
And they also appear later on in the hunting grounds as like a poison version of those. And I believe if those are rare, I think I'm getting this right, then they immediately get a different way that the spikes work. And like I'm trying to remember the exact details of this, but it's like they like land on the ground and explode afterwards or something like that. There's like some little thing that sort of happens. So effectively,
they're so annoying, the fucking poison crabs already.
And so that stuff, I think. Helps a lot. And look, I'm sure we're going to do more of this, like after the early access is launched as well, like more things like that. But it really upgraded the rare fights quite a lot to be able to do that specific balance. And then, of course, you also have the mods. And once again, we're doing a whole pass on mods and trying to make them a lot better. I mean, look, there's even more we can add here, I'm sure. But trying to make sure that each of the rare mods that we add, makes sense for the monster. We make sure that the rare mods, there are pulls and tags so that like you don't necessarily get every single mod on every single monster to kind of make sure that they make sense and actually have a reasonable fight. And I don't even know if this got done, but there was talk at one point about having a for each rare. And once again, I don't know if this actually got implemented or not, but we were talking about having it so that for each monster, we make sure that at least one fun mod goes on the monster to kind of make it have by what I mean by that is like we look at each monster type, we're like, okay, here's a set of different mods that are going to make it so that the fight has some kind of interest to it. We make sure the first step is like put one of those on it, and then after that, then we can kind of be more random with what the rest of the mods are, and things like that. So yeah, there was actually quite a lot of balance stuff there that went into that, and there's more to come. But I think that the rare fights you will find are significantly more interesting in PoE 2 than they were in PoE 1 because of all the specific attention that they had.
They definitely sound like it. Everybody's freaking out. That sounds amazing, especially that first system of just the monsters changing implicitly if they're rare versus if magic or normal. That's a great answer. Can you answer if Soul Eater is in Path of Exile 2?
I actually don't know the answer to that. You'd have to ask Mark that one. So he's the one who's been setting up all that stuff. So I actually don't know. I would have to go check with him on that one.
All right. Lovely. Love the answer, man. Okay. Now we got a bulky section on Endgame that I want to dive into.
Here we go.
I want to start with, again, another infamous Path of Exile problem that we've experienced in Path of Exile 1. And I think it's one of the reasons you designed Path of Exile 2 in its endgame. One-shots. How are one-shots in endgame looking right now? I'm not talking about bosses using huge abilities and obviously one-shotting you, but I'm just talking about randomly mapping your mediocre defenses and you just get one shot out of the blue. Is that happening in testing or is that avoided for the most part?
Well, it's definitely happening at the moment, and that's because we just haven't finished the balance of a lot of monsters. And it's one of those things that's actually really hard to completely root out because there are a lot of attacks that some people, depending on their playstyle, just might not get hit by. And obviously, you know, when the balance people do their initial balance, they try to get it right. But it's one of those things that's just easy to miss. And so I have no doubt that at the start of early access, there will be cases where some monsters are just unfair. You know, that'll happen. I mean,
life isn't fair, guys.
During the beta test, there were these like spiders that were just like so nasty, and like we looked at the damage. I don't remember exactly why this occurred, but it was just like, oh, it was literally doing 10 times the damage it was supposed to be doing, right? And like someone just made a typo, and yet like
just an extra zero.
Like, none of the people that were testing before we did a beta noticed the fact that was happening, right? They just managed to avoid it all the time, or they only got hit by one of the bits, or you know, something like that. And so you know, we just missed it. Look, I'm sure that's going to happen, right? Like there will be some rough edges like that, but you know, as soon as we hear about them, we will do our best to fix them. But look, we're trying to root out all that stuff as much as we can at the moment, and you know, hopefully the players don't experience too much of that. Yeah, I'm sure it'll happen. But yeah, look, we don't want people to be just like randomly out of nowhere, just dying for nothing. Yeah, that's something we'll just have to make sure we're addressing as we get more balance testing in.
Right. The term I hear a lot from people, especially who went to the recent event in LA, is war of attrition. That's what it feels like in Acts 1, 2, and 3. So there's nothing really instant happening. You're fighting against monsters. They're draining you down. You're draining them down. And it's a war between you two. So there's no instant one-shots really happening unless it really is your fault. That's what I heard from like Big Ducks. He said, if I died, it was my fault. I felt good about that. I love that feeling. On monsters,
that is the goal that is the goal for sure, to make it feel that way.
Okay. And it sounds like the deadliness is on a by monster level. And a lot of people are curious. I think Mark said in the Endgame presentation that every map is fully random at Endgame. All monster types, no matter of biome. Is there anything that determines?
So there actually is a like one monster, I believe, or at least a type of there will be one pack in the map that's always there, but all the rest of them are random. And the kind of main point we were trying to make with that is that in PoE 2, we pretty much all monsters. I mean, look, there are some like monsters that are just like swarmy little things that don't really do anything, but for the most part, monsters all have some kind of ability or mechanic or interesting thing going on with it. And so, in the endgame, it really is the fact that you've got the combination of all those different types that really makes the combat interesting.
Yeah.
And you kind of never really know what you're going to get. And so, I mean, look, PoE 1 does have that effectively the same idea going on. It's just that so few of the monsters in PoE 1 actually have like different mechanics, right? Like like 1 in every 5 might do, but it's like in PoE 2, it's like there are so many more things going on. They have movement skills and like random abilities and things like that. It's just there's just a lot going on with them. So it's the combination of that really gets you that really introduces that stuff.
Perfect. No, I love that. I love that there's a little bit of a theme that's there as you're hunting these different biomes and maps, and then the rest is random.
But the thing is, you're still going to get like some pretty out of place stuff. Like I know, like I went into a city map the other day and there's a gorilla attacking me, and I'm like, what the hell is this guy doing here? But you know, the end game's like that.
Are the bosses the same for every map? I'm sure they are. Like, You're not going to get a
so
gorilla boss in
effectively-
the series. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the bosses are picked for the map if they spawn. Later on, we're talking about making it so that there are different, even within one map, we might have a couple of different bosses that can spawn there. But we'll kind of have to see how we go about that. It does take a bit of work, and so we haven't done that yet. And it kind of depends a bit on like how many maps there are versus how many bosses and that kind of stuff. So that can be fun too.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Sounds like some people would just get shocked as they walk in. That's how I expect to be when I walk into the pinnacle boss, whoever it is, for the first time. I expect to just get like Cirrus die beamed, and it's like, oh, all right, well, got to build up defenses better. I can't wait for that. On that note, too, all the boss arenas look like they have so much detail within them, and they're so distinct from their actual arenas from the campaign. The example I saw that stuck out to me was the Colossus is like now in the heart of a volcano. Is the level of detail and distinction there for a lot of the boss fights?
Yeah, so effectively we're trying to make it so that like ideally when we're using a boss in maps, we can put it in a different context so that it feels like a different fight. That like I mean, look, we have to definitely reuse certain components of the arena because often there's arena mechanics that we have to make sure are there. But even just the feel of the arena that can make it feel quite different. Like for example, if you're talking about something like the Carrion Crone, who's just in the second area. She's in a much bigger arena when you fight her in maps, and she also, like, all of her AoE abilities have been like ramped up so that they like have target a much bigger area, and things like the way the wolf spawning, that's like a different pattern. There's more of them and stuff like that. So effectively, like the fight actually feels quite a lot more advanced when you fight it in maps for that reason, just because the arena's different, and like the placement of all of the markers that the designers use to like configure all that stuff. Like they've that there's a lot more that's gone into that. So effectively that can make the recontextualize the fight in quite a cool way.
Oh, that just sounds so exciting. How many of these are we getting on launch? Is it around 50?
Yeah, so the 50 bosses, like I mean, all the bosses that you have through campaign are in Endgame in some way.
Okay.
So it's just a question of whereabouts, how we use them, and so on. But of course, then there's also the bosses that are in Endgame that aren't in the campaign as well. So there's quite a bit of that too.
Yeah, the secret pinnacle that I'm going to try to get you to leak at some point during this interview.
You'll have to wait. I definitely won't be leaking that one.
Okay. All right, next question.
Ben is already beaten it.
So previously, I think earlier this year in an interview, you mentioned that once you get to Endgame, about a third of the loot will come from pack monsters, a third will come from special mechanics, and a third will come from bosses and maps. Now with bosses only being in every 4 maps on average, is that philosophy still the same, or has that shifted a little bit?
Yeah, so that definitely has shifted due to the change to the way the mapping in-game worked. So I mean, this was always a struggle, right? Because the real thing wasn't so much the amount of loot, but the amount of time you're spending on things. And I think that having to spend 1/3 of your time, if you're not interested in doing boss fighting right now, is a little bit high, and definitely wasn't working. So I really we like to give players choice about what type of content they can fight, and we realized the bossing was also one of those type of things, right? Like, do you want to do bossing or don't you? So I think that the balance of that is a lot better now, and I honestly don't know what the percentage would be now that you sort of have control over it at this point, but effectively, yeah, like that has definitely changed around due to that.
Okay. And in testing, how is pack difficulty versus boss difficulty? Are bosses just way harder? Like, I know a lot of people say like, oh, I want to chill when I'm fighting packs, and then when bosses, they can be really intense. Is it kind of that difference?
Yeah, exactly. And look, the big reason for making the change of not having a boss in every map area was literally for this, right? To make it so that we can make the bosses actually hard relative to relative to the pack difficulty, because that's what sort of that sort of maintains the integrity of the combat system, if you will, because like that's where you really have to get into the detail, like really concentrating and like actually using all your abilities to the maximum. Whereas pack clearing, you can chill out a little bit more. But that being said, we still want you to run into rares occasionally that are like crazy. So it's you still want that, but they're not going to be as crazy as the uniques are.
Okay, awesome. Rapid fire question on Endgame: why does the Waystone or map opening UI still have 4 slots? Is that intentional? Is there something that hasn't been revealed?
So we actually had 4 slots when we started PoE 1 as well, even though we had no idea what we were going to use that for. So it's just like one of those things where it's just like you put it in there. It's like, maybe we'll use this one day. So there's literally no other reason than that we had 4 in the back of the old days, and we're going to just do it again now. Just it's fun little thing. And look, one day I'm sure we'll find something to do for that.
Okay, I love it. No, I didn't know that about Path of Exile 1, that it was always 4.
Yeah.
So many
That's good.
things we didn't know.
All right, another one that could be a little long. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a simple answer. So it sounds like there are currently 4 tiers of endgame boss or endgame encounters, but technically, from what we saw from the Atlas passive trees, we can get +5 to those encounter levels.
Right.
Is the 5th tier meaningless, or is there an extra secret tier?
So what happened there is I'm a programmer, so I always count from 0. So when I say difficulty 4, it's like the first difficulty is difficulty 0, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's technically 5 difficulty tiers there, but I referred to the top one as difficulty 4. So maybe the players will refer to that a different way than I am. But
Coding boys.
yeah, that's just what that is. Now technically,
Makes
it is
him even more
possible
relatable,
because of the fact that the small nodes and the big nodes are the way they are. It's actually possible in some cases to cause it to be 1 tier even above that. But if you do that, it will not result in the difficulty being higher. That's actually kind of just a quirk of the way that the nodes are. So that's just effectively capped in that regard. Which I guess might be kind of fun to have like an extra sort of hidden thing like that. But we decided not to in the end. So yeah, there's just there's effectively 5 difficulties, 4 difficulties above the bottom one. Yeah.
I know you're saying that, but everybody needs to try that on launch, okay? There's a hidden difficulty, maybe that they don't want us to know about.
I don't think so. No.
Okay. This one might be pretty quick too. So how high in tier do waystones go? We saw tier 79 in the endgame teaser. Is that
so I mean the way what it's supposed to be is like T15 is like it goes from T1 to T15. I think it might have been that it was listing object level there, and there might even been some inconsistencies between different clips depending on when they were shot. I'm not 100% sure about that, but ultimately it goes from T1 to T15. However, there is a corruption outcome that can go +1. So that lets you that just lets you go a little bit further.
I love that.
With that.
Okay, so it was potentially like a monkey issue. That's what I'm going to call the
sure,
inconsistencies. The monkey issue. Okay.
If you like.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, well that was it on Endgame for now. Now I just want to go into a few general questions about the game. Some rapid fire, some a little bit longer. This first one, I'm curious, going into early access, what's one system you are hyper confident won't need further iteration, and one system you're pretty sure is going to be broken under the weight of the players and you're going to need to have a lot of iteration on?
We'll see.
It's a really hard question. Look, I think that where I'm most happy is like all the way the skill and support system works, I think is very solid. Like I'm very happy with all of that. I think it's just a massive improvement over how PoE 1 was. I would say that the stuff that's going to require a lot of iteration will definitely be endgame stuff, right? Because like that's the stuff that's had the least testing from players, from betas and things like that. Look, I have no idea what kind of changes we may want to see there. Like I'm pretty confident in it, but like you never know what will happen when people actually go for that. So I mean, look, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that could need changing there, and we'll just have to work on that as we see the players, as we see what the players think. But the other thing as well is that of course the endgame is where there's the most. I guess like you have to get it right completely, because it's like that's kind of like your final, like the final experience you're having is like playing through that content. So it's like you can have a single boss fight that's like maybe people don't like it in campaign, that's like not a big deal. But if you're talking about just the core staple of what it is that you're doing in the end game, you have to make sure you get that exactly correct. And even the tiniest details can significantly affect the experience. So, I'm sure there'll be a lot of tweaking there, and like some things maybe just like a tiny number tweak, but it ends up being like a massive difference as far as player experience goes. I'm sure there'll be a lot of iteration there.
Okay. Now, one system that I've had a little bit of discussion about in my community is the flask changes. Are you pretty confident in those, limiting you to just having a life and mana, or do you see yourself perhaps allowing that for a wider variety of flasks in the future if you want to reintroduce them?
I do think that it is important to make it so that is as simple as possible, because it really is one of those friction points you get for new players. But I think the charm system is really where we can go wild there. And so I think if we were doing like more kind of interesting stuff, or like expanding on that, I think we'd do it in the charms, where we can. That's kind of intended to be the thing that you can expand on with that stuff. I just don't want it to turn again into a situation where you feel like you have to constantly be pressing buttons like all the time in order to be able to do that stuff, because I think that really was kind of wearing on people. And it's like, if you're going to be pressing buttons, I would rather the buttons you're pressing are for using active skills rather than just using flasks.
Might even get some health
yeah, ideally it
problems
can
with
sort of
this
move some of the like physical skill off just pushing flask buttons and move it on to using skills instead.
That's
Okay.
great.
All right. This is a tough one, maybe.
So many
Maybe not for you.
macros.
Over the past 6 or so years, what has been the single most challenging aspect of development? I know it's broad.
Yeah, so I think really the big challenge is just underestimating like the scope of what it is we set out to do. And it's one of those things where we're constantly having to, you know, it's like we have a quality level we want to hit.
Yeah.
And it feels like it shouldn't be as difficult as it is to hit that quality. Like it just really is a constant
We'll
battle.
see, Andy. He talked
Yeah, I
the
mean,
door
look,
for a second.
I think that, Jonathan, though,
it's difficult.
I think that's why so many people are resonating with this release. It's very obvious that you have hit a high quality level here. I mean, it's spread like wildfire. I saw you talking to DM and Ghazi and surprised at how many people are interested. I am having people who I haven't talked to in like a decade reaching out to me about PoE 2 because they're searching and they like saw my face or something and they're like, holy crap, there's this new game I just heard about. Like, it's spreading everywhere because the quality is so... you waited until it was ready to showcase it, right? And it looks phenomenal. So...
yeah, I mean, as I said, like just getting there has just been such a thing. Like when we announced in 2019, we thought that we were going to be releasing PoE 2 in like 2021. Like it felt like it was like 2 years out. Right. And you know, like it's just it's difficult, right? Like just the yeah, and even it's like even like is it how long ago now? I'm thinking like so 20. Yeah, look, it's like the funny thing is it always feels like it's 2 years out. Like no matter how far deep into development, no matter how far away it is, it's always like because 2 years feels like forever, right? 2 years is like forever in the future, and so therefore, like no matter what the scope that you think that you have is, it's always like, oh yeah, we can do it in that amount of time. Sure, absolutely. And so yeah, it's just real tough. You know, like doing that, and it feels like no matter how much experience we get. I mean, obviously, you know, Mark and I have both been in game development a long time. No matter how much experience you get, it's like it still feels like it's impossible to really know how long something will actually take by the time you've by the time
especially
you've,
on big
gone
projects
through. So yeah, it's just it's tough. It's tough for sure.
I know you said it always feels like 2 years away, Jonathan, but 9 days log in, okay? We're 9 days out.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So a
He's
few
excited.
really rapid
Log
fire
in.
questions here. You guys opted in for GeForce Now for PoE 2. Do you know if that's going to be available for early access launch, or I know you guys don't have control over that, but do you know if it will be available?
I believe it's supposed to be. We've been told it is. So you know, hopefully that all works out and people can use that.
Awesome.
That's cool.
Now, how about the trade site on day one? Is that going to be functional?
Yeah, so we're doing everything we can to make sure that's the case. I think that there'll be some items that maybe won't show up correctly, and hopefully, like for example, the way that skill gems are rendered is like completely changed, and so I think what they're going to do for skill gems is just like show the name of the gem and the level, rather than having to work out like all the stats and everything how that works. And I think for something like gems, it doesn't really matter because you know, like there's nothing about the gem other than just like the name and the level that actually matters as far as trade is concerned. So they're going to do their best to get everything rendering correctly, but I think it's really important to make sure we've got trade on day one.
Definitely.
Hell
people
yeah,
love
man.
trading.
Dude.
Now, PvP.
Respect the economy.
Does that exist in any form? Yeah,
So
like
you
simple
can
duels.
do. Yeah, you can do simple duels just like you could in PoE 1.
PvP
We're
is
not going
there.
to do anything more than that for now. So yeah, that's it's there, but like we haven't done any effort really towards it. It's just like, you know, like it just is what it is, just as a fun thing. If you want to challenge your friend and just like, you know, just do a thing, you can do that if you want.
Cool. Now, in the second run through of the campaign, Cruel, do bosses once again drop permanent buffs as they will on the first run through for those optional bosses, or are none of those available in the second run through?
Yep, so the second run through, it definitely does have that. So yeah, you're going to want to look for those as well. I believe that for them, that some of them are the same and some of them are different. So you'll have to look around through the map to see what's going on with that.
Cool. Ooh, okay, curious. Now, this one is, I want to be gentle with it, but it's something that a lot of people have talked about in the past. There is an MTX that is audio-based that plays in towns, and everyone wants to hear the sweet songs of Camille when they go into the Clearfell encampment. Is there any way
What
that
is
you
this?
guys are thinking about maybe an audio slider for MTX or something like an audio adjustment maybe, or is that on your radar?
I mean, it's something that I've heard complaints about recently, so it's something that we might have to think about, but I can't say I've got a solution for it right now. By the way, just one question, speaking of audio, do you hear like a loud beeping, or is that just on my end?
That is just on your end. Chat,
sure,
do we
fair
hear a loud beeping?
No.
Let's see. No beeping. It's on your end.
All
Is
right,
everything
cool,
okay
good.
at the GGG office?
I think it's fine. It's just coming.
It's
through
gonna
my headset,
explode.
So, I'm not sure what's going. It's all right. It's fine. I'll just ignore it.
They're telling you to not talk about the goblins.
As long as there's no fly.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my-
Unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for you for that. But
Okay, no,
yeah,
that's
I understand.
totally fine.
I do understand the issue though.
Okay. Now, oh, sorry. Items. So,
Mm-hmm.
in the last time people got their hands on PoE2, we saw obviously
least
the
there ain't
tiers,
no
which we
fly.
talked about, and
10
can't wait to
tiers.
get my hands on that. We also saw items dropping with terms like advanced, expert, and ultimate. Are
Oh,
those
yeah,
related
yeah,
to tiers, or what is that?
So the reason why that is because so we didn't want to release. So what we've done in PoE2 is that all of the acts, they have a much more like the items that you find in each act are like way more related to the content of that act. So like as soon as you go to the desert, you're going to be finding like all of these like Marrakech themed items and so on. So for Act 4 and 5 and 6. We've obviously got a whole big set of base types that are all like, you know, related to those things. And so what we did was we're like, okay, we don't really want to like just have those dropping now because they kind of don't make sense for the content they're in. So what we decided to do was effectively make a duplicate of the base types that goes into the second set of difficulty, in second difficulty. And that way we can drop all of those there. And then that will mean that we just don't have the we don't have that we don't have to release all of that stuff now, and then
Makes
effectively
sense.
at the point when we release the acts, we'll effectively also release the base types at the same time, and those base types will get replaced by the and the art and everything will get replaced by the new base types that we've already got.
Okay.
So yeah, that's effectively the
whole thing.
What's going on with that. Now, in Endgame, there are some base types that relate to just Endgame. I'm not 100% sure exactly what the situation is with regard to the art stuff that they've done there. But effectively, by the time we're sort of completely done, it should be that we're not like having to repeat any art anywhere and all that sort of stuff. But for the time being, we've just got the that going on.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Now, also related to items and the tiers. Obviously, tier 5 item will have amazing mods, amazing rolls, and the like once you identify it. What happens if you craft on it?
So yeah, it doesn't affect anything after you've identified it. So effectively, once you've ID'd it, like you've seen the mods are there, then effectively it is just a regular item as far as any other, like just like any other item would be. And that's kind of important because it's only really in the unidentified state when you see the tier. After that point, the tier doesn't matter anymore because like the decision that resulted from that is already decided and everything's everything's done.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for the question, by the way, MP. That was from Empyrean. Okay, another one. So, I know that you vastly increased the number of orbs that are dropping in early game, and the intent is for people to be using said orbs on crafting. Are you at all worried about how this will affect the greater economy if people decide to just hoard everything and try to post it on the trading post? I'm curious about that because I'm going to be spamming my gear, but I think a lot of people will be like, I'll just save it to trade, you know?
I think it will be fine. So the nice thing about currency is that it's self-syncing, right? Like you get to actually use all that stuff. And I'm pretty sure people will be using it more because they have more. Like I think that's just how it will work. So usually speaking, you don't really get hyperinflation with currency items because the way that, they actually have as I said, because they're self-syncing.
Yeah.
But you never know. Like we never really can tell exactly what will happen with an economy until we actually see it. But I really hope we don't have any problems from that because having the more currency in the game just definitely makes the game significantly better to play through the game. I'm loving it. I just like the experience of doing all that stuff. So I really want to be able to keep that. And I think just the fact that you kind of don't have the scouring orb anymore, and the way that like things are always added, like you're going to be wanting to add mods all the time. Like it's just a common thing. And there's even sort of rules, like for example, so it used to be that when you alked an item, it gave you a random set of mods from 4 to 6, but now it's always 4. So it's like there's always going to be that you want to do the alk and then the exalts. So like there's just more uses for that stuff. Like the adding stuff definitely, happens more often.
Yeah, I heard somebody got 4 exalted orbs by the end of Act 1 and just felt so good being able to slam their items. So,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I
that's
love
cool.
that. Okay,
it's also
runes.
good content.
I know they're a recent addition. I had a few questions about them. First, are all runes just basic stats, such as resistances and the like, or are there any spicy combinations that might remind us of fan favorite ARPG, maybe later down the line?
So we don't have rune words.
D2.
And the funny thing, the funny thing about that is that like I actually had a long conversation about this because it's one of those things that everyone remembers loving. But the funny thing about that is that like what they actually remember loving was not so much the mechanic of rune words, but just the fact that all the rune words were super OP. The rune words were just crazy powerful. And so like when people are like, oh, I love rune words, it's like they think it's the mechanic they liked, but no, like it's just the items were just absolutely outrageous. It's sort of funny how it was like that.
Okay.
But what I will say is that like so runes are intended to be the kind of simple ones that don't have a lot of a lot of complexity going on. So it's the soul cores that you can put in the same sockets. Those are the ones that are intended to kind of have where there's more complexity, there's different stats, there's different things going on with them.
Cool.
Okay. And with those, they're unremovable, correct? You can't take them out of here once you socket them in?
And that's just kind of our general philosophy of the fact that we want most crafting to be additive. Now, we still do have some crafting things that remove mods, but I guess the difference with the sockets is that every single mod that went in there, it's like there's no randomness to those decisions, right? Like every single thing you put in, it's like you completely controlled that outcome. So therefore, we don't feel like we have to provide a way to remove that because it's like that's entirely in your control. Whereas when you're talking about the random chance addings, like then it's like there can be ways that are also based on random chance to be able to remove that again. And then we've also got things like the omens that allow you to have more control over that. So like that sort of stuff makes sense. But for the socketables, it's like, well, yeah, it's like you chose to put that in. It's like, I think the additive philosophy works fine for that.
Okay, awesome. Now, 2 more questions on items here really quickly. One of them is about Splinter stack size. Now, I know we want to declutter the screen for Path of Exile 2 and keep the focus on combat, but it looked like from the trailer, the stack size, for example, the Breachstone is still 300. What's the design philosophy between like 300 stack size and 25 stack size?
So they actually drop like in stacks, and the reason why that's important is because it means that we can have effects that say if there's a mod that's like 10% splinters, it means that when we drop a stack of 10, that plus 10% can actually make it a stack of 11. Which so basically it's just to give granularity so that when we're dropping them, we actually can have the mods like a plus 10% can actually be a thing that actually does something. So that's the reason why it's 300. It isn't necessarily to change like the amount of like things on the screen or the amount of the amount of duration that it takes to actually get to the boss. It's just about the granularity for mods basically.
Okay, awesome. One more item question and then just one final question for you. Thank you so much for your time, Jonathan. I really appreciate it. Will there be vendor recipes in Path of Exile 2? And if so, any examples?
So we actually decided to not do the system the same way how we did it before. So so basically we no longer have the vendor recipe like idea as a concept where there's just a vendor who where you can just do like any combination of items in the vendor. So the vendor that has that same UI is like for disenchanting. And then effectively what we've done is we've tried to pull like the different vendor recipes out into like benches or like items in the world or like NPCs with specific modes or things like that. Effectively like all of those things we want to try and make sure that they're kind of like just more discoverable than what they were in PoE 1. So like what we kind of want to do is like if we're going to do like for example the quality recipe where you had like 40% quality and you get a whetstone.
Yep.
Now that we've got the salvage bench, that's like a specific bench that's able to effectively replace the thing that was doing by something that effectively serves the same function, but it's like discoverable now because you've got like a bench that's dedicated to quality and also socket currency items. And if we're going to do for example, a 3-to-1 recipe, there is a thing you get later which has like three slots and then a bottom slot, and then you click the button that combines them. And it's like got its own thing. So effectively, it means that it's like more obvious like when there's stuff like that. And effectively, for each time where we want to have something that's like a vendor recipe, we can sort of find a place to put it, like make it more thematic, like have a little UI for it. There's even things like well, maybe I won't spoil the other ones, but effectively, whenever, but effectively, whenever we're doing, when we need a function like that, I think it's cooler to have a specific user interface, a specific place, a specific NPC, a specific object, like something like that you find that allows for that. And so it kind of gives you a hint that such a thing even exists in the first place. And then now that you've seen that, you're like, okay, what actually goes in here? Like, what is this for? Like, then like maybe you can have like little lore hints, things like that. It just makes the whole thing a little bit more discoverable and I think a little bit more interesting. So yeah, that's effectively how I've replaced that system.
Yeah, when you said that, now I'm thinking that there could be nodes on the Atlas that house systems like this, little secrets where you could go and find these little crafting benches, which just sounds like so much fun. I know we talked about it earlier. The Atlas and the exploration aspect of it,
right.
Huge W. I cannot wait to go in and just explore.
W.
It's gonna be great. Yeah. Okay, Jonathan, I've got one last question for you.
Last one, boys.
And then we'll let you go. Thank you so much for your time again.
Short and sweet.
No problem.
I want you to give me the best single reason for everyone in the chat right now, everyone watching this VOD, to buy a supporter pack and log in on December 6th at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Boys.
I think that really probably the main thing that you're going to love is just fighting those bosses. The combat.
Wait, what?
With them is just like so fun. They're so varied and interesting. Like I'm just like, yeah, there's a lot of them to fight. If you play on December 6th, there'll be a lot of bosses to fight, and I'm sure you're going to have a great time with them. It really
you're
is.
Gonna die a lot, though,
the best out of
guys.
all the things we're doing.
Jonathan, will you be logging in on December 6th?
Of course. I mean, as soon as there's some kind of horrible fire with the servers, then I'll immediately have to probably deal with that instead. But so long as there aren't any problems, I'm going to be playing absolutely.
All right, Jonathan, man, it's been great every time I talk with you. It's always so smooth. Everybody appreciates your time. Good luck the next 9 days. Okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great,
I'll
great
talk to you later, man.
Great to talk to you. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Talk later, man. See ya.
That was a great interview, guys.
All right. Log in. How did it go?
This guy's great, man.
I did respect his time. I didn't want to go over. I had some other questions, but I didn't want to go too over.
Check out Talkative. Try.
All right. I thought that was pretty damn good.
Give him a follow,
we
my
actually got
friends.
some good info. The rare info. Holy, the rare info. The rare monsters actually sound legit, right? The rare monsters don't have just extra modifiers.
Hope to see more of them.
They change and are chosen specifically by the developers to be rare. Let's go. I think that was the coolest tidbit. I almost freaked out. And I saw somebody in the chat saying that Jonathan was having
Why is it lagging?
Trouble with the glazing. Come on, the dude was like trying not to brag when so obviously
He's so humble.
he is smashing it. I had to glaze him there.
He's so humble.
The dude is like, the hardest part is making sure the quality is there and not knowing when the best time.
That's right. How are you getting DDoSed?
Is here. Man, I had to give him the props. They waited until they were ready to go before releasing the product.
They delayed twice.
That's ballsy. Okay.
Twice.
Right? You're supposed to just develop the product for a few years and then ship it out, right? Right, guys? Okay. Did you guys enjoy the interview? Sorry, I have not been looking at chat. Did you enjoy it? W or L? Let's see.
Oh, man, it's a W.
God tier glazing. Thank you, Bornbeard. W. Oh, my goodness gracious. I'm sweating. I'm sweating a lot. I see no L's in the chat. Glaze away.
L is for
I salute you. What do you mean almost 6K viewers on YouTube? What? Holy crap. We've got like 9K viewers total. Live.
Gee, what a guy. Big glaze. Whoa. Hell yeah.
That's crazy, guys.
Yo, what a chat, man. That was great. You want to keep watching the boss fight, guys? There's also a couple other gameplay videos that I wanted to check out, comparing Diablo and PoE. There's just so much stuff, guys. Yo, we're so ready. We're so ready. Yeah, keep watching, Ben. Okay. This is a Path of Exile 1, like the hardest boss fights, basically, boys.
What does my fight timer say? 50 seconds.
Ben_GigaChat.
I feel like it's been longer than that.
The underscore is very important. And I don't even know how we're gonna beat this boss. It's like, what the fuck?
Be utterly annihilated. Fury Alpha.
They're only gonna be half as strong in PoE 2. No new player is gonna beat that.
Rain of stars.
Dude, there's so many mechanics.
Fury of the cosmos.
Oh, Baron. Come on.
I don't even know what he...
Rain of stars.
Dude. Like, how?
Pointless.
It is also like he's fighting multiple bosses at the same time.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Hey, Barricade, what's up, man? How's it going? Period 2 lock in or what? Thank you so much. V, hey, how's it going? I just made a big shout out to our boy Try. But you can also check out my sister, my friend. She's also blasting. And she's logging in. Yo, yeah. You're gonna log in. Everything the boss is saying is a different mechanic. So much information. Yes, there is a ton. This is like one of the boss fights.
I can't kill this guy.
I don't even know how he's dodging all that. And this
This
guy
is
is
what I mean,
like literally the best player.
There's so many storms now. There's so many fucking storms.
Like barely no time, nowhere to move.
What have I done?
What was it? 122 passive points. Was also pretty cool. I'm pretty sure MP or somebody's gonna have a summary on X. I'll check. I'll link it to you when I see it. I don't even know how a new player is supposed to beat this. I guess they're not.
You should be here soon.
Like what the fuck?
On the right now.
They won't, man. Yeah, just get good.
Obliteration. Creation itself.
Why do you insist on continuing to exist?
Dude.
Fury of the cosmos.
The graphics are gonna be way better in this, guys. This is PoE1 graphic. Plus it's streamed. Well, new players should stick to Diablo 4. Well, then how do you ever get into Path of Exile? Like, I mean, you gotta start somewhere. If you can only play Path of Exile if you already have experience, and that's a super L take, man. Like, what the fuck? Bro.
Young, there is only
Ben's the Fury goal.
Just need a moment.
That's right.
in my sight.
How is he even dodging this? Glad to see you out for PoE. Hey, let's go. But I'm a new player, guys. And thanks for giving me so many tips. You should welcome Diablo 4 and other refugees. It's gonna be great for the game.
Be utterly annihilated.
Bro, Cyrus, get out of the fucking storm, man.
Oh, he's almost dead. And you keep in mind he has culling. So at 10% it's gonna be sayonara.
Oh, did I leave? Sorry, I didn't leave.
Dude, what the fuck are these bosses?
You are nothing. I'm better.
You are nothing. There's phase 2 on this? What? He's already fighting him?
Creation itself.
What do you mean there's a phase 2?
Creation.
What?
I fucked up my arena floor here as well. Oh well.
You're like, oh, finally we're done, and then there's another phase.
I'm better.
All four, pray. All four.
Get him.
Zaki. Are all four gonna spawn?
Ben being a giga chat for like an hour straight.
Skin you alive. Be utterly annihilated. Easy prey. I'm first over here. I was the only hunter. I'll always fight.
Dude.
Be utterly annihilated.
He doesn't even know at this point what the last phase is. Like, he didn't know when you played this.
I've been there for 18 minutes already. My god.
20-minute boss fight, man. Not even in the last phase.
Look at the ground. There's just no ground left. I can't see Edigens at all in this fight. It's gonna suck. I'm gonna fight him pretty far to the left near the stairs. Because there's like the north part over there isn't...
Like, what's happening with the ground?
Isn't that bad, but the entire right side is fucked. Oh, dude, this one right here is tragic.
Like, what is the point of this ground?
Every T17 boss.
Oh, it's cursed. And what if you stand there, you die? What?
We're gonna proc him when he's like right up there.
This guy cracked the Enigma code.
Obliteration.
Annihilation.
Itself. Fury Alpha Cop, you are nothing.
You are nothing.
Creation itself. Rain of Star, glorious flames. Pointless.
Like
right
how?
here. So the edge of the arena is just touching the stairs, but not too far.
Now there's one. This is the hardest bosses in PoE 1. This is a Ben playing. The best boss in D4 is Lilith.
Feel the thrill of the void.
Okay, he has DPS though. If he just didn't have to dodge all the time.
Beyond, there is only horror.
Yo.
Everlasting fire.
Yeah, you can tank it.
Fury of the cosmos. Is an illusion.
Yeah, nowadays Lilith is so much nerfed that you just one-shot her. That's true.
I should have ignited me for this.
It just would be like 100-0. But when she came out, it wasn't like that. You should actually ask Ben. It took him like quite some time to beat her, but he did beat her. As the fastest player in hardcore. Yeah, he's playing shield work. One life. Yeah, hardcore first kill.
I have seen beyond.
He's just tanking this with the shield.
Fire. You are nothing.
He just tanks the big meteor.
Feel the thrill of the void.
Creation itself.
I mean, that even sucks.
Rain of Star.
This is like a 30-minute boss fight, dude.
Is doomed. Everlasting fire. Why resist?
You will long for
non-existence.
Is that it, or is there another phase? There's more phases after this? Oh, what the fuck? So he's culling him, like executing him at 10%.
Everlasting fire.
You gotta die now.
Why?
you will long for
Non-existence.
What the fuck? How?
Low on mine.
There we go.
Ugh, 23-minute fight because of the phase 1 stuff. Yeah, I think fighting Baron inside of, or trying to kill Cyrus phase 1 with Baron there, I think would have been a really bad idea. I definitely should have had Ignite Immune though instead of the Suppression Mastery. Or maybe...
I'm sorry.
The next one is Uber Elder. So Elder is...
Or he's a Fast Shaper.
Is he even harder? The Elder and the Shaper. These are the PoE Uber bosses. Oh, what the fuck? With the PoE 1 graphics, yeah. This was the OG Uber boss.
You are nothing. Creation itself.
So if you stand in that beam, you're like insta-gear.
Fury of the cosmos.
Oh my god, man.
Be utterly annihilated. Pointless.
Dude, how? Like, okay, this is even crazier. I feel every fight just gets
Already
even
got
crazier.
Degens down, but I mean, I outregen them. Hopefully it doesn't matter.
You think we were joking when we said that Ben's a god? The Maven is after this one. Maven is the next one. Like, you're usually not fighting these bosses at the same time.
Rain of stars. Fury of the cosmos. Creation itself.
7k. Dang, man, that's W like for like 1 week. Looks like he can tank a lot. Yeah, he has 17,000 energy.
Fury of the cosmos. Rain of stars.
I think I only saw the Maven fight once, like 2 years ago.
Why resist?
Dude.
Creation itself. Be utterly annihilated.
Item swaps in the middle.
Be utterly annihilated.
Bro.
Rain of stars.
This is a solo cell-phone character. No trading, as far as I understand.
Rain of stars.
This is like no trading. No.
Creation
A full solo play. And this is hardcore, solo cell phone, yeah.
Be utterly annihilated.
Dude, the music. Hi, Tankilla. Let me check.
Low on mine.
We watched one of his videos already. He's a great speedrunner. So.
Pointless.
Oh, this is Path of Exile 1. Wait, what is going on now? Aita is insane. Many amazing players, guys. Gamers.
Be utterly annihilated. Pointless.
Ooh. He ran through that beam and almost died.
Rain of stars.
That was really close.
Or I can tell this ad.
Why?
Yeah, he had like 5k energy shield.
Like one more hit, he would have been dead.
Why resist? Fury Alpha.
Oof, did not see that slam fast enough.
What? Dude, that reaction time. Look at this again.
Fury Alpha.
By the way, this is not possible in Path of Exile 2. You can't log out and well, you can log out, but you have to restart the entire fight if you do this. This is a lockout macro.
Resist.
He knew he was cooked.
Fury Alpha.
Oof, did not see that slam fast enough.
He accidentally ported into those boards.
Last fortify.
Yeah, see, he can just keep playing where he left, but this doesn't work in Fury 2. It's gonna be even harder.
Why resist?
No cheesing like that.
Resist.
Yeah, but they're gonna fix this. This is fixed in Path of Exile 2, guys. It's gonna be fixed.
Creation itself.
I'm having mana problems. It's like really annoying.
Well, maybe because he has like all his mana reserved. But yeah, that's also gonna be fixed.
Pointless.
He has like 90% of his mana reserved.
Be utterly annihilated. Creation itself.
Man.
Fury Alpha Cosmos.
Like where to even go, dude?
Be utterly annihilated.
Is it a slam soon? No.
Rain of stars.
We knew that the slam was coming with.
Fury Alpha Cosmos.
Just need a moment to catch my
Rain of stars.
He didn't, man. GG. Now
Oh my
he's
god.
made-
Why is 40 haste so demonic? And why start now? Because she's spooky now.
This is the probably is this the hardest fight? GG, this is the hardest one. This is the last one.
The prize piece comes to join.
My collection.
Ooh. Don't spoil it. He beat it. There she is, the Maven.
Be utterly annihilated.
Mine.
What the fuck? Bro.
Creation itself.
A cascade of pain.
Pointless.
Stand still.
Utterly annihilated.
My eyes.
Be utterly
Take
annihilated.
this. You
Oh.
can't say. A cascade of pain.
Like the map is moving as well.
Utterly annihilated.
Dude, what the fuck?
Mine.
What is this? Look at all that.
A cascade of
Oh! Wow, those explode so fast. Those explode so fast, dude.
Rip. Dude.
I walked back into them and went to flame dash, and they like fucking insta exploded. I should have shield charged through them, I guess.
Guys, that's 1 week of work. Peppo vanish. Gone. Look at that again. Dude, like that is completely ridiculous.
Be utterly annihilated.
Take this. You
Oh.
can't say. A cascade of pain.
Dude, like, how are you supposed to?
Be utterly annihilated.
Mine. A cascade of
Oh! Wow, those explode so fast.
Dude.
Those explode so fast, dude.
It wasn't.
I
even
walked
1
back
week.
into them and went to flame dash, and they like fucking insta exploded.
Okay, it wasn't 1 week.
I should have shield charged through them, I guess.
Ah, we go
Rip.
again.
I didn't realize I knew they moved faster.
Dude, what the fuck, man?
Because of haste, I didn't realize the explode was that much faster too. That was so fucking
He's
fast.
not even mad about it, man. Like, what the fuck? I'd be so pissed.
Tragic. I went for like the walk into flame dash, which is what I normally do, and I've always done. Even in
He's
hasty
also,
gauntlets, it's always
10
been fine.
hours into his stream.
Maybe AoE plus haste. Well, the AoE wouldn't. I guess. Do you think the AoE affects the point from?
Yeah, this is the video, guys. What the fuck? Oh my god, dude. Yeah, this is like the boss fights if you want to see. Gauntlet Uber. He did it right after? This is one of the best, if not the best, PoE player. And then right after that, he will it over. Best by far. If anyone deserves the title GOAT of PoE, there's not even a question he's the best. Yeah, June was the second player who beat this, right? Young Rowan. Dude, why does this show on Kaiser? Like, I don't even... Like, wait, what is up with this emote? Like, why does it show Al Kaiser though? PoE meme? Oh boy. Okay, PoE meme. Yeah, young full clear. Yeah, that's what I heard. Those who know. Well, I stand corrected then. That's Alex Young. I still don't know. How do I pronounce it? Young Rowan? Young Rowan? Is that how you say his name? Young Rowan. Okay. Young Rogan? Like Joe Rogan? Jungle Ryan? Yeah, okay, what the fuck? Now you're just trolling. Joe Rogan, Young Rogan. Okay, I think I was right the first time, yes? Young Rowan. It's like Junge. In Germany, we have this Junge. A Junge. Basically means like boy.
Junge.
Junge.
Junge. Junge. Junge.
Junge.
A Junge. That's what we say in German. But young Rowan, I get it. Go shopping? Wait, like people told me I gotta wait until there's a special discount. On Black Friday we go shopping, guys. Isn't it Black Friday? 2 days. Well, 3 days. On Black Friday, are we gonna get cheaper stash? It's gonna be Black Friday, no? Yeah, don't buy now. Dude, we need the Black Friday stuff. It's all cheaper. Virtual, IRL, like everything. Yeah, now I don't know if you're trolling me with young Rowan. Okay, let's
Young Rowan PoE. Hourly following. Secret ES Leech over Leech. Most popular. He makes the build guides too. Okay, where did Ben clear Maven? Okay, then let's watch that first. Yeah, true, I want to see the end of that fight. So when did he get revenge on her? Which video? Same video? No. It was same video?
From when they can detonate, I doubt it. Just takes. Yeah.
No, it's not. It's a different video.
He didn't really go low. It seemed very.
He's just interviewing. Okay, he beats it. Okay, here's the fight where he. This is the same boss he just died to. So what's the story? He died to the Maven in hardcore, lost his character, and then grinded all the way up again. And then blasted it, or what? How many days? Dude. They never log
Got a
out.
dog up. Nice. Perfect. This is good.
Nah, how's that allowed?
This is prime. This is good. This is good. We can win. Alright, get him. He doesn't have endurance charge. Nice.
He just wanted to die or what?
This is prime. Nice. This is very good. You're dead. Yes! Yeah! Yeah!
What the fuck? Why is it so loud?
Yeah! We got him, guys. We got him.
Why is it so loud?
You got a dog up?
He's so excited about that,
Nice.
man.
Perfect. This is good.
Nah, how's that allowed?
This is prime. This is good.
Like,
This
it's
is
not
good. We can
loud.
win.
120k
He
views.
doesn't have endurance charge. Nice.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, here's the clip. Dude, that was so loud. Okay, this is Ben's comeback on Maiden. Look at the balls, man. The guy must have balls of steel. Fighting against so many balls.
Be utterly annihilated.
Do what I say.
Be utterly annihilated.
Now, fuck,
Cascade
dude.
of pain. Stand
Be
still.
utterly annihilated.
Jesus.
Mine. Cascade of pain.
Dude, where to even go? Okay, he has 22,000 energy shield.
Take this.
Oh, he has way more DPS as well. I think.
Fury of the cosmos.
Dude, he melts her.
Still. Do what I say.
Creation itself.
He just melts her.
That didn't last time. Let's fucking go. Progress. Alright, please, boss.
So what happens now?
DD me.
Behold my collection.
Algaro.
Nucleus of the Maven. Damn it. Gets even crazier.
Be utterly annihilated.
Brutus. Fuck you, man.
Tweet, I'll check it out. There he is, Brutus. This is the worst nightmare of new player.
You are nothing.
You are nothing.
I will have what I wanted.
New video. What do you want to see? Like, let's watch this fight though, and then check the video. Or you want to check the video first?
Left, right, top.
Scurry. Scurry.
Nah, he gonna beat her.
Stand still.
Dude.
Fury of the cosmos.
Cascade of pain.
Only a 40 seconds video. We'll check that later. I want to see how he beats this.
Stand still.
So what, the area just keeps on shifting? Ruders can screw him by hooking him through the beam. Ooh, okay, yeah, I see.
Made real.
Still. A cascade of pain. Do what I say. Take this.
Dude, what the fuck?
Stand still.
What is made real?
It will not be an escape.
So the balls just go around and then at some
Right.
point they activate to
Top.
chase him?
Right. Top. Left.
Scurry, scurry. Do what I say.
The ground just would kill him.
Take this.
Wow, his DPS is insane.
Stand still.
Memory game.
Death made real.
A cascade of
Yeah, we'll check that after this fight, guys. I know there's two.
Take this. Stand still.
Fury of the cosmos.
Do what I say.
Death made real.
Cascade of pain.
That sounds great for more.
Stand still.
Keep uploading in 720p, man.
This will not be an escape.
Right. Top. Right. Top. Left.
Scurry, scurry.
It's so fast as well, look.
A cascade of pain.
It's like you have like 2 seconds to do that.
Resistance will be punished.
Would you insta-die if he does it wrong, the memory game? You'd just be insta-dead?
Contorts.
What the fuck, dude?
Scurry. Why resist? You are nothing.
My irritation is
I'm bear trapped. I can't move. Fuck you.
be an escape.
That's bullshit.
Yes.
Right. Top. Left. Right. Top. Left.
Again?
Circle.
Okay, look. It's different every time.
Death made real.
How many times you died here? The fuck?
Mine.
You are nothing. Death made real.
The last phase is even crazier.
Stand still.
Creation itself.
A cascade of pain. This will not be an
Fury of the cosmos.
Right. Top. Left. Top. Left. Top.
Scurry.
Dude, what the fuck,
Scurry.
man? It's so
Do
fast!
what I say. A cascade of pain.
Nah, what the fuck? It's so fast!
Stand still.
For Quinn to beat this boss, he made a character to tank the memory game.
A cascade of
Well, he
pain.
did beat it.
Death made real. You are nothing.
Take this. A cascade
He does it in
of
like
pain.
1 second.
Why resist?
Do what I say.
Death
Stand
made
still.
you resisting.
3 portals. 2 logs allowed.
Face tank 69. Bro.
Punishment inescapable.
This is crazy. Well, probably 99% of us, probably 99.9% would have not beaten this. ever. Yeah, but Ben did it in like a few days, right? It's like 3 days.
A cascade of pain. Stand still.
Why resist?
Bro, man.
Death will not be an escape.
Fury Alpha Cosmos.
Top left, top left, top.
Dude, while this is going on.
Sorry.
Now you see, okay, he has more time.
A cascade of pain.
Dude, but that things, they stay.
Take
Fury
this.
Alpha Cosmos. Be utterly annihilated.
Cascade of pain.
We're just gonna watch Ben, man. What the fuck?
Stand.
Like when he's attempting it, we're just gonna watch Ben, man. What the fuck?
Take this.
He's so crazy.
A cascade of pain.
Just need a moment.
How many people participate in the gauntlet usually?
Stand
Like how many players?
still. Death will not be an escape.
40,000 players.
Right, top, right, top, left.
Scurry, scurry.
He's still so fast, even with these things going on.
Cascade of pain. Stand still.
Fury
Do
Alpha
what I say.
Cosmos.
Stand still.
7,000
Take
prize pool.
this.
Does if you place second, you still get something?
Oh fuck. -1.
What happened? I think he thought he was like
This.
he got hit by the thing.
Cascade of pain.
Oh fuck.
Was it the explosion or why did he log? This one?
Oh fuck. -1.
You touched the beam, yeah, okay. Oh, you're immortal when you're logging in.
Stand still.
For a sec.
Pointless.
So 7k for the first. How much did young Rowan get? Like second place. How much do you get?
This will not be an escape.
Pointless.
Grace period, not
left,
forever.
right.
POT,
top,
you can still
left,
lock out macro,
top.
but it doesn't help you.
Scurry, scurry.
No lockouts. Fight, win or die. You can't get out.
A cascade of pain. Stand still. Take this.
Pointless.
A cascade of pain. Stand still.
Be utterly annihilated.
Do what I say. Take this.
Fury Alpha
A
Cosmos.
cascade of pain. Stand still.
Creation itself.
Death will not be an escape.
That's not the mistake.
Right.
Calculate these
Top,
points.
left, top, right, top.
Scurry, scurry.
Dude, this is like impossible, man.
A cascade of pain. Stand still.
So,
Be utterly annihilated.
Take this.
so it's like 4,300,
Cascade of pain.
Be utterly annihilated.
$300.
Still.
Fury Alpha Cosmos.
Just need a
Stand
moment.
still.
Bounty. Okay, I don't know what it means.
Stars.
Take this. A
What is the difference between bounty and cash prize?
This will not be an escape.
I think I'm not gonna play WASD, but I might if I play rage character.
Up, left, up.
Scurry, scurry. Do what I say. Stand still.
Just stand still and die.
Take this. A cascade of pain.
You are nothing.
Stand still. Take this. A cascade of pain. Do what I say. Stand still.
Oh. Man, that phase is demonic. Yeah, Flask.
He did it.
This is a good item. Who made this?
Oh man, it's like always like such a bit anticlimactic because of the color. I never expected. What?
Oh.
I guess I'm not used to it because he just like executes her basically.
Man, that phase
at the
is
last second.
demonic. Yeah, Flask. This is a good item. Who made?
What's this? Amethyst Flask. Reduced charges per use. Damn. Reduced duration when hit during the effect. 25% life loss from damage taken occurs. Over 4 seconds instead. Yo, that's insane for hardcore. Oh, he made it himself. Yo, what a guy. How long does the effect last? 5 seconds. Consume 30 of 65 charges on use. Dang, dude. He has skills. He's the creator of that Giga. Ah, that's crazy. I wonder who made it, huh?
You're naught but skin and bone.
Yeah, I think we watched that video. So this is the one from Ben here, guys. This is his Maven fight. Man, that's freaking crazy, dude. Guy's going nuts. Literal god. Aye. That's wild. Okay, guys, apparently there is a new post from the official account. Let's see it. 4 lightning short, yo, Archmage and 4 lightning. Login, Archmage. Jeez. That looks so cool. Melts that one. I really like the lightning effect. Aura buff. Boom. That's it. +5. That's crazy. Here, let's go. Okay, what exactly does it mean here? So we have ball lightning. Lightning is also a mana stacker. Okay, so lightning damage is always like 1 to XYZ, right? More lightning short. Okay, the sound was a bit nice. Noob warrior, easy pick. I don't really know. Ja, gestern war Yesterday Minions. You have to dodge that. Okay, so what exactly does it do here? Like ball lightning hits enemies in range every 0.2 seconds. 750 more chance to choke. It's actually pretty crazy. While active, causes your spells to cost additional mana and deal extra lightning damage, both based on your max mana. So you spend more mana and on your max mana you do based more damage. Fires a slow-moving projectile that repeatedly shoots bolts of lightning at nearby enemies. Which description? In this setup, you have to make ball lightning cost more mana, so you get more damage from Archmage. Yeah. Spells gain 5% more damage as lightning damage for each 100 maximum mana you have. Spells cost an additional 5% of your mana. While active, causes your spells to cost additional mana and deal extra lightning damage, both based on your maximum mana. That's pretty cool. Wild Shot. Support skills that fire projectiles. Supported skills have a chance to fire many projectiles in a circle. Ball lightning lock in. Hey, Dion, cheers. You can replace Blight. That's dope. Cool stuff. Did he... Great stuff. Yeah, you can just click all these and it's gonna tell you. This is gonna be so hard to decide like what to play, man. Like Sorg's looking cool, dude. 26% damage as extra lightning damage. Man. This also gives you like a massive boost to your mana. 5 levels. So roughly, guys, how much DPS is a level of a skill in this game? Like, I mean, we probably don't know fully, but how does it work in PoE 1? Like, you get 1 extra level to your skills. Like, roughly how much, like, total damage output does it do? 10% roughly? Depends strongly on the skill. Like, but just like ballpark. 10%. And you can also boost other skills, right? I mean, this is all lightning spells, not only one. Three to 4. I feel they should really post this in like high quality. Like, look, the quality is just bad on the video. Like, why they post it in 720p? Like, not even 1080. Yeah, like, but still. No, like it's a setting, dude. It's a fucking setting. Yeah, they have it on auto, like they just need to change it. They can just change this to 1080p and it's gonna be way cooler. Because, I mean, it doesn't do it justice, you know, look, with low graphics, he's like really bad though, like what the fuck? It just doesn't do it justice. Yeah, I know, I watch it on YouTube. I don't know how crazy it goes, but it definitely goes 1080p. Shall I just say, post them on 1080p? Consider changing the video settings? I'm just gonna say, man. I mean, it's just gonna be better, dude, you know? Like, what the hell? Yeah, they could just change it. That's Karen? No, but like I noticed it in the previous videos because I couldn't like share them on X because the fucking quality was so bad. Oh, look, it's like all their content, like also this. Like it's just a good tip. Yeah, besides the video quality. Copium. Someone's gonna get fired? No, what? I think they have it on auto, right? Let's say I upload. Wait, let me show you how it looks for me, because I'm gonna upload the higher quality video, and this is
And this is getting the one that is compressed. See. Let me see, so I can... And I think even this will have better quality. Even though it's rendered through Twitch, which makes it a bit worse. You see, you upload, and then automatically it gets uploaded at 720. But you just need to change it. Boom. You see what I did? I just changed it. And now it's uploading in 1080p. Right? I don't know if you can permanently change it. I'm not sure. Yeah, but I mean, if you don't tell them, next time it's gonna be 700p again. Yeah. Let me link the YouTube. Videos. They're just gonna change the setting. Easy. Okay, I'm gonna pause anyways. For all the ball lightning, are you gonna say Sorg? Enjoyers. Path of Exile 2 has you covered. Look at those balls. Okay, we gotta do like Starstruck. Look at those balls, dude. Yo, the quality is so much better, dude. Wait, what drama am I starting? What? Yeah. Can we play Injured Ball? We had a great build with this once. Look at them balls. Is it them? I don't know. Balls of steel. The street slang. Look at them balls. Okay, we go with street slang. It's better. I mean, even the quality here is better. Archmage and 4 line. Okay, the sound is so loud. Morgan. Archmage. That looks so cool. Now it's that I really like the lightning effect. Or above. Oh, it's gonna be fun, man. Yeah, the YouTube video, the sound was not perfect. This PoE music, man, it's like very fluctuating sound. First class, yeah. Okay, chat, so which class are we going? Warrior or monk? Look at the monk, though. Right now... Monk, yes. Warrior, monk. 200 weapons. Go ball lightning. Perma stun Titan. Like on Monk, I really don't know which of the ascendancies I will go for. Invoker wields the elements with ease and can use the power to become an elemental avatar. The Invoker is also a master of spirits, allowing him to use many abilities without even lifting a finger. This is like Aang. Look, man, even the earth is shattering here. This is the Spiritborn ascendancy. And then this is Monk gone rogue, man, the Acolyte. He turned to the dark side. The Acolyte exchanges mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. Summoning power from the breach, he deals elemental affinity for chaos. Monk has a spin to win build, I think. We saw a little bit of spin to win Monk. Like, yeah, not like fully, but a little bit. Is that Flicker Strike, the spin? Oh yeah, the Titan. The Titan focuses on stun slams and beefy defense. Call upon your ancestors to boost your slams, push your enemies into the ground. And the Warrior. The Warbringer. Yeah, I think I posted about Flicker Strike, wait. Somebody tagged Rod Ferguson. Somebody tagged Rod Ferguson here, what the fuck? No probable spam. No spam, boys, don't spam it. Look at them balls, dude. So where's the Monk? I posted this here. This one.
Campaign, and we have dialed and feel distinct from the locations in the campaign. And feel distinct from the locations in the.
Yeah, this looks fast, dude. The Flicker Strike looks fantastic. Yeah, but this is the build I want to play. Look at this. The problem is you can't perma-do this because you need power charges, right?
Kindergarten who ate glue.
But this is in PoE1. Like in PoE1 it works completely different with Flicker Strike because you can't spam it. As far as I know. In PoE2 you can't spam it. Gonna get one shot on Flicker Strike. This is crazy. PoE2 is gonna break viewing records. I think they already had 500,000 people checking, right? 500,000, man. Wow, what a power. Yeah, read the items in the... He just didn't read about it. You have to change the quality, it's gonna be good. I think they're gonna post this like every day, man. It's gonna be lit. Class tier list. S plus play, S whatever, A fits, B your playstyle, ignore the meta. Yeah, you can do that, but not everybody likes to ignore the meta, right? Some people just want to play whatever is an easy build and they can't make the decision on their own because they don't know. Dude, what is this thing in the category? Turd Twister X. The fuck's going on here? PoE2 beta log in breasty. Brand risk. What the fuck, dude? You gotta get them views, dude. You gotta get them views. So I guess you would combine this with the Stormweaver for Sorceress. What does it mean, 53,000? Do we have more Monk gameplay? I want to see some more Monk gameplay. Path of Exile Monk breakdown. 2 days ago.
Now, early access will initially have 6 classes. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge.
Wait, is this like an overview or?
Armor, and then high velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire.
No, that's just from the.
What's up, guys? Into and out of combat very quickly. Now, like all classes.
This is all the same gameplay. Has anybody played Monk?
Too much clutter.
This is a 2-player.
Ah, the hero.
Green tank them maybe. Here's the video, guys. Druid gameplay? Yes, I have.
Why look, it's our local hero.
This is good quality. I really need to figure out like the best position for my camera long term. Where do most people have their camera? Because I constantly keep moving it with the way it works. Fucking health pot. Yeah, where? This is Witch and Monk. Buffy XP, okay, yeah. And it doesn't show now. These are super cool. Let's move up here.
Good night.
So this is Sorcerer and Monk. This is third one. Path of Exile 2, yeah. This is the full first act. What camera do you want? I'm gonna get you. I just got it. Select one. Can't see much what the monk is doing. The interview happened already. You can go back in the stream. Okay, yeah. I mean, is this looking easier or harder than Solo, guys? Lagging. It looks like an overplay. Over gameplay.
Very loud and very dull. Too much clutter.
They have 5 flasks, okay. I thought this was new gameplay, sorry. It's like super hard to find this stuff. Everybody keeps like uploading something, but yeah, everything is gonna be like...
I have another chance.
It's also older. How do you even see you have 5 flasks here?
Separated, we can breathe a bit easy.
You should be pretty good.
Staggering palm can be used to stun an enemy with a nearly full stagger bar. Enemies that are vulnerable to staggering palm. Staggering palm can be
You might also have still 5 flasks.
The name's Phil.
Controller menuing, yeah, that's tough. Start the game literally. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even sure if I'm gonna play solo or with a group. What would you like to see? I think I'm gonna play, like, definitely trade. So I think I might play with some friends. We'll see. I'm not sure yet. 6-man party. I mean, if anything, I would go group first and solo later. Like, I'm not gonna play solo self-round. I hate that stuff. I like trading and stuff. I was just gonna have fun. Yeah, trades for sure. I'll think about it. Couch co-op. I mean, I play like max like 3 players or something. Yeah, I think the speed will change. Yeah, SSF restricts you. And look at how much damage he's taking. Like, just even from like a random monster. Very hard to say. I have some of my gameplay as well. The music, yeah, the sound design is fantastic. Very immersive. Monk looks really cool. Naruto's theme song. No, you can't play it.
My ancestors would not enter such places for fear of the first ones. Still.
Good night.
These guys do a lot of damage. I mean, there's a ton of endgame content. What do you mean, no good content? Like, the game has, or looks to have so much. It looks like he's only using like one skill, no? Like you want to do combinations. Yo, look, okay, that was a lot of damage. I think this is crazy. Yeah, we watched the live review. Yeah, I wanna watch some Monk. I'm not playing, guys. This is gameplay. I'm gonna link it. Yeah, you can find all this on YouTube yourself as well. Here's the video, check it out. I'm gonna get a snack, guys. Do you want to watch this gameplay? Or you want to watch another video? I have the Frosty React.
Good night.
This is and Chief, he's wrong a lot. I don't know why. Okay. I'm gonna eat real quick, guys. This is the one. BRB.
Frosty LaRue, Path of Exile 2, the Diablo-like ARPG.
This is one of the strongest announcements I've ever seen in the history of ARPGs.
This is insane.
Holy crap, this is going to be incredible.
This is old school RuneScape.
You gotta play it.
I'm excited.
This is perfect.
Diablo 4 is cooked.
See, this is what Diablo 4 should have been.
Like, Diablo 4 is bad, Diablo 4 is dead.
I'm gonna quit Diablo 4.
That this beta has more depth to it than Diablo.
Dude, that's all out of context. What? Man, he like Woody and me. Like Woody and me.
Diablo
What?
4 is cooked.
See, this is what Diablo 4 should have been.
Like, Diablo 4 is bad, Diablo 4 is dead.
I'm gonna quit Diablo 4.
That this beta has
What
more
the
depth
fuck?
to it than Diablo 4 does after the expansion. Like, this is fucking
We can't say anything anymore, man.
insane.
Welcome back, you freaking traitors. You probably clicked on this
Look at
video
the
to hear
background.
about Path of Exile 2, and that absolutely disgusts me. Anyway, in this video, I'll be going over all the major
Okay.
issues with Path of Exile 2,
We gotta keep
followed
it
by
fair.
a recent tweet by the Diablo 4 Giga Chad himself, Rod Diablo-like Ferguson, as well as many other well-known Diablo 4 superfans' thoughts and plans in regards to Path.
Why is there Megan Fox?
Of Exile 2.
Oh boy.
Alright, let's jump in and get to the major problems with this game.
Unfortunately, Path of Exile 2 will not be available on Mac OS at the start of early access, but we're keen to have this platform. Okay, so Mac gamers once again are taking an L.
Well,
The Mac gamers, boys.
that sums up all the major problems with PoE 2. Sucks to be you, Mac gamers. Anyway, on to bigger news. Let's
Is a Big Mac a gamer? What's a Mac gamer?
recap the tweet heard by literally billions of people around the world.
Look at Rod Ferguson's tweet. Is this the Diablo-like thing? Is this that bullshit about that? Let me see if I can find it.
He has the video with Logan Paul trolling that BBC reporter.
Where's Rod Ferguson? There it is. Let me double check.
So, a couple of days ago, when the PoE 2 stream ended, literally, X is blowing up, people are posting like crazy, holy crap, this is gonna be incredible. Rod Ferguson,
The general manager of all of Diablo, decided to go on Twitter and absolutely cook himself with this unhinged take.
Oh my goodness. Hogs got the video. Path of Exile 2 reveal was so epic it steamed Rod Ferguson. All right, what is
The
it?
genre of ARPG is starting to mean a lot of different things. Much like Souls-like and roguelike, I wonder if we could normalize Diablo-like for ARPGs that follow the Diablo formula.
I absolutely cannot believe that this is real. Out of all the badass stuff that was
Hawk is never holding anything back, man.
showcased, after all the in-game, after all the Atlas rework, dual skill trees, and weapons that you can dual wield in one hand, all the 6 classes, and all this badass shit that they showed us yesterday, the Path of Exile 2 early access live stream, this right here was my favorite. That shit triggered Rod Ferguson so bad that he had to go make a tweet.
Rod Ferguson is scared. He is threatened, though he's lashing out. Grinding Gear Games has
Hawk
made
went
something
crazy.
tremendous with Path of Exile 2. It has Blizzard shivering, and the game isn't even out yet.
No wonder Rod was making tweets. No, this isn't an ARP.
I said this before, guys. Again, I think, both games will continue to exist. No one's gonna die. No game's gonna die. And I don't know, why people keep adding more gasoline to the fire.
Gee, it's just like Diablo. Yeah, sure,
I mean, at this point, yeah, the memes are funny, but
mad.
Bruh, you ain't even followed the Diablo
look, I don't even know why they're all hating on each other, man. Just leave it be. Yeah, that was just unnecessary, man. I mean, I have a post about it. I'm going to link that below. What are my thoughts? I made a full video about it. What are my thoughts on this entire situation? But let's just have fun and play some video games. And the more video games that we can enjoy there are on the market, the better it is for us, the customer. Simple as that.
You ain't even got a goddamn Diablo in your game. So
but the timing was extremely bad.
just please go sit down and get out of here.
Now, maybe
Diablo is not in Diablo 4. Yeah, I heard that a couple times before. I'm pretty sure some expansion will bring Diablo into Diablo 4.
Getting mad.
Bruh, you ain't even followed the Diablo like you ain't even got a goddamn Diablo in your game. So just please go sit down and get out of here.
Now, maybe he's scared, maybe he's a little nervous, but the last thing you want to do is come across as petty. And that's how this looks.
I think it's very unprofessional. If I was the VP of a game company, I wouldn't be throwing shade. That's a very passive-aggressive way to throw shade at GGG.
Yeah, no need to throw the blows, man.
This is such bad form. It is absolutely terrible. Like, the timing on it, everything about it just looks really, really bad. It comes across as jealous.
Well, hold up. You guys are the...
Man, he could have just said something like, you know, hey, congratulations to the Path of Exile team. Game's looking fantastic. Let's go. We have new content coming and blah, blah, blah. Whatever, right? Like,
it comes across as jealous.
Well, hold up. You guys...
But I give credit where credit is due at some point.
...are the ones sounding jealous. Do you even know how freaking cool the term Diablo-like sounds? Look, I can completely see what Rod is talking about here, and the term Diablo-like is already spreading like wildfire.
He was rubbing it in.
For example, when a game you are super hyped for launches and it's completely not what you expected, that's Diablo-like. When a company removes a key feature, like a charger for a phone, then sells that key feature back to you later on, that's Diablo-like. When a game has a skill tree system with no meaningful options, that's Diablo-like. When you are at a self-checkout, but you are asked to tip for doing the job the company you are tipping should be doing, well, that's Diablo-like. And lastly, when a game you took off for work for has a massive delay on launch that lasts for hours or even days, yeah, you guessed it right, that's...
Okay, the delay is not comparable to Error 37. Yes, the delay wasn't great, but it was like 6 hours. Error 37, we should ask Oogie, Francis, about it. Error 37 was a whole different beast in D3.
It's Diablo-like.
And I was actually very surprised, like, the servers of the game, they were super smooth. Like, when... I didn't expect, when Diablo 4 first launched, I expected the servers to go down to their knees, like pretty much immediately with like the amount of people that were playing. But the servers were actually pretty steady. Like they definitely, like the launch was very smooth. And I really hope that, you know, this is going to be the same smooth sailing for Path of Exile here come December 6th.
So you should probably give Rod a little slack here. He knows what he is doing and is completely not jealous at all about PoE 2. In fact, PoE 2 should be thanking Diablo, not the other way around, right?
The thing is that, and Grinding Gear Games would be the first people to say this, that they owe a lot to Diablo 3. Because Diablo...
They said this many times, in fact. We were just watching the history of GGG, and they said it many times. Like, we copied many features from Diablo 2, but they didn't only copy, they kept cooking. They kept cooking with those features. Like, there's many great examples. Like, they just kept going, you know? And it was great. Like, for example, the switching of the skills. Not only does it switch your skills, like in D2, it also switches like half of your skill tree, which adds more character depth and more combination possibilities.
Diablo 3 being dog shit on release, dude, when the PoE closed beta came out, every single person in the general chat was talking about how shitty Diablo 3 was. And you know what's so fucking funny? Is when this game comes out.
Oh yeah, here, look at this. This is how it should have been. Thanks for linking this. We're excited. Like here, this is a tweet from Path of Exile. This is like a couple years ago, 2021. We're excited for the future of action RPGs and can't wait to see what the Blizzard team has been working on for the upcoming Diablo reveal, sending the best wishes. Something like this. If Rod just said something along those lines, and you see here, there's Adam Fletcher, community manager for Diablo here replying. Man, like that's how it's done. You know? Because they just had a killer day. Path of Exile, GGG. They've been working for years and years for this. There you go. Could have been that. And then this fire, like in the community, this was burning, like Diablo versus Path of Exile. This was burning for years and years and years. And this Rod tweet certainly pulled some more gasoline on that, you know?
Every single person in the general chat is going to be talking about how shitty Diablo 4 is.
Okay. Let's check in on some real loyal Diablo 4 superfans, who I am sure are going to stick with D4 instead of this Diablo-like PoE 2.
There was already like many clips at the intro, man. Keep in mind, guys, you can clip some stuff a little out of context, maybe. For entertainment purposes, of course.
Hey folks, this is Riker, and this week saw the most hype live stream the ARPG world has ever seen. The announcement of Diablo 4 season of The Witch Doctor, basically. No, obviously it was Path of Exile too.
I'm a star.
I didn't even see this video. Oh my god, man.
Live stream the ARPG world has ever seen.
The best ever
seen. The announcement of Diablo 4 season of The Witch Doctor, basically. No, obviously it was Path of Exile too.
I'm a starving man. I'm starving for Path of Exile 2 content, so I'm going to rewatch the same live stream for 15 days in a row until this game's out, okay?
That's basically what we're doing, my friends. I think I watched that thing. Like, it was 1.5 hours live stream, followed by a 2.5 hour Q&A. I think the live stream thing, portion of it, like we've dissected it. I think we've watched it more than 5 times already, man. That's chat. Yep. DM's so relatable. Once again.
In my opinion, this is one of the strongest announcements I've ever seen
Blown
in
away.
the history of ARPGs.
I think I can kind of get away with less time spent from now on in Diablo 4 and more time invested into PoE 2. I'm going to be blasting this game at the very least until Season 7 launches, and then probably go right back into PoE 2.
Holy shit. Okay, all right, Rob, please tell me you didn't drink the Kool-Aid too.
I'm really excited to jump into PoE come December 6th.
Okay, I give up. Let's at least try and figure out why this is happening.
Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying there isn't enough in-game content.
Again, guys, I'm going to be playing both games, but there's a lot of content to get into in Path of Exile, and I like it. Oh, wait, I missed that. What did you say?
This is happening.
Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying there isn't enough in-game content.
Nah, that's never happened. I've personally, I've never seen that happen in an ARPG. I don't know what he's talking about.
It's not complicated and it's not intimidating at all, which is why Diablo 4 sold so well. Almost no barrier to entry. They're great for casual players. The problem is it...
And I think it's going to continue to sell well, Diablo 4, that is. Like, there's a big casual, like, player audience. You guys always meme and call it the gamer dads, you know. Hard day at work, guy, girl, whatever, comes home, sits down on the couch, turns on the PlayStation, turns on the Xbox. He doesn't care what the current Twitch drama is. He doesn't care about anything on YouTube. He doesn't even use the browser, you know, like there's no Chrome, no Firefox, no whatever. He has jobs, he has kids, he has wives to take care of. He sits down on that couch, pops open like a beer or whatever, and like he just like turns on a video game, plays for an hour, and then like he goes to bed. He doesn't mind, you know, like, and that guy, like, I don't think he's gonna play Path of Exile. But that's fine. I think Path of Exile is definitely staying like still while becoming much more accessible for newer players, which is great. they're still sticking like true to their like core identity, you know, which is like the game has a ton of depth as far as I experienced it so far.
It lacks an end game almost.
It's not like a simple game, you know. It's not a simple game, and I don't think it's trying to be a simple game.
Entirely.
I'm really excited to jump into PoE. The biggest reason for me by far is probably the crazy end game that they have. This focus on the end game is just absolutely crazy and fresh and new to me, because coming from... It's a bit new to me. I mean, it's true, like Diablo is really focused on the new player experience, like the campaign, the story, the early game of Diablo is, I feel like, what's always the most focused on. Like they focus on this a lot, and this obviously attracts like a lot of people, right? But the end game, it always falls short because they go for the start. They go for the beginning, for the... And I think both is super important. Both is very important.
Did he just say the focus on in-game is crazy and fresh and new to me? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Before, after a certain amount of time, there is not that much to do in...
I'm sorry, I have to laugh.
There truly is nothing to do.
Oh
my
shit,
Rex.
Dude, back to back, saying the same thing. I love how the reaction is the same from literally everyone.
Well, I guess that's not literally true, but there aren't really any great rewards for doing that. I don't have any super awesome mounts. I don't have any titles. My character isn't glowing. I can't link you an item that is so rare and so godly that you wouldn't be able to find it yourself from all the hours that I put into it.
That's a good take from
Rex.
Rex.
The rewards are just not there.
Man, it gets worse. Nothing to do, no reason to do the things there are to do, and no rewards for doing them.
I mean, there is stuff to do, but you know, it's not really like some long-term progression working towards a higher goal. Stuff like that.
Okay guys, I think it's inevitable. I also need to try this game out, and for exactly the reason you may think. To bring to light why PoE 2 is a vastly inferior game to the masterpiece we call Diablo 4. But for real guys, I will be making a lot more videos on PoE 2, and you probably should be trying this game out yourself. It looks awesome. Please subscribe.
Diablo 4, oh yeah, I swear!
Do the song.
I love it more than I can bear. But in the shadows I
Listen to the lyrics.
Path of Exile is my true unrest.
Sounds like the
Can you
default
guys
red
imagine
radio.
the Frosty LaRue video we're going to be getting about all the Diablo 4 players like watching Path of Exile? I can see the title of the video already.
Man, the M's a genius for this, dude. Like, that guy's killing it. That guy's killing it like crazy on YouTube. Where's my Barbarian song, guys? Yeah, here, check out the video. Frosty LaRue, man. 4,001 hour. Let's go, man. Yeah, that was a great video. Old school RuneScape. Log in, my friends. It's been crazy, boys. What days, what days. PoE music on point as always. What's the song? I don't think he has a full link on it. Maybe we have it somewhere. I remember he used to link me one of his. He made a song for me. Frosty. Frosty LaRue. I think he has Spotify, yeah, probably. But yeah, guys, this has been real good. I think it is again. Definitely a lot of points there. Spotify link lock-in. Yeah, then we have the new stuff. Top 1 Billboard. Billy board, you should say. The first time you watched the video, we watched the PoE announcement like 5 times easily. So what did this guy just say? He's a much smarter creator.
What's going on, guys? Zuko back with another video. I hope you're all doing very, very
like
well. I want to do
PoE blaster. So unknown. Why don't you play PoE in the meantime? Yeah, I might install it. We play tomorrow maybe, or the next days. Would you guys like me to, you know, to play some Path of Exile 1 and just try it out, like from the start? We could do that. Try and PoE 1 right now. Hell yeah. If I were to try it, guys, I'm saying my cake, I would definitely not play hardcore. Like, I'm trusting the game. Like, how could you recommend hardcore to any new player? Like, it's completely stupid. No, why would I go hardcore, dude? I lose my character, it's over. Like, how's that, like, as a new player experience, dude? No way we would play hardcore, man. Yeah, it's a perfect beginner mode. Hardcore, SSF, ruthless. What the fuck? I'm already immune to the skill tree. I already checked it out. No, we're not gonna go for that. I don't even know what class I'm going with. Ooh. Does anybody have the full skill tree? Like, they showed it so many clips now. Does any website, guys, have the full tree? I kind of want to like make a... Check out the monk starting location. Only bits and pieces everywhere. Yeah, we could look at the skill gems, I guess. In-depth equipment. I'm just gonna eat my cake. First time I want to build before release. Can't find anything on the internet. Yeah, I mean, they kind of want like everybody to go in blind, right? I think it could be more fun like that. It's gonna be a wild experience. I think Reddit is gonna get pretty upset by the difficulty of the game. Cyclone Slayer. Wait, which class is that? I was thinking of going either Titan or going Monk. Titan is OP, you think? I don't know, man. Hey, there's no duelist in the game, man. Marcel is going blind.
Approach a bit more blind. I haven't
Yeah, I think we watched that. What is Gazi gonna do? He's gonna play Witch, right? Minions? We finally have guns. Ben made a tier list. Okay, let's watch this one. I mean, if Ben really made like some prediction, like we gotta listen, man. Is it a troll or is it like
tier list? Oh, thank you. It's time.
All right, boys. Here it is from
Path
Ben
of Exile
_
2 Ascendancy tier list
I'm not sure
based on
how
the
serious it
power
is.
level of the builds that you can make with these ascendancies. Real and true.
Real and true, trust me, bro.
These are both Ranger. Let's get that out of the way.
Wait, what? I don't even know what is. This is both the Ranger. Wait, I need the website on the side, man. I don't even know what the fuck that is.
I just realized I don't know what any of these are. Like, which one is Titan and which one is Yelly Guy?
That's exactly my problem, Ben. Yes. Thank you. I didn't know either who is who. So, on the side, we gotta open the website. And we gotta check, boys, because I have no fucking idea what he just put. Is this just both of the Rangers? Because he doesn't like Ranger, or he thinks it's bad? I don't even know here by this stuff, even. Okay. So, that guy is the Titan. And that guy is the Warbringer. And I think Ben doesn't like Ranger or what? I'm actually with him on that. I never play a bow class. I don't like it. I think I agree. We're looking at the tier list that Ben made. Yeah, no Ranger.
We just see it's mad and turns into stone. This is Titan? That's what I thought. Titan, S tier, obviously.
Boom!
The guy that gets mad and turns himself into stone.
We smash.
I don't think anyone else can go in F tier because Ranger. The thing is, Pathfinder actually looks kind of good with new poison stuff, new poison information.
Titan login, boys.
It could be
Mercenary
poison could
also
be
ST, I think.
Alright.
I actually think Thox should be 82.
I think Infernalist is really good.
Cope.
Based off of
wait, okay, Infernalist is Infernalist is the witch. It just does a lot of damage, yeah. Infernalist is the witch that turns into a demon. I need to like make this connection, guys, so I learned this. Because I can't tell by the fucking images.
Extensive in-game experience and testing.
Have a good stream, thanks, man.
And complicated build planning and spreadsheets and math. Let's see.
And absolutely not based on any copium. Thanks for linking this, by the way.
These are crossbow guys.
That's right. There's Deadeye and Gem. Deadeye and Gem guy.
This is Chronomancer.
Elemental Witch.
What is this one again?
Where's he gonna put the monks?
Blood Mage? Blood Witch?
This is the other witch, yeah.
This is Monk that has fucking Meditate.
Avatar. What?
This is Monk that has weird instant leech stuff. Okay.
C tier.
Chrono
Yeah,
on the right.
Ranger
This is Chrono. This is Stormweaver.
Tier list approved by Ben. Absolutely no copium whatsoever.
Otherwise,
there was something
that's
with
what
my
I thought
eye.
it was.
Something happened with my eye.
First one is Chrono. That's what I said the first time. Because, dude, like, you have 13 skills by default with this Gemlin guy, right? That's so much max res. How can 7 to 8 max res of everything be bad, you know? That's only super endgame, though. I think early game was kind of shit. I think early game, global culling strike and the other thing is going to be super strong. What else do you spec on this guy though? What is it?
And they also said that you can't respec, right? Once you've chosen your ascendancy, at least on launch, like on early access launch, you can't respec.
Called? He's called the Witch Hunter, right? I don't know if all this is
Lance, thank you so much for the raid. We're just listening to the wise words of Ben here, who made a tier list that is 100% legit and no copium at all, according to him.
Yeah, it's not all here. Like this
We're
thing over
learning
here is
the
culling
ascendancy
strike, right?
Thanks so much, man. Hope you had a good
I don't know how
stream.
good the concentration stuff actually is.
I'm really looking forward
but
for the launch.
What is behind decimating strike? Do we know? Like, is this culling strike back here?
I still think, like... So how would this work in group, guys? Like, nobody was able to answer me so far. Like, I mean, maybe nobody knows, right? But you have this decimating strike. Like, what if you... Like, which basically does about 30% of the boss damage if you get lucky on the initial hit. But what if you just have 3 people, 3 players with Mercenary that use this? Yeah, it's the first hit, okay. First guy hits. Second, lucky hit. Second guy misses, okay, you log out. You go back in. Until every 3 of them hit. That'd be crazy. Hope you have a fun time to PoE. Always good to see your faces. Getting hooked onto the Path of Exile hype train. Hey, log in, man. Thank you so much, dude. Yeah. I'm actually super happy also about how welcoming the community is. As a newer player and like learning from veterans like you, like Ben and other people here, like obviously these like tier lists and all these like, you know, guides or builds, whatever, is like full copium. But as a newer player, like I very much appreciate seeing that from the veterans, like just giving their best thoughts on things, right? Because I mean, I have no idea where I'm even starting. So it's really cool. Let's go. But yeah, anyways, I mean, I don't know exactly like how this kind of stuff will work with the first hit. But either way, I think this is going to be a pretty strong class. Like, I mean, Jonathan said it today in the interview with Try as well, right? It's probably going to be pretty strong. I have like 30 hours in Path of Exile 1, so yeah, I didn't play. That was like years ago. I didn't play, guys. I mean, you can say I didn't play. 30 hours? Like, I'm not even out of kindergarten. It's fun to take steps in the dark about it, but yeah, complete guesswork. Oh yeah, I just love how like Ben is like, oh, Ranger, this is F tier. I don't like Ranger, F tier. Let's keep hearing.
Like culling strike is somewhere on this tree, just full global culling strike. I think concentration is these 2 points, right? Isn't it both?
Which Bane is the one?
Culling is under 1?
He's right. Alright, guys.
So it's culling,
that's
decimate.
How it is. He's right. Let's trust Ben.
Ops.
Mercenary. Well, according to Jonathan Rogers, Mercenary is going to be pretty good for beginners.
Over here on the far left. Yeah, having concentration things in 2 different like end wings is kind of weird.
So what you have, like they say you have 8 ascendancy points, right? Yeah, you gotta like really choose, man. 8 points is like nothing.
But I do think you're gonna do this on crossbow guys to start instead of Gemling to start. I don't think Gemling is good at all until...
Look at his bookmark of Ben. The only bookmark he has is young. And then stuff. I love it.
Much deeper into the end game.
It's like the only bookmark.
Less quality is like absolutely
wait, you
insane.
can't even see. Now look up here.
It's only a chance to happen. So my understanding of Decimating Strike, it's not that it's a chance to happen, it's that the randomness is the amount of damage it does. So it's like when you hit a target, they lose between like 0 and 30% of their life if they're on full life. That's my understanding of how that works.
Ryan.
I don't know what the number actually is, but something like that was what it sounded like. Hopefully it's like 10 to 30.
He's cooking.
But like that plus Culling Strike with how strong new Culling Strike is like so powerful.
Memes are the best ones. Okay, I think Ben thinks Mercenary is pretty strong. That's for sure.
It's just it's a passive effect that just happens. Just like Culling Strike.
I'm just trying to learn what he thinks about that stuff.
Healthy damage to white magic will be irrelevant in the end game. Nope, never.
Concentration.
Except on like the most broken builds.
I want to see him go back over the tier list. This was all from his Twitch stream yesterday. He made a tier list apparently.
The way that I see gemling is these extra skill slots are not going to be that good. I don't see a world, because it's not like you just have 3 extra top tier skills. This gives you access to your like 10th, 11th, and 12th best skill. It gives you access to your 3 skills that are so bad they don't make the cut for your first 9.
That's
so it's
totally
like
right.
They're probably not going to be that impactful.
Hey,
so you're mainly looking at.
Yo, thank you so much for 20 gifted subs to the community. Hey, much appreciated, dude. Do you know the PoE wiki? That's where Ben gets all information. Yeah. The thing is, it's just not updated yet with the stuff, right? Hey, thank you so much, Conan, dude. What a guy. Thanks for all the support, man. Let's go. GG.
Like huge max res.
Lock in.
Which in hyper endgame, this is like 7 to all max res. But most likely what it's actually going to be is like 10 cold or 10 lightning, 5 fire, 5 cold. Something more like that.
But you're still gonna be capped, right? Like you have a soft cap and then a hard cap. Just like in PoE 1. Right? So I mean, you're getting this max res here, then you don't need to get it in other sources. Yeah, according to what I understood, like what Ben said, like he thinks gemling is gonna be pretty strong, but only during the very end game and like not early game.
Because you're going to have more greens than red and blue on those builds. But I just don't see these extra active skills being super useful. I think they're mainly just going to be slots where you put random 6 links and then you modify the support gems based on what max res type you need for the content you're doing. That's kind of how I see this.
That's
Adaptive capability only gives you gem attribute requirement, not gem and item. So you can't just go full strength. You still need dex to wear a crossbow.
Because it can't depend on each other. Yeah. The gem quality will boost
crossbow.
Damage, probably.
I mean, yeah, if you're playing it on like fucking actual melee, then or whatever, then it's fine. But
I mean, even to unlock all this, you still gotta like finish your first like ascendancy trial, and that already looked like, at least for like a beginning player, that already looks pretty tough. Like if you never played PoE and you're coming into the game, like even unlocking your ascendancy, probably most people, man, they're gonna come in, they're gonna be hard stuck in some boss Act 1. Like they're just gonna be hard stuck in Act 1. It's gonna be fine. I don't know, man. I think you underestimate how casual the average casual is. You're hard stuck in Act 1, dude. Dude, Reddit is gonna be fuming. They're gonna be so mad on Reddit, dude. Like, oh, the game is way too hard. I can already hear it. Mark my words, I can already hear it.
One, quality on gems I think is going to be pretty impactful. Jonathan basically said that he wants 20 quality to make the gem 20% better.
Yeah, that's basically
in
a
some
20
way,
damage
not just
multiplier.
damage, but just better in some way. So that point is pretty good, but we don't know what this point is, which is very important. It's like 12 quality, extra slots, and like 7 max res of each type, or like 10 5/5, or maybe like 10 7/7 if you have some extra gems from different gear.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really tough choice. I love how they all are different.
Is pretty decent.
Well.
Yeah, this is quality of skill gems. Support gems will not gain quality from this. It's only your active skills. The one above 4 could be good as well. Like, we don't know what this is, or this whole row.
We don't know what anything
so much
is.
unknown on
Only
Gen
the
1.
4.
Makes it harder to rank.
Oh, here's his list so
Naturally
far,
means
guys.
A tier.
Okay. So this is his list so far for those of you who just tuned in from the raid. So like what he basically said is like Ranger is just like F tier from the beginning because it's Ranger. Titan is Giga Chat. S tier goes without saying. Then Infernalist, big DPS, and then Mercenary is gonna be great. I mean, you heard about Legionnaire, and the other one is pretty sick. Monk is meditating, so he sucks.
Here, I think
Ranger.
We have seen her strong enough that I'm pretty sure in the end game it's going to be strong. But I think starting this before you have a bunch of 6 links is trolling. Like, you're always starting Witch Hunter instead. Unless you can't.
But I guess yesterday he didn't know that they said you can't reset your Ascendancy class, right? So you're just gonna make a second character at that point? Yeah, we learned we can't reroll. Yeah, I know. But you can always make a new character. The game doesn't have 6 link. Well, you can level, but it's basically like just an analogy, right? For having a gem, a skill gem with 5 supports. Yo, we're gonna stretch, man. Thanks, dude. It's a huge time loss. Yeah, he's referring to a skill with 5 support gems, which is basically the old 6 link. It makes sense balance-wise. Yeah, from the EG side, like balancing it makes a lot of sense, right? You have the upside in the end game, but like you have a downside in the early game. There should be one in the planner. And if not, you're not gonna populate the gems. Yes. Oh, not reserve. I always type reserve. It's reverse. Here you can see it here. Yeah, keep watching. Don't listen to this tier list drop. Ben doesn't know what he's talking about. And he is also super serious. Oh, chat, what the hell, man? We just watched Ben take down like all the freaking like gauntlet bosses, and I was like, what the fuck all the time, man? Like, how can you even do this?
Can't respect Ascendancies. But I'm like, I think I'll be able to.
Dude's one of the best PoE players, if not the best overall.
But I'm pretty sure in game it'll be good, but it might not be. It's one of. I think it's A. I think it's A.
No, it says Ben made a tier list on his stream yesterday. We're just watching that. I'm not on a call with Ben.
This is like. This ascendancy is 100% feast or famine. It's either Leech is really broken, and instant mana leech duping over to ES is the most broken shit ever. And it's just like beyond S tier, or Leech isn't that good, and it's just like who cares. That's this ascendancy.
So we have no information of how Leech works, right? Because I was like thinking of going that build at least with the instant mana leech, and then also getting energy shield with like there was like a couple combinations. We have info. Don't link me a 47-page manuscript of how Leech used to work in Path of Exile 1. The Discord post. Can you link that? Yeah, I don't know if I'm going monk or warrior. Like, I don't want to hear about like some PhD thesis, 47 pages that somebody linked me. Well, you gotta understand what leech is, Rob. Here's my 47-page thesis for this, man. Like, what the fuck is this leech? There was a summarized version. Or you watch this 2.5 hour long video explaining exactly how leech works. Like, what the fuck? Can I like break it down in like 2 sentences? How can it be so complicated? No, leech, not lich. Leech. Leech. Like life leech, mana leech. That shit. Come on, 2 sentences. When you realize the 47th page is only the summarized version, man. Oh, what the fuck's going on, dude? Man. Leech is giga complicated. Ask ChatGPT. How does leech work in PoE 1? Well, let's keep watching. So he says, the darkness monk either busted or L. Monk will be bad. Live lich. Did I say lich? No, I said leech. How bad is monk? Well, these are the 2 monk builds. This is the avatar and this is the darkness build. And in Ben's tier list, they're pretty low. But you also said it might be completely broken. It all depends on how leech works. And obviously this is also copium.
Let's see.
Yeah, let's keep
think
watching.
They're scared of recovery mechanics being strong. And leech is going to be either undertuned or balanced on launch. It's not going to be broken. So I guess you just average the possibilities.
Just put it in the middle.
It's a B. And
so he has like the boss of sorcerers left and the witch. Look at this one.
I'll be honest, I don't know what this class does. I know it has meditate, and I think that's stupid. So I just
first. Yeah,
I didn't look at the rest of it.
Here. I am the blizzard. I shall rage. Oh man, they're going to put this on like one. Yeah, how do they put this on like one line?
Like creating these shock ground effects is so low value to me. A little bit of damage is extra of a type, not that meaningful to me.
If Ben said it must be true. He was not coping at all.
Faster, but like meditate's so weak. This is like okay as a 2-pointer. What does this do again? This spawns like tornadoes, right?
Trigger elemental expression on melee critical hit.
It's on crit, and you can fully support it.
I am blizzard and I shall rage, dude.
That is big.
Double the energy shield. That's actually pretty cool.
I think if your build is strong enough, it just depends what Unbound is. If it's close to Unbound's power in Po 1, like 80% more damage.
What?
And you can build it up kind of quick. Having this every time you get to a rare can be really strong.
Yeah, I don't think it's that realistic from what we've seen to see 80% more damage, like 80% multiplier. I am the blizzard and ice.
How much what's going to be put on the granite skills? I assume you'll be able to jewel orb them the same way you would anything else.
Don't copy me anywhere.
Get up to 5 supports, but if not, then it'll only be like 2. Also, supports for buffs like this might not be like that insane. Elemental expression is kind of cool.
Anyway, let's check this mana leech thing that you linked. So, who is Viper? This is like a GGG employee. Def, okay. I have unironically advocated for removing Leech entirely because it's impossible to both balance and intuitive. This wasn't received well. And be whatever it needs to be. Tucking this number out the air, but if we need to have monsters with 999 Leech resistance, so be it. Alright. Hey, thanks for the raid. Mr. Sunday, welcome in. We're watching an absolute not copium and super serious tier list. But I'm still very interested to hear what Ben GigaChat has to say. I really appreciate like some of the veterans like just sharing their thoughts. You know, obviously we don't have all the information. It's completely impossible to make like an accurate prediction. But you know, if I can hear Ben's best guess, it's gonna be like way better than anything that I could ever come up with, for example, you know, because I haven't even played the game. So yeah, I love seeing that. I mean, I'd totally watch a tier list video from any veteran. Even though, obviously, you have to all take it with a grain of salt, because we don't even have all the skills. We don't have all the information. But I still appreciate it. Yeah, exactly, Nero. Yeah, you know what PoE 1 very well, and I think there's a lot of connections, because it's the same devs, it's the same kind of like mindset of making the game, right? So he says like monsters might have Leech resistance. The ugly part of Leech in PoE is monsters being resistant to it. Yeah, but there's no conclusion here. Yeah, Leech is like overhealing you by up to ×2, but we still don't know what exactly it means. Yeah, I mean, there's a big difference. Do they have 99% Leech res or do they have 50%? And also, like, when do they start having that Leech res? Like, right from the beginning? Like, right from level 1? Or, like, up starting level 50? Yeah, we just don't know. But thanks for linking this.
And I think Quarterstave crit chance is decent. The thing with these skills, both this and the Stormweaver version, they're granted skills, they're fully supportable, but how does their base damage work? Because there's no gem level tied to them. I'm pretty sure it's just going to be based on character level.
Didn't we see this? But I think we only saw it for casters, where it had like a damage on the thing. But for melee, it's all dependent on the weapon, right? But wait, how would it work on a monk? Like, he basically has like all these elemental attacks. They would basically all scale off its quarterstaff weapon. While like on the sorceress, like all these spells, just like in D2, are scaling off the skill gem level. Depends on the skill. Or even on the monk. Okay, it really depends on the skill. Yeah, okay. It always depends. Takes some weapons, spell, don't care about weapon damage. Yeah, just like in D2. Okay.
It's just gonna scale with the character level. Similar to like Onigroshi gets like flat fizz per character level. The skill levels as you level and unlocks new sockets. You have a source for the unlocking new sockets part. The first part they confirmed on Discord. Okay. The first part makes total sense, but how you get extra support gems, I'm a little less sure about.
Just drop.
Okay, where's this Discord where devs answer questions? I got like 90.
Yeah, where is this Discord from actually? Is there like an official PoE Discord?
It's PO2 Discord. So should I go into the PO2 Discord and just start making shit up? And then I'll get corrected by a dev? Or like, do you ask?
Man.
I feel like making shit up is the best way.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, I joined the Discord, thanks. Yeah, just make shit up and then you get corrected. Like, just spread some rumor. What the fuck? Join Path of Exile.
Good. But there's so, like, it's so hard to have any real idea. It's not hard to know that Titan's going to be good. Because Titan is very simple. It has 6 notables that are all just numerically strong. It's just stats. It's just good stats. So it's gonna be good.
Hell yeah,
And same
Titan,
for
lock
Witch
in,
Hunters.
man.
Like just decimating plus culling strike is already enough that it's gonna be good. Infernalist is very much a hardcore take on why it's good. Infernal Hound's DR. The thing is, death is bad in softcore too. I really feel like when it came to people copying builds in Po 1, a lot of people just played hardcore builds anyways because they're generally more well-rounded and have like a more like fluid experience and less death, and no one likes dying. In Po 2, even in softcore, you do not want to die ever. So I kind of feel like what's best in hardcore is also just going to be best in Po 1 or in softcore in Po 2, I think.
Show me a feed of everything GGG is posted. Look at this, guys. I want this, yes?
So an Infernalist, having just base DR and some stuff, kind of cool. Demon form looks sick. Demon Mommy, obviously S tier.
Demon Mommy easy S tier.
A Monk is B, because it's either S tier or F tier. It's one or the other, but I can't do that.
Mommy, she's behind me, by the way. Blessed mother.
Invoker is like so unknown though. Because the way I see this class,
man.
If I take 10% as extra cold, if I'm playing a cold version, my other 3 points are unknown. It's probably going to be Unbound Avatar. I don't know what the numbers are on this. Elemental Expression looks fucking cool. I don't know what the numbers are. And this, I don't even know what it is. So of the 4 points I'm taking, I only know what one of them even does, and it's bad. The other 3 are all questions. And the top branch, yeah, it's so unknown. It's like
it's right now
monks
it's
can just go in
impossible
B
to
tier.
make a tier list.
They can just chill in B tier. Because both monks are who fucking knows. And
bust or shit.
Mm-hmm. Chronomancer is so cool.
Yeah, it
Change
looks
B to
cool,
question
but
mark tier.
it's like the Chronomancer. It looks so cool, but like, will it actually be strong? You know? Yeah, freezing time like with a big AOE. It doesn't really do damage. Yeah, it doesn't. Like, I mean, it does something, right? It like freezes time, but which gives you like, you can use it defensively, you can use it like pretty offensively, but it doesn't give you damage or something, right? In the end. It's a giant oh shit button. Yeah, but you're not playing, like, if you're not playing hardcore, like, you like really necessarily need it. I feel like you might not need that one. But yeah, we'll see. Let's see what he says.
Like, Chronomancer is really cool, but I don't know if it's actually strong. Temporal Rift, positional reset.
I love that this is like a
It's
scent.
almost always undesirable. But the life and mana and ES resetting is extremely fucking desirable in Po 2 compared to the first game. It makes playing hybrid builds with shit recovery.
Wait, what did he
like
say?
way
Why is
more-
it so good?
and almost
Sorry, need to go back for a sec. Didn't understand what he meant.
Temporal Rift, positional reset is almost always undesirable. But the life and mana and ES resetting is extremely fucking desirable in Po 2 compared to the first game.
Okay, that makes sense. Defense is big.
It makes playing hybrid builds with shit recovery like way more useful because you can just press the button and then they're all full again. So if you just have like big max hit and bad recovery, this is like top tier. Time snap, extraordinarily situational. No clue if it's going to be good or not. You have to build your entire class around that skill basically. Time freeze. I'll be real. I don't want monsters to stop. I want them to walk toward me so they group up so I can kill them.
Group them up, big AoE, kill them all. Like, why would you freeze them? I mean, like, on paper, it sounds like so fun and so cool. And, I mean, you don't know, like, how much of what Jonathan said in the interview today was also, like, a bit PR, you know, like, in terms of... I mean, I don't think he does much of that, but, like, you know, like, in general, it's still marketing in the end, right? Like, it's still marketing. I mean, it's a super cool concept, and many people are hyped about this, like, time freeze stuff. But, yeah. We'll see what's gonna do in the endgame, man.
Like, that's... Like, monsters stopping
He
is
hasn't
usually
placed it in
not
the
what
tier
you
list
want.
yet.
It looks really cool. Like, if they're already grouped up, freezing to be able to attack safely is cool.
How does it work on bosses?
But, like, we don't know what... I mean, look how many points we don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Like,
We only know 3 out of 8.
Like, would it time freeze a boss? Didn't they say something like there are some bosses that also have, like, these abilities and just can't be time frozen or something? Not on the Ubers. Some boss are in time freeze. Yeah, I saw. Man, I don't know. I think respect into that. You have to respec. Is this a common thing, guys? That you... Like, how does it work in PoE 1? You have your ascendancy. Is it, like, a common thing? Like, depending on the activity that you do to change your build? Like, a lot? Let's say respec your ascendancy. Respec, like, a couple of passive... a couple of things in the passive skill tree. Not a lot, but like a lot of people do it. Swapping ascendancy is very rare. Yeah, but that will basically be a dead note then. Like if you have, like, say your goal is to fight the Uber bosses, and then you have this in your build, then it doesn't really work. But is there like dedicated boss killing builds, for example? Like you have a build that's very good for, I don't know, AoE, but then you have another build, like another class or whatever, that's just like a good boss killer, for example. Okay, that totally happens. So the boss killer would never take that note, but yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. People make bosses and map blasters, okay. So those are the main two, well, of course for PoE 2 we don't really know. But those are the main two distinctions. Like one is like specialized for maps, the other one is like specialized for bosses. Yeah. 3 out of 8, man. Oof. No, it's even less, right? Like there's way more. And you can't have both of them anyways. Because there's no connection at the end of the tree. I mean, okay, if there would be a connection at the end of the tree, it would be fucking OP. I mean, probably. Like, so there can't be a connection.
And I feel like pretty good chance you're going to be taking some of these. Another B.
B tier.
They're all skills, though. Yeah, love skills. B for I don't fucking know. It's the safe middle. I'm pretty sure Stormweaver is going to be good. If casters are good, Stormweaver is going to be good.
Dude, did you see the gameplay? I think it was from
Double Shock.
Wait, I linked this.
It's just shock is 30% more damage. If you have enough shocking like things to have 2 shocks, that's already just stats. A lot of stats.
Where
Can't
did
be
I link
bad.
it? Here.
All damage applies shock.
So I don't know how much we can interpret it in that, right? You need 12 more buttons, easy. Hey, thanks, man.
Pre-download started on Xbox?
Wait, really? You guys are pre-downloading the game? Like right now? Or what? Fuck, I don't have my Steam elements open. Give me a sec. PoEDB. What does this say? Taiwan. Early access? Where do you see? 100 gigabytes, boys. Yeah, this guy's downloading. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's fake. This guy's downloading. 100, man, I gotta clean up my shit, dude. I only have like 90 gigabytes left right now. Data mining? Ooh. It's not fake. Is this an official website or like... Yeah, there will be probably tomorrow. I mean, I don't know. Is this like much encrypted? Like, how does this work? In D4, it usually takes them like 10 hours to have data mines. You can uninstall Diablo 4. Free up space. Oh, man. No, I'm gonna continue to play that game too, guys. Okay, easy uninstall, man. What the fuck? Hey, stop it. Confirm I'm downloading right now. Yeah, but why is it only on Xboxers? So usually, probably tomorrow, they're gonna be data mine. It would be a great meme. We can do it for content. It gives them a head start. I already have it downloaded. What? No, but this one clearly says that he is downloading PoE 2. Data mine, ascendancy stuff tomorrow. Well, after that, man, people are for sure gonna make tier lists and builds. So any Xbox users here, like you're already downloading it? It says game preview. No, well. Yes, Wamsi, you're downloading it?
Season 7 hotfix patch notes. We've temporarily disabled 3 stash tabs. The reason is that the client tried to load in every single Diablo-like ARPG games at once.
Oh man. I need more stashes. Won't be encrypted. Data mine is very control. Too much Diablo-like. What the fuck, dude? Well, guys, it looks like it's a variable. It's real? So you think it's the full game, Xbox user? Okay. Community wiki. Looks like it's real then, guys. I'm gonna make an X post about this real quick. It looks like it has begun. X.com. Easily. Looks like hashtag Path of Exile. Looks like pre-download. Has started on Xbox. Re-download? Pre-fucking download. I don't even know how we do capitalization on this word. It's possible to data mine on Xbox? Yeah, I don't really know. Do people data mine on Xbox? Ascendancies, you spell like this. If it's a dev Xbox. Do we say Xbox like this? Tendencies. Is it not called ascendancies? I don't even know. No ascendancy. Ascendancy trees. XD boxing? Wait, what the fuck? Ascendancies. Is it called like this, man? Ascendancies. What the fuck is this word, man? Can't they just say subclasses? what about subclasses? Yeah. Ascent has become bigger, better. Yeah, Ascent. Why are people that didn't like PoE 1 are no hype for PoE 2? Because it's not, or it's doing a lot of things, in my opinion, better than PoE 1. And for me, almost the biggest thing is the graphics and the atmosphere, plus the simplification, or making things more accessible and compact. And I think that's gonna have a lot more players in join the community. Yeah, you're gonna ascend like a mountain. Give me a key. Yep. I think it's going to be easier. Pre minus download has begun. I'll send this in Discord as well. Yeah, we'll see much more. Yeah, I mean, even more than that. Should have been skill and ascendancy trees. Just uninstall Diablo. Well, I can't download yet on PC. I don't even know, like, do I claim the key on Steam? Yeah, let's keep watching the list. Sorry, I was a bit distracted by this. Maybe it's also not 100% correct. I don't know how much they'll do data mining. Yeah, I have the keys. Like, we're not gonna do it now on the Steam because it might like fuck up stuff. Default already uninstalled. Yeah, here's the website if you're interested. Yeah, we'll continue with the tier list. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna just make a quick... Actually, we can do this while we listen. Keep watching.
Might be useless. The way shock works now is the bigger the hit, the more chance to shock. The shock effect is always 30, unless you have some scaling. But the base is always 30. And having 2 of those is already just sick, already good numbers. Elemental Storm look pretty cool. There's like so many notables in here, and I'm pretty sure this Ascendancy's whole bit is just damage. And we've already seen the numbers are already good on 1. If any sort of like crit caster archetype is functional and strong, this Ascendancy will be strong. But the defense of this entire like top archetype is a little less clear, mainly if you're forced into a life ES hybrid setup. If your build does not have strong ES recovery mechanics, it's not going to feel good to play. That's like the main thing. So like if you have good ways to recover ES, it's why Trix is OP. Like all the classes can get good ES in PoE 1 right now, but Trix is OP because it can recover that ES.
Is ES just the main thing to scale your defense?
Zealot's Oath is really good. It is close enough to...
It's like no one's stacking like a lot of life. I feel like every build is like stacking ES or what?
This is empty starting point, you can go for it.
At least the very tanky builds.
Glancing blows us so far though. The fact that Aegis Aurora is a notable in the tree to recover ES based on armor when you block means that you definitely can get some really good stuff going with shields and blocking for ES recovery.
I mean, to me it sounds, maybe I don't understand what Ben is saying fully, but to me it sounds like he's like very focused on having energy shield on the builds that he's talking about, or on the classes. Yeah, okay, ES seems broken. Yeah, that's basically what he's like low-key saying, right? Because he wants to, like, he says like this class might struggle because He doesn't have a good way to generate the S that bad, that great. The way I understand it anyway.
I think Mind Over Matter might be really OP as well.
Yep.
Not sure. This one maybe should be S. I think if my 8-minute play experience of Witchcaster from last March was like a good experience, I'd put it in S tier. But I'm still scarred.
Wait,
from what happened to me in the Devourer Zone.
Wait, this is not Witch, is it? Wait, is he confusing the things or am I confusing the things? No, that's not Witch. The one he's dragging is Sorceress. That's not Witch. Wait.
I died of... This one maybe should be S.
Yeah, it's a sock.
I think if my 8-minute play experience of Witchcaster from last March was like a good experience, I'd put it in S tier.
Yeah,
but I'm still scarred from what happened to me in the Devourer Zone. I died 6 times in one zone at level 3. That's A tier.
Witchcaster sock. So what, did you guys see the video? I linked this to Mikuna, I believe. Look at this. Where was it? Here from Subtr. How is it pronounced? Subtractum. He was playing this class. This is like the main gameplay that I saw, and he was crushing it. Look at this. Look at the damage. And he had a GG weapon. Yeah, but still. Like that staff he had, maybe like double damage. Look at the damage. What? Look at this again. Half-life. Like, bro.
Did a little spin of joy.
Was triple.
Had a little fun there. And yeah, that's just with that starting staff, that is the difference in power there. When that happened and I saw how strong I was just like, okay, I'm feeling it. I'm kind of seeing it here. And this is the next boss in the next zone too. Just to confirm that it wasn't a fluke.
What the fuck?
Just wait for the shatter.
I saw a warrior fight this boss for like 10 minutes, man. Even if it's 4x. How is it 4x, dude? How is it? Okay. 1 second. How much total damage output is this staff? Okay, 47% increased. Let's assume he has 0. So that's a 50% increase. 2 levels, 2 skills is like more than doubling your damage? How? I was like confused how the math works there. So he goes from a level 1 spell to a level 3 spell, right? Or level 2 versus level 4, yeah. Yeah, but it's not 4 times. Okay, so he's like 2.5 to 3 times stronger. Can we agree with this? Something like this, then, roughly. Yeah, okay. Yeah, a bit more than double. Yeah, okay, but even then it's fucking insane what he's doing. And Ben just said he had similar experience, no?
Freezing, igniting the monsters. The effects are like almost a little too subtle, but it adds a lot of style to it. And I think it's really nice. Instead of like the Path of Exile 1, like insane flashiness. So yeah, they added a lot of new support gems, and I think that this is...
But yeah, here's the video. Let's keep watching that. Ben said he died 6 times to that boss. I didn't hear him say that. I didn't hear him say that at all.
What is this thing? Alright, it's the fucking Blood Mage. So one thing we didn't know in the reveal that we know now, these remnants can overflow your life to double. If you have 2k life and you pick up 10 of these fuckers, like you'll have...
Yeah, you're right. Like probably when Ben played the Sorg, it was not that good yet. Jonathan mentioned that today as well. That Sorcerer had like the lowest, what did he say? He said something like Sorcerer had the lowest user satisfaction rate out of all the classes. And they went ahead and gave the Sorcerer like a lot more synergies between the different skills, like how they interact. A lot more, yeah, satisfaction. A lot more like, thank you. A lot of more like combination possibilities and stuff like that, right? So the Sorcerer might be like way buffed from when Ben played it. Because the video that we just saw from the Sorcerer, the Cold, as Subnectum was dominating on it, that was a lot more recent.
4k life until you take damage and lose that life, which actually could be good. As far as we know, they currently drop on kill. If they also drop like on hit versus rare and unique, like a lot of Poe 1 mechanics, where it's like a skill has on kill effects, they'll give it on hit effects versus bosses and rare monsters. I don't know if they're gonna do that in this game though.
I mean, Ben, I don't think he's necessarily like baiting anyone or anything, but obviously take it with a grain of salt because like not much is known about the game. And I think Ben is like half serious, half not serious, like the way it sounded at the beginning. Especially just putting Ranger in F tier. I think that should be a pretty good indicator. Obviously, he's fully aware that there's a lot of copium, right? Like on this. But again, I would like, if Ben makes the tier list, man, I'll definitely listen because even his best guess is you know, way better than anything that I could do. I didn't even play the game, you know. So this is great. Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, like you're gonna drain your life pretty fast from that overflow. You're never just gonna be sitting at 100% of your health, like doubled. Because I'm pretty sure when you're overflowed on health, recovery mechanics won't affect that health until you drop below your base health. I don't know that, but I'm pretty sure it'll work that way just because of that's how I think it'd be done. But there's a few things why I am not very hyped about this class.
I'm not gonna play minions either way.
Right off the bat, this Sanguimancy seems pretty strong when mapping. If you can maintain like a high overflow, very, very strong. When you're fighting hard content where you don't have on kill effects constantly, it becomes worthless unless there's mechanics that spawn this on a target, which we don't know that. The base life cost, the base mana cost, is going to mean that you probably have to either have really good recovery from some source, or you gotta take Vitality Siphon. So you're already 4 points deep into your Ascendancy with no extra damage gained, and like your recovery is just paying for your other point that's draining your life. So we haven't gained much yet. Crimson Power, gain ES based on extra life. The ES nodes on the tree in the last iteration from November are super fucking high. Like notables at 40%, travel nodes at 15%, huge percent increase numbers. The only way that ES isn't totally broken is if flat numbers on gear are low. Because there's no life nodes, so you're gonna have like a 3k life. If there's like 500 ES chest pieces and 300 ES helmets, you're gonna have 12k ES versus 3k life.
I'm pretty sure they would know about this though, right?
Happen. So I'm expecting body armor ES values to be super low so that it's balanced. So you're not actually gonna be gaining this much life. Like if a perfect chest piece caps out at 275 ES, like we saw a ring that gave 200 life. So it's like,
okay,
I don't think this can be OP because of the current way that ES versus life works. On the same note, because life scaling is not super simple, there's no points in the tree, and the current life numbers we've seen, this isn't that much damage if you have like 3k life. Like 4k life are the kind of the numbers we expect you to have with reasonable gear, like pre-Combs Heart stuff. this just isn't that much damage, especially when you've already spent 2 ascendancy points on like not damage. We don't know what the other points are yet. These kind of fueling your damage with your defense mechanics.
So it sounds like energy shield is gonna be, from what we think so far or how we understand the game so far, one of the main ways to survive, right? Energy and energy recovery
are usually either like super strong or like totally trash. You can join this guy in C tier.
C tier. There it is.
Until we see more notables. Done. The objectively correct ascendancy skill tree for PoE 2.
There it is.
Proven with math, science, and a combined 44,000 hours of in-game experience.
44,000 hours, man, Ben. Gee. Yo. There it is, boys.
Real. And
Real.
true.
Kappa Cope.
Why did the Ranger dirty? I didn't even rank Ranger. I just put them both in F tier to start. Deadeye just looks like really
Oh, he's actually
mediocre.
seriously talking about Ranger.
Like 1 extra proj is like, I mean, it's not bad, but it's not like insane. No
Beautiful,
accuracy penalty
beautiful.
distance. It's like, Tailwind is no longer action speed, it's only movement speed, and you lose all Tailwind when hit, and the game is way less spammy, so it's hard to build up Tailwind stacks. And we don't know what most of the other things even do. And crossbows look way cooler anyways. And then Pathfinder. I think Pathfinder actually is going to be good.
People said like with this like poison scaling and stuff. Oh, who are we watching the video of? Was it like Palsteron? Maybe it was somebody else. There's so many creators, holy. There's so many great people that make great content in the Path of Exile community. Man, there's just so many names. Yeah, concoction. I think it was Palsteron. I'm not sure.
Just because I think poison is actually going to be good.
Yeah, the poison.
Assuming you're able to pretty reliably reach 100 chance to poison, I think having like 4 poisons, double to 8, with like the spreading of the most...
Now, what does this thing do? Double the number of poison you can inflict on enemies. 35% less poison duration. Well, that's a big buff though. I think Palsteron is Österreicher, aber ja, er spricht Deutsch, basically. Basically the same, huh? Austria, Germany, yeah.
damaging one. I think it's gonna be good.
Neighbor. Hey Fuma, what's up? Yo, you're gonna try PoE.
But like everything else we don't know. Like there's 2 points on the right we don't.
Dude, I know you love the 2, Fuma, so Path of Exile. Probably you played Path of Exile 1 like more than me, because I didn't play. So you played like more than 30 hours. You have me beat. We'll try it. Nice, dude. Yeah, I mean, it's very much based a lot of things on Diablo 2 in terms of like mechanics and things that we heard and learned so far. They basically took D2 and they kept cooking a lot and added a lot of cool stuff and a ton of endgame, man. 800 hours. Okay. Then I don't have to tell you about PoE. You tell me.
No, this we don't know. These mobility things are only... they're okay, but...
Diablo-like.
I don't think they're that insane. But I think the poison nodes are really good. The concoction nodes, I got no fucking clue. Someone said those are going to consume mana instead of life less charges now. I don't know what that source is from.
6th.
But if that is true, that probably is going to make them a little better. But yeah, I just put Ranger here because Lamau. That's kind of it. That's the only reason.
Super serious. Share on Twitter, guys. Share on Facebook.
And this could go A instead of S. But these two being S tier, yeah, for sure. 100p.
100%, guys. Mercenary
Like
and
Demon
Titan.
Mommy, is it? That's S tier for sure.
There it is, boys.
All right. I'm gonna screenshot this and post it in all the Discords.
Easy tier list.
You already posted it. What the hell? It's already there.
Somebody
Well,
was
why
on
did
fast.
your preview not load right?
Okay, we just call this Ben underscore. Titan just seems so reliable. Yoink. Yeah. So what do you think, guys? Ben said. What is this? Dude, there's so many memes, man. Yeah, I mean, I can put it there for now. No, I need to do a lot. But I'm gonna make a separate sheet. Tier list, question mark? Yeah, I'm gonna link this video here from Ben. I hope the timestamp is still right. Guess from Ben underscore. Here's the video, guys. The chats rise up. Well, like okay, so on the Monk to Node, it might go either way, man. Like, oh, does he have?
I don't want to be affected by
Ben said what? This the meme?
XZ chatter saying Ben said, you know, Ben said, Ben said, Ben said, Ben said every fucking 2 minutes during Gauntlet. Ben said, Ben's
Ben
going in
said.
right now, you know, oh, I'm Exile's about to boss, I'm not playing the fucking event anymore. You know, so I just don't want to be affected by those things. I'm not triggered. What? What?
Blah. Do not blah. Blah, blah, blah. You blawed. 7 blaws. Blah. Thank you for the blah. Big blah. Blah,
Blah, blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah. Back and ready to blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah. Minus 600 blah. Blah. Blah, 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 blah.
Ben said.
Blah, blah. 1 out of 10.
There should be an emote, Ben said.
Blah, blah, blah. Alert. Blah, 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 blah.
This is just like Trump saying China, man.
I also said blah, 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 blah,
Which
blah.
one do you like better?
Blah, 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 blah.
Let's
blah,
say China.
Blah, blah.
China. 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 China.
Blah,
China.
blah,
China.
blah,
China.
blah,
China.
blah,
China.
Blah.
You go over to China. 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 You take China.
China.
China. I love them.
I gotta get this
China.
more.
China. China.
China?
China. China. I have to have my China. China. China because China. 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 China.
Yeah, I got
China.
Ben.
China. 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 China.
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah.
I have to
First
say
balls
my
are correct.
China.
Blah, Lurker. Blah, blah, blah. Now that the plebs can't hear me. Blah, 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 blah.
So what exactly is the background then still anyways? Like Ben said this, Ben said that, don't quote me or what?
I don't want to be affected by that, you know. I don't want to be affected by XZ chatter saying Ben said, you know, Ben said, Ben said, Ben said, Ben said every
But
fucking
Ben
2
said
minutes during
this,
Gauntlet.
but Ben said that about, yeah. But Ben said Ranger sucks. I get it.
Will it branch through its charges? Is it gonna be charges? It dupes the same icon with charge codes on each thing.
Ben said Ranger sucks. Oh boy.
I kind of see it.
Is he done cooking?
I just hope one of these 2-pointers is good here. Like,
who's Ben?
Just 20 DR and still
This question
like Infernal
is best
Hound, dude.
answered with an emote.
I already like that for a 2-pointer. I already think it's solid. I like Demon Form a lot. I'm assuming this is gonna be like your Demon Form is way fucking better. But also it could be something a little more unique where it's like your Demon Form makes your minions stronger. In which case that would be an instant demotion to F tier, unfortunately. But I think it's gonna be.
What did he say? Sorry, I was memeing too much. You want to understand what he was thinking.
I kind of see it. I just hope one of these 2-pointers is good here. Like, just 20 DR and still like Infernal Hound, dude. I already like that for a 2-pointer. I already think it's solid. I like Demon Form a lot. I'm assuming this is gonna be like your Demon Form is way fucking better. But also it could be something a little more unique where it's like your Demon Form makes your minions stronger. In which case that would be an instant demotion to F tier, unfortunately. But I think it's gonna be like, look at those wings.
Does
right?
Ben play PoE?
Cool.
Yeah, I think he's played once or twice. Yeah, I like a little bit.
So just like 20 DR Hellhound, little Ignite guy.
He doesn't like
form,
minions.
Already cool. I hope. I just don't know what Ignite does still. Based on how Ignite works in PO2, Bringer of Flame could be like really, really, really good. Or it could be just like totally irrelevant, worthless. And we're not going to know until either we get like an in-depth answer or the game comes out and we play it. POW 2, it's hard to say PoE.
POW 2.
It's easier to say PoE than PoE.
PoE. PoE, PoE.
Like the one, like, guys, D4
is
such a better name. It just rolls off the mouth, you know?
D4. Like D4.
It's so
bad.
easy to say D4 compared to like PoE 2.
He's right about that though.
PoE 2.
PoE
2.
Hey lad. Hey lad. Dude, that's
the third syllable in D4. I don't know what that is.
He's right about that one. Told ya. Roguelike. Yeah, PoE-like or PoE-like.
Oh.
That also doesn't really fit well. Like roguelike, soul-like, that kind of fits. But PoE-like, that doesn't. It doesn't have the role, right? PoE-like, PoE-tour, Diablo-like. Yeah, I mean roguelike and Souls-like that one like rolls off the tongue. But unfortunately, PoE-like, it doesn't have the right ring to it, you know? I definitely see what he's saying. Saw it on YouTube. Path of Exile 2 bosses versus Diablo 4 bosses. I did not. But it's just gonna be a full meme show on Tomb Lord. PoE-like. Okay, it's only 1 minute. Path of Exile 2 versus Diablo 4 bosses. Oh man, we're gonna get a copyright strike for this again. I think it's only half as funny without
What's
the sound.
up, Rob?
PoE-like. Actually, guys, I think I'm gonna stop, especially if we're gonna watch other content. We're gonna just fuck, where is it? China. Tomb Lord ad. Okay, guys, we're gonna stop the YouTube stream and then it's easy. Okay, guys, anyone is still watching on YouTube, just go to Twitch. Because Twitch has the technology to freaking mute the microphone. I don't know wherever the fuck we have this on Why don't we have this on YouTube? Like YouTube, like I have a 10-hour stream on YouTube. 5-second here, Pirates of the Caribbean music, and the entire video gets a copyright strike. So I'm sorry for everybody watching on YouTube. Here's the Twitch link. Come, join on Twitch. Twitch chat is fun. Twitch chat is very nice. No one is trolling on Twitch chat. You're gonna have a great time on Twitch chat. Just come over to Twitch, and I'll see you soon, YouTube. End. That's it, guys. Stream has ended. Boom.